I think I'm having a little bit of Wi-Fi trouble again this morning. So if I'm in and out, that's probably why. It's been a little spotty for the last little bit.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm at Grumos Kalita Klukovsky's table, is where I'm currently checking out.
Yeah, if the Israeli match stays close, maybe we can check that out at some point.
Yeah, for sure. I just figured, as an American,
Yeah,
unbiased American, I wanted to watch this match for no reason.
yeah,
But this
yeah,
one is
totally
also
agree.
very close. Both sponsors are out for this set, so should get a really strong match this segment, of course.
Yeah, and Fleischer only owes one segment. I don't know if Zimmerman played two yesterday or not, but if he's
Zimmerman
not
played
playing
one
this
and two.
one, I was gonna say if he's not playing this set, I assume he also played two sets yesterday.
Yeah, he did. And I think the rule is play half for the sponsors.
Yes, it used to be, I think, 3/8 when they did 2-day matches over 8 segments, but we were told in chat earlier this week that it's now half.
Right.
So 3 out of 6 since these are 6 segment matches.
Okay, well, first board, Gruen Moss, I guess, competing a little bit too high to three spades, but understandable that they found a spade fit. It is the master suit. The opponents were already prepared to compete to the three level, so they just took that away from them. Does look like three clubs was going to be relatively comfortable east west with the queen doubleton in the pocket. So I think ultimately probably a nothing board on the first one.
And even 3 diamonds was okay with diamond 3/3.
Yeah. Um, yeah, Matt brings up the bridge winners thread. We can talk about that later during the drama section of the stream. But I mean, it's obvious that um, Morden Bilda is just venting and angry, and he either should know or knows that his team was in the wrong on this. We did talk about the hand in question a few days back or yesterday, so we can look at the thread, but I think there was a comment by Michael Rosenberg that sums up basically everyone's feelings on the hand.
This is the one where they bid, I think, 6 spades after hesitation and it was rolled
Yes.
back.
Yeah. And we found out how long the
Yeah.
hesitation was because Morden actually published the length of time. And
Ooh, how long was it?
like a minute and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, we can. I'll take a look in. Obviously, let's defer that for now. But certainly sounds like the ruling was correct based on the facts I've been given.
Yeah. And, I mean, Michael Rosenberg made some other strong points in his post on it. But anyway, we can take a look. So East opens a diamond here. Kalita. And it's kind of an interesting hand. I do wonder if Kalita would have opened this against every pair in the event, but again, against Gru Moss, you really need to fight fire with fire. They're super aggressive. You need to, drop the ranges of your bids a little bit to compensate, just so that you can keep up in these competitive auctions. So, South overcalls a heart. North finds
Can't
the
bid.
mixed raise, maybe, or potentially weak raise to three hearts.
Probably weak. I mean, 3 diamonds, I'm sure, would be something. Maybe mixed, but maybe they use that for something else after the nebulous diamond. Although I think 1 diamond guarantees 4. I think maybe red white. You know, um, they do something different, or maybe he just doesn't want to let East double since you know since he has the short diamond. Um, East can't open 2 diamonds, so I think once your choices are pass or God forbid 3 diamonds, I think three, 2.5 quick tricks, Ace King King classically is an opening bid.
Right, right. So East West are on their way to probably only 5 diamonds. I mean, again, West has one of these two facets that we need for a slam. West has these controls, which is nice, but kind of needs a little bit more from partner for slam to be making. Although, this 5 club bid could look like a similar hand with the king of
No, no, no,
hearts.
no. No, it doesn't. Five clubs is a key card
Oh,
response.
5 clubs is key card, 4 hearts is key card, and 5 clubs is two
Two
with,
without.
two
Without.
without. I see. Yep.
Right? Five diamonds would be the highest step, so it'd be two with.
Good call. I'm in the midst of pulling up some convention cards just so that we can try and figure out what's going on in the auctions. Um,
Yeah, so this will be pretty easy. I think you know, Declare will just draw a couple of trumps and probably just claim at that point, not even bother playing out any further.
right, yeah, the only question is who would you play for 3 trumps on this one? I think South probably.
South.
The 3 heart bid is more likely to be have shortness somewhere, and that shortness is likely to be in diamonds.
Yeah, and I think there's another wrinkle, which is if North had a diamond void, he might have been four hearts even with only four trumps.
Interesting. So then maybe you do cash the diamond ace first.
No, I think you yeah, well maybe yeah. Possibly. Although South might have re-raised with a void, but I think it's more likely North would bid with a void.
Yeah, that really is just the question: is who would bid. I I think you're probably. It's vulnerable.
Yeah. As there's someone saying, if it was key card, why did West sign off? Since he would have all the key cards missing the queen cards. That's true. Maybe four hearts was a cubit and five clubs a cubit and five diamonds, nothing else. Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think so. Um, it does seem
Okay,
like
so
the
just
most logical explanation.
yeah, I was just counting these key cards and the steps, but I think you're 100% correct, Stan.
Here, I will pin a comment. You're more than welcome to discuss this in chat, but just in case anyone else comes in, um,
Oh, that the hand will be analyzed at great length during our break.
yeah. Boom. Um, done.
And do not forget to both order and eat your lunch.
Yes, I definitely need to do that. Well, today's the last day that I have a little bit of flexibility in this because tomorrow I can't really afford to be camera off while doing the video commentary on
Yeah, I
video.
was going to ask. I haven't talked to Diana. Should I drop her a note and see whether my presence is expected as well?
Yeah, yeah, make sure that you write to her as well, but I probably also should. I talked to her briefly yesterday before Danny and I jumped on the commentary, but
Yeah. Other than her asking me to do a segment with Danny earlier in the week, I haven't spoken to her at all. And I assume you can mirror it to this stream, right? So our text chat along here will still be live.
yes, yeah, I mean, I will
Excellent.
still be streaming on Twitch and YouTube and
Perfect.
everything, so there's not going to be any sort of difference necessarily other than a bit less chat interaction during the actual play than I would otherwise have. Maybe I will type something to chat if people ask a question
Yeah.
that feels relevant but I can't bring up on stream.
Well, so South, in his precision seat, has kind of, you know, a light opening, but not his lightest opening with his 9 point hand. Um, West overcalls, and North's two spades is probably exactly a three card limit raise plus. So even opposite Gru Moss opening, obviously he has a game force, but he doesn't have, notice he doesn't even try three spades. He knows that his hand is just over one south, bid three hearts,
Right.
or four clubs, four dimes, whatever. Like, he's not even tempted to make a slam try with his 19 count opposite opening bid.
Yeah. As you say, just because they're opening a lot of eights, there's no real reason for North, with kind of an unsuitable hand for slam, to push any further on this auction. And it looks like he did well because even after a spade ruff, even four hearts is in
Yeah.
jeopardy here.
Yeah, and the hearts will come in, but he needs everything to go right after the defense takes the first three tricks that they're about to.
I was a little bit busy, but I noticed that Declara did lead a diamond to the king in the other on the previous board, so it looks like they decided North was a little bit more likely to have a void than South in the diamond suit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, on a hand like that, it's hard to imagine anyone has a void when no one is bidding four hearts.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, GCO points out that 3 no trump north south is actually the best contract. You have 5 diamonds, 2 clubs, and 2 hearts. And obviously, if they knock out a spade,
Right,
that's a 10th trick.
right. So he'll probably play a club here for lack of anything better to do. Maybe knocking the ace off a dummy will help you in some way.
Yeah, well,
Maybe.
I mean, Declare does have a way to go wrong. He could elect to
Yeah.
play East for 4 hearts. He does lead the king. This is not gonna be what he wants to
Yeah,
see.
the 10
Now the
showing up.
jack.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is gonna be costly for Moss and Gru. 4 hearts down 1. Not really what we would
Yeah.
have expected seeing these two hands, but after that spade
No,
ruff,
we saw yesterday that Moss and Gru were, like just one of these sets where, like, even if you don't do anything that's like, objectively some kind of mistake, just like one of these sets where everything you do is wrong. Um, and this is not going to improve their moods after that.
no.
I guess I
No?
didn't say that because they did pick it back up the last few boards in the segment, but they were struggling early.
Right. And, I think fortunate to only lose about 20 imps over the course of that set, but this this has been kind of a disappointing performance for them, and it looks like it continues with that board. USA picks up 1 on board 18. They got to the, I guess I would say, superior 3 no trump, or maybe match point superior 3 no trump in the other room. If the diamonds come home, that just produces 10 tricks. So,
Well, it's superior to him since it never goes down.
well, if it goes down because you misguess the diamonds, it goes down a lot.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the previous hand of four hearts. You meant
Now, board 18, the 1 imp
the
win.
6-4 diamond bit. Yeah, got it. All right. Well, kind of a quiet board here. North flat decides not to come in over one no trump and is rewarded when it turns out the same response is his 7-card suit.
Well, maybe, because even if you do come in 3 spades and they go after you, East West are making 6 diamonds here.
Diamond.
And the lack of a preempt from North, which I totally understand, he's 7-2-2-2 and the spade spots are weak, might allow East West the room to actually find the diamond slam. The strong no trump, East has shape and extra high card points, 13 highs. Now gets to show the diamond fit. West will be able to show some sort of diamond support. And I think they're off to the races. The hands just fit perfectly.
Yeah, it's true. I think north south. At worst, it's going to be 800. They might lose two clubs, two diamonds, and defense leads a trump, but that could cost them a trump trick, one heart, um, five. So if they hold it to three trump losers, that's 1100, which is still better than the slam. And if somehow they can save one of those tricks, it's only 800, which is a big win.
Right. Yeah.
If East West find the slam, which isn't always so easy opposite a strong no trump opening. I mean,
No.
here West is gonna love his hand opposite, four hearts and five plus diamonds.
Yeah, the West End is pretty nice. I mean, it's only 14, right? But when talking about whether the different hands are suitable for games and different hands are suitable for slams, this hand is kind of ideal for a slam because the four card diamond support. So you have a big diamond fit. You have the doubleton heart, which is kind of nice. The aces and kings are kind of well positioned, where a hand that's like queen jack of spades and ace king of clubs would be a little bit less ideal. You don't have controls everywhere. So West. Now, do we think a key card auction has happened? Four diamonds, four hearts, four no is not the right number.
And well, yeah. So what do we think is really happening, right? Because with two key cards, his response would be five clubs. So what do we think is really happening here? So three hearts, probably agreed diamonds artificially. Four diamonds, said, well, like that's great. I got nothing to do about it. Four hearts, presumably Cupid. Four no may have just been an offer to play. It may have been like, look, buddy, I really got nothing extra to show you. Although it may have been forward going because West is taking a call with his minimum. I don't know. I think we just need to know more about their methods because I can't see an obvious explanation for four no trump.
Yeah, so East West do reach six diamonds here, which might have been a bit more challenging opposite a three spade overcall.
Yeah, if it starts three spades, he has to make a negative double. There's no alternative. And at that point, I think it's going to be very difficult to get the diamond suit going at the five level effectively.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess four level with three spades. Now East. Yeah. Well, no, sorry, with three spades. West will just pick three no trump. East could pull that to four diamonds, but he might just decide to pass.
Look at this. Five no trump over four no showed two aces, the diamond queen, and one king.
Pretty amazing method.
It really is.
Interesting. Is that coming from one of your chats? Because Al Hollander is usually the guy to say that, and I don't see him.
No, the Vugraph operator. But got alerted.
Oh, I didn't realize. I saw the alert and just assumed that it was like the same flagging they've been doing without explanation. Wow, nicely done, guys.
Yeah, so Moss tried to give partner Heart Rough, which seems pretty reasonable. He knows that himself and Dummy have 9 of them combined. West might easily have King third instead of King Doubleton. But not today. 1370.
Yeah, that certainly is a very good position for East West. We'll see whether they cash any imps on it. But yeah, in the other room, the auction also got to four hearts and also started with two spades and a rough, and Declare just took the simple play in hearts and was rewarded with 10 imps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Novoselsky on two spades doubled on board 20, so that's a very good result for the Poles.
Yikes.
Swiss.
Yeah, so again, I mean, Switzerland picks up 10 and 19. They're going to pick up a pile on board 20. And the problems for the American team are continuing to mount. Gru opens a no trump here. This is in their 2/1 style, and
I think
supposedly 15 to 17.
Yeah, like 14 plus 17, but against this pair, you don't take that too seriously. I mean, in first seat, red-white, sure, he's got to be somewhat close to his requirements, but you can see here he's got 14.
West balances with two diamonds,
Yeah,
single suited major, multi like.
yeah,
So
yeah. Like as we've seen, for those kibitzers who have not seen this pair in action, Crew and Moss do not really treat their strong no trump ranges as any kind of a command.
yeah, it's a weak suggestion. Um,
Yeah, they're extremely flexible, especially as you start getting toward the later positions.
yeah, now Kalita did have an interesting problem over two diamonds because he holds a 13 count. His partner could be relatively strong. The small doubleton heart is not ideal, but partner, of course, is promising at least six of them for this action. Could have thought about
Yeah,
bidding game, and it does look like game at least has chances and may make on this hand, especially if we know the King of Hearts is marked in North's hand. We can play a heart to the 10, it loses, cash the ace, and the king falls, losing just a club, a spade, and a trump. So potential
so
plus position for the US here.
I think if you're gonna do that, you should probably go with two no trump. Give partner a chance to show a bad hand. If he has spades, you don't care whether his hand is good or bad. And if he has hearts, if you decide to investigate, if he has hearts, you can let it go. If he has hearts in a bad hand, I think as he would show here. But still have room to bid if he has hearts in a good hand. I think Euclid's plan was just sign off in two hearts or raise spades to game if partner corrected.
Yeah, yeah. And single dummy, I mean, without any north-south bidding, I think it would make sense to try and play this in a heart part score. Well, no, it would make sense to play this in a game, right? Because you have a spade and a club, and you would just need to play ace, queen, 10, 6 opposite doubleton for one loser. It's probably worthwhile to just be in game no matter what the auction was on this hand. But either way, the Swiss pair misses it. Matt asked on board 20. We don't see the auction in the other room, so I can't really talk about it much. But when that board comes through, should we really
Sorry,
be
yeah, I had a
doubling
Wi-Fi
them?
pickup.
Um,
Um, so I got a question for you.
yeah.
Sorry, I had a Wi-Fi hiccup and drop signal for a minute. If you end up in four hearts,
Mm-hmm.
how do you play the trumps? Like, would you be tempted to cash the ace first as a safety play? Or is that dumb once North has a no trump and probably doesn't have a singleton honor, even though he could have stiff king?
Oh, I see.
Am I just
That's an
overthinking
interesting
this?
point. Yeah, maybe you do cash the ace just to protect against stiff king, because then you can cross and play low to the 10 and still hold your heart losers to 1. If you play low to the 10 on the first round and it loses to a stiff king, you still have to lose to the jack fourth. So that's probably a little bit of a better technical play. I don't know if entries permit. They led a spade at trick 1. East won the
Yeah,
jack.
club entries.
Yeah.
But I think, one question is like, you know, against a strong no trump, depending on the player, is that so remote that you just don't bother with it? Because, yeah, as you say, like, your hand, it's not like you have free transportation. Oh, sorry, diamond entries, but, probably you do it. There's no reason not to that I can see.
Right. Diamonds would have to be 6-1 for it to be incorrect, and I just don't think that's what's going on.
Well, yeah, and when they are, North might have 1-6 in the red suits on that layout.
Yeah. Okay,
Anyway,
well, plus 170, board 20. We do see the result coming in. Two spades doubled goes for 500 in the other room. So the question in chat was a diamond, two spades, should East be making a negative double with this hand? And I think absolutely. You're not
yeah.
trying to see if your partner passes the negative double. Generally, they're not going to. And I think only because, like, Hurd and Bathurst have this kind of principle that they really like going after opponents, which honestly might have been the reason why North preempted only two spades in the other room, that they're aware of this this sort of style from Hurd and Bathurst in the other room that
Yeah,
East just shows their hearts. I mean, you expect this to be a forcing bid, and then you get to bid again later. If you don't make the negative double, then you've kind of denied four hearts, and that makes the rest of the auction a little bit challenging because your partner's not going to have the right picture of your hand.
I would say not kind of deny four hearts. You have unquestionably denied four hearts once you show the strength to bid.
Yeah, yeah,
Like if you just pass and don't have anything, sure you can have as many hearts as you want. But once you've decided your hand is worth acting, not doubling denies four hearts 100%.
yeah.
And what
Well,
can you do? Sometimes things just come up bad, and the opponent did something good, and you lose 13 imps.
right. Um, yeah, Matt says you have a known 10 card diamond fit, but you have no idea what the right level is. If you commit to 5 diamonds and you're only taking 10 tricks, you would much rather play this hand in 4 hearts.
Right.
Now, I mean, if the East hand is forcing to slam, then I'm a little bit more on board with not making the negative double and just bidding 3 spades to show the diamond fit, force partner to do something. Partner bids 3 no, you bid 4 diamonds, and now you start Q betting. I would understand that action, but when you're not forcing to slam, I don't see why we just assume that 5 diamonds is a better spot than 4 hearts.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like, you're talking about a parlay here. Like, yeah, we can see obviously that they collected 500 when they had basically lay down slam, but you need you need partner to be passing for double to be wrong, and that's not going to happen super often. And then when he's passing, you need to have a slam because you have a game. It's 3 M's and you don't really care. So, I think the table result was a little bit unlucky in that regard.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And also grew here as put Klukowski into a position where he can guess and do really well the rest of this hand, but if he doesn't, then he's gonna be. I mean, I guess he can just like play low, and luckily can just duck the 10 of spades, and South can't continue them. Wow, he does get it right.
Yeah. Now this is something that I think Grew and Moss as well kind of do quite often, and a lot of the times it actually works out well for them. They put their opponents to these kind of difficult guesses, and maybe more so than that, they put their opponents in positions where the right answer is, looks impossible. Like if
Right.
you follow the natural laws of bridge, the bridge 101 style thing. Do I have that on the bingo card? Um, the,
You've had it.
the
Yeah,
this
quite a few
idea
times
that
this week.
if you have an honor sequence, you just always lead the honor sequence. Strong opponents will find ways to violate that rule, and here, Grew with King Queen of Spades obviously knows where the Ace of Spades is. He just wanted to play low spade. Sometimes his partner has the 10. Declare plays low on this trick, and then he gets really lucky. Um,
Right, his partner could have 10 Doubleton and be able to return one.
yeah,
One thing about it also is, like, the more you think that the defense is looking kind of bleak against, Trump, the safer it is, especially in imps, to make a play like that. Like, at match points, it's kind of dangerous because you can hand the opponent a trick that he otherwise had no chance to take. At imps, you don't care if that happens.
mm-hmm. Yeah. So as it was, Klukowski does kind of read the position well, flying the Jack of Spades. Maybe
Yeah.
the 2 heart preempt from Moss helped him out with that, but
Yeah,
eventually
sure.
does still end up down 1. He just didn't have enough power in his own hand.
Let's see, another strong no Trump from East West. I think this one will end more quietly and faster. Probably just Stamen and maybe Puppet Stamen by East to game force, and then 3 no Trump pretty quickly.
Right. Yeah, yeah, So two passes go around to West. Strong no trump. North has a nice hand, but nothing really to bid. So he'll pass, and then Kalita will see if he decides to utilize Puppet Stamen. Oddly enough, on this hand, it's going to be more revealing than
Right.
than if he goes through regular Stamen.
Yeah, the rare time that West actually does have one to show. Yeah, he actually does start with regular statement. I wonder if he is planning to game force. Maybe he wants to have room to bid his clubs, just to possibly find a superior five clubs, although his values are a little bit light.
Well, East doesn't get the opportunity. Three diamonds, a good hand with
Yeah.
five spades, so Kalita's just going to bid 3-0 over this. He has no reason to do anything else. I mean, unless
Yeah.
West could be 5-4 in the majors, in which case Kalita probably wants to show his heart still.
Yeah, I think, East obviously wanted to or possibly wanted to start this way. So like if his partner had two spades or something like that, or there was a spade problem, they wouldn't play 3-0 trump with a superior five clubs available. Obviously, here West has taken that worry away from him.
Have you ever seen something
And
like this, responding at the 3 level to a Stamen bid?
I haven't. It's interesting. Like, so I'm trying to. So obviously, the good part is when West bids two spades, it's exactly four. Um, obviously, the downside is East can't do this with a. I mean, I guess he could do it with a garbage game in hand and just find himself in three diamonds. I'm just trying to think of like what the real downsides are. I mean, I guess if East has a game invitational hand, he would start with two spades anyway. But then what do you do with game invitation with a four card major? Like they must cater to these hands, obviously, because they're important. But I'm curious how they do it.
Good morning, Alorian. Snoo says it makes sense if Stamen has to be at least invitational. I don't think it needs to be, right? Because with garbage Stamen, East West will have at least an 8-card spade fit, but more likely a 9-card spade fit. So
Oh, that's
East,
true too, right? They can just get out in three spades. Yeah.
yeah, and I mean obviously that's not ideal, but you're a level higher in a part score at Imps. It's what going to cost you 6 or something sometime.
Yeah, the one I'm more concerned about is what happens when East had just like a game invitational hand with four hearts. Can West do this with a hand that wasn't accepting an invitation, and now you have invitation, acceptance, not great fit, and forced to 3-0 Trump? That doesn't seem great unless they have some way to avoid that situation.
Well, it specifically showed 5 spades in a good hand. So
Oh, I see.
I assume good meant was accepting a no Trump
Acceptance.
invite.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
missed that part of it. Okay. Oh yeah, I see Al Hollander saying not sure if strength clarified. I guess it was clarified in the auction window.
Yeah, view graph operators on top of it. Good hand, 5
Yeah.
spades.
The
Gloria
other
asks, who's in the
room.
other room? We got Hurd and Bathurst up against Brink and Driver.
Yeah, so Fleischer never plays the first segment because he does not get up this early. So I don't know whether Zimmerman would have preferred to if the other team sponsor was in or if he's also a segment two guy.
I think he normally plays the first, but oh, Zimmerman is in. Matt says, "Oh, Zimmerman and Ozatsky are sitting at the other table," and
Kind of interesting. So Zimmerman, over the last like not so many years, like four-ish years, has gone through three different partners. He's playing with Multan, and then that went on hiatus, and he played with another Frenchman, I forget which one. And then he played with Multan again, and I feel like he was playing with Multan as recently as this year in NABCs.
mm-hmm.
I know he has played with Novosadsky, but I feel like this is a fairly new development for that team.
Yeah, I'm not sure the rationale for swapping partners. Maybe it's just a scheduling issue, but
It's possible, but like Zimmerman, I think is willing to subsidize his people to be full-time pros and available for all the most important events. So I'd be surprised if anything other than an emergency kept Molten out of Argentina.
Matt says that Moulton can't play for Switzerland, so
Oh, I see. Thank you. I mean, I assume a couple of years from now he'll be able to. The WBF rules, I believe, are a 2-year timeout between representing countries.
all right. In three no Trump, I mean Declare has plenty of tricks, so I haven't been all that focused on it. The opening club lead picks off the entire club suit and gives Declare the tempo to do everything. Diamond switch. Klukowski was able to win the 10 in dummy, so he's just going to use a heart entry, club to the 9, heart back, club to the jack. And how many tricks is he going to end up with here? So he'll get 3 hearts, 4 clubs, 2 diamonds, and a spade is 10 at least. And then there is some potential for an 11th, depending on how the defenders, or what the defenders decide to do from here.
Honestly, yeah, BZ, that's a good point. I think they did institute some kind of rule to avoid, country hopping at some point when it became a little bit prevalent. And honestly, like to some extent, that was an anti-Zimmerman measure because some of his people had played for multiple countries over the years. So I, this is a little bit annoying since there's no entry, even if you set up some spade tricks.
Yeah, so probably just 2 clubs, a diamond, and a spade from here.
Yeah,
The South has the long heart, North has the king of spades. There's no squeeze.
yeah. If
I
you
mean, I guess South gets show up squeezed here in hearts and spades, so Klukowski will know to fly ace. He might even just
right.
be claiming here now that he's seen the heart situation.
Yeah, I feel like claiming on a show up is a little unusual, but it's possible. Like claiming on kind of like automatic type squeezes or, conditional like real squeezes does happen all the time. I feel like show ups, it's a little more normal to play it out.
You save time. I mean, it is automatic, right? Because South is going to be known to have a singleton spade
Yeah, you're right.
when you play the spade up. Yeah, on those squeezes where you have to like guess the distribution, or maybe the distribution's implied or something, or even if like you've worked it out and you've counted out the shapes, but the defenders might not be, expected to know what you know, then
Hmm.
playing it out is a little bit better. But here it does look like the claim happened.
And honestly,
East
sometimes playing it
West.
out is just faster than like, well, if there's this and if there's Y and blah 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 blah, just play the cards.
Yeah. So West decides to pass in first seat, which is very interesting to me. So the auction starts. Grew opens a precision diamond. He's got extras, a spade overcall. Moss passes, and I think he's happy to do so. His partner could be very light at these colors. 2 hearts by West, 3 hearts by Kalita, and Klukowski bids 4 hearts. So North-South never really got their suits in, but this is a hand that they do actually want to defend. I think Declare is going to go wrong in the heart suit. So what does that all mean? Gru is going to lead a
Well,
club. Um,
so do we think Declare is going to go wrong in the heart suit? Because I think I say he's going to know North is unbalanced, but unbalanced could mean stiff honor. Like he's probably going to see enough high cards to. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't know what Grumos's no trump range is here, but I think it's like strong-ish, like 12 to 15, maybe. I don't think they're
um,
playing. I don't think they're playing ultralight no trump.
they are 12 to 16, it looks like, non-vulnerable in first or second.
Interesting. I would have thought that it was like 3-point ranges, but not necessarily the same 3-point range in every
No,
seat. But
never
maybe it's
mind. I can't read. That's third seat. Sorry, they're 14 to
uh,
16.
yeah, okay. So like at some point, maybe Declare figures out that North has, you know, a hand that has the right number of high cards for one no trump, but didn't open a no trump and has a reason to go right in hearts.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, this kind of a cute play. Like, even if Cruz suspects it might be a rough sluff and he has no real reason to, it's not really a productive rough sluff. Like, you can rough and pitch your spade, but the spade wasn't a loser with the king on side. A diamond pitch doesn't help you, so this is a cost-free play from Gru, and maybe like tapping dummy out of Jack 10-9 of trumps can be good if partner has a fourth trump and declares are a little like imagine partner with like King Queen 8 fourth of trumps or like King 8 fourth of trumps or something.
Yadney asks, isn't it cold even if you get the hearts wrong? Yeah, I mean, the spades do provide enough discards for the diamonds. Spades 3-3 and the king on side.
Right.
Declare can afford to lose two hearts. And with diamonds 4-1, South won't be able to rough in, lead a diamond to set up his partner's suit, and then rough in again and cash a diamond. I guess also West diamonds would be gone by that point anyway.
Yeah, I like this play also. Like as you say, like the spades are going to provide as many tricks as he needs, but not anymore if he pitches one here. Now he's
Oh,
gonna.
well, now Declare does need to get the hearts right. Moss will play low on this trick.
I mean, he can afford to because he's got the spade entry, and then he can decide how to play the diamonds later. Like, if he lets this ride, it loses ace of spades, run another one, possibly rough a spade and draws the last trump. Maybe the king drops anyway, and if it doesn't, you lead the queen of diamonds out of your hand.
Wow. Okay. So,
Yeah. I mean, this was good defense, but it's by no means over for Declare if he runs this. I think he's an overwhelming favorite to make it anyway.
you mean if it loses to a singleton honor, you still have the guess later? Yeah.
I mean, you have the guess, but like I think you're just gonna sort of end up in a position where you kind of have to get it right. I mean, obviously, Gru could have much less in high cards, and Bukowski knows that. But at some point, Moss would have enough in high cards to want to take a bid. So I think Bukowski may just figure out that despite Gru possibly having a very weak opening on this hand, he's unlikely to.
Right? Well,
Yeah,
we
and
see
Kim points
seven
out
imps
also
on board
North might have
22.
just shifted. North might have just shifted to a diamond if South had the king of diamonds.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly North would have shifted to a diamond if he didn't have it. So Declare knows about ace, king of clubs, king of diamonds in North's hand. Not that certain about the king of spades.
Yeah, but the king of spades is just irrelevant at this point anyway.
Yeah.
I think he'll probably play ace and a spade roughing because the king could drop and that just takes care of everything and gives him an over trick.
Mm-hmm.
North could be 4x1. Well, I guess North can't really be 4x1. That would give us 7 clubs, but I guess that's possible.
I mean, someone has long clubs.
It turns out turns out that someone is both of them.
Yes.
Yeah, and Kip points out, he's surprised about the spade discard since it's just simpler to play North for the king of spades. There is something to that. Like, you do have some entry trouble if you want to play the hearts this way. So, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, you're rough and pitch a diamond, which is not, maybe I guess it's like kind of long term productive because now you don't need the spades to break to pitch your other two diamonds. Yeah, maybe that would be better. Just like, well, no, the problem is like if someone started with King 9 fourth of spades, now pitching a diamond or playing on spades doesn't really get you that far.
Yeah, you would need a few too many entries. I mean, you kind of need
Yeah.
North to have king third or king nine doubleton of spades for the diamond
Right.
discard to be
Or
effective.
or king empty. I guess, or not king empty. Well, or king empty fourth because you can finesse twice rough one. You still have the ace of diamonds as an entry.
Um, I think the ace of diamonds can get knocked out, though, is the problem with this plan.
I mean, it can't when North have the king of diamonds if you're planning to run this heart to him, right? North, what can he do?
Well, he could
He's kind
exit
of
the king of
empty.
diamonds, right? I guess you have
Uh,
enough discards at
right, but if
that
you exit the
point.
king of diamonds, you can get away with one heart. Oh, I see. Yeah, you still need North to have the king of spades, but now you can get away with one heart, one diamond, and one club, and still take the spade finesse.
Right. Okay, well, after long tank,
Yep, that's
Klukowski
done.
does get the heart position right, so no favors being given to the American team on this board. But yeah, board 22, we saw 2 no Trump went down 1 in this room, and that was after Klukowski picked off that king queen of spades when Grew led a low one. At the other table, Hurd and Bathurst got overboard to 3 no Trump, and the defense was a lot crisper over there. 10 of hearts lead, Declarer goes after the clubs, and man, North South set up the hearts. South had a diamond entry. Um, it was just bad news for the Americans in that room. So down 4 and 7 big imps.
Yeah, and obviously, with the Swiss sponsor in and the American sponsor out, they were really hoping to pick up some imps on this end. And instead, they're stuck double digits on the segment after the first half dozen boards.
Mm-hmm.
So Declare's gonna, you know, decide a little bit. Maybe he'll like play the Queen of Spades and see if anything interesting happens. Oh, never mind. Yeah, this. I was gonna say I thought that South would go out with a club just to be totally neutral, but this will be the end of it.
Right. Yeah. So Diamond goes to the 10 and Jack. Declare can just knock out the Diamond King, having all the spots, and that is 420. On to the next board. We got 15 count from Gru, so they're 14 to 16 in the spot. He'll probably open no trump. Kalita has 5-5 in the majors,
Yeah.
unfavorable.
I mean, I think you have to put your hand over the vulnerability indicator on the board to take a call.
Yeah.
I mean, the odds of missing a game if Partridge has like a balanced 13 count and pass out seed are so high.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if Khalid agrees with me, but like sure you can go for 1100 on any given hand, but I think it's just so incredibly dangerous to pass.
Yeah, and you do have the void, so your hand has a lot of extra offensive potential.
Yeah, and stronger hearts than spades with equal length is good because when partner has equal length, he's probably going to either bid 2 hearts if he has 3-3 or possibly bid 2 diamonds to let you pick. If he has 2-2, he'll bid 2 diamonds for sure. So you're always going to get at least to the suit that you're a little happy about playing in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Kalita does agree that 6 points or no is just way too dangerous to pass here. Yeah, this also is like, Grew and Moss, they shade their no trump some. You're red white. You just can't let them rob you blind at these colors. So South will probably make card showing double here. I think if 2 clubs was something else, he might have still been able to transfer, but here he has no reason to do that. He's just gonna, double show some values and, decide what to do on the next round of the auction.
I wonder if South might try 3 no instead over 2 clubs. I understand the wanting to go for a penalty when you have this sort of hand at these colors, but
Yeah, he does.
the thing I like about 3 no is that from South's perspective, South's hearts aren't actually very good. I mean, obviously, he wants to penalize hearts, but the opponents are going to get to spades. And 3 no trump
Well, he
stops
knows that,
West
yeah.
from bidding, so East won't know what to lead.
So that's true. I guess my question is like, if you think East West can make four spades, and I really like three no trump, does he? Like he doesn't think he can make three no trump. I don't think. So if he doesn't think that East West have a game, then three no is really dangerous. Like as here he got doubled, although West doesn't have a great lead.
Well,
I
I
don't know.
mean, this is just making 10 tricks, right? So this is going to be great for the Americans. um,
Uh, yeah,
I mean,
yeah, that's true
hard
too.
for Greer or Moss to redouble, but I don't know why you think that South doesn't believe 3 no is making.
Yeah, I guess something like his source of tricks is not really a source of tricks, but it's true. Like, if Gru is not going to shade much here, and maybe in first seed he wouldn't, he would just have a straight up 14-16, then, maybe our minor should help us enough to bring it in.
I really
I
think
think,
that
like,
there's a reasonable belief that East is going to lead a heart if it goes 1 no, 2 clubs, 3 no, all pass. Because East may well
yeah,
have, some broken spade holding like King Jack or Ace Queen or whatever, not lead that suit, but East could have like Ace Queen Jack of Hearts, and that's great for us if they put one of those heart honors on the table.
I guess it's true. We might get a couple of hard tricks just on the strength of our 10-9, and, every time the defense leads something else is probably good for us too.
Wow. Kalita finds the club lead. I think this holds Declare to 9 tricks. I mean, he has 4 diamonds, 3 clubs, and 2 hearts, at least, and can
Yeah.
develop a spade, but it looks like the defense is actually going to be able to set up clubs a little bit too quickly for Declare to capitalize.
Yeah, maybe this lead is kind of like we showed the majors and partner said, okay, I don't think they can make three no trump. That implies strength in the minors, and his major suits are not that attractive to lead from anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so Kalita's overcall kind of backfires in an unusual way. It's not because his hand was too weak and he got doubled. It was because his partner's playing him for a few too many values.
Yeah.
All right, the Jack of Diamonds is going to hold. Kalita has to make some uncomfortable discards. I guess a discouraging spade would be the first start.
Yeah. Just thinking like if you're Kalita, do you still have any hope of beating it, or is your plan just damage control at this point?
That is an interesting question. He knows that the spade hooks are working for Declare, but Declare probably expects them to be failing.
I
Unfortunately, he
mean,
can see the writing on the wall in hearts. Grood just has queen and one, like 99% of the time on this auction, so that's not good news for his side. He
I
knows about the
mean,
club king because of the opening lead.
does Declare really expect those spade finesses to be failing, though, right? He heard West double. Isn't it overwhelmingly more likely that East is light and West, has a good hand and, got trapped into this action? I think
Yeah,
he's,
that's a good point. That there
like
probably
Lukovsky wouldn't
is.
double on a light hand on this auction, but
Yeah,
Kalita could have a light hand to come in as he did.
yeah. All right, so it does look like Gru is just going to play the hand for 9 tricks. He's not worried about overs. Each over trick, non-vulnerable, is only worth 100 anyway, so probably not
Yeah.
worthwhile to mess around.
Yeah, so he might lead a spade to the king at some point and, eventually be in dummy to do it again somehow. If he's still got the king of clubs in his hand, and I think he's pretty confident the ace of spades is on side again. Like, what is Klukowski doubling on? That's not completely insane.
Yeah, that's a good point. Um, but
I mean, he might not even need to, right? Kalito might win. I mean, Kalito, I guess, will win this and play a club. But I wonder, like, is there any chance at some point the defense would play a spade, or if Kalito gets in with the ace of hearts? I guess, sorry, he's getting with the ace of hearts now. I think, like, is there any chance of a forced spade play for the defense, like it's probably not.
Well, I think he's going to duck this because he wants to cut communication. Um,
Yeah, and obviously it turns out we can't stop Declare from getting to dummy with a 10 of diamonds. I guess West can keep ducking diamonds.
yeah. Yeah,
But yeah, if he
communication's a little
ducks,
bit
there's
awkward, but Declare's
yeah,
hand is just too good.
right.
So even though the diamonds kind of get stranded, the defense will either have to play clubs, giving Declare a hand entry, spades, giving Declare a hand entry, or. Alright, so Jack of Clubs comes back. This is, once again, kind of the simplest defense. If they keep forcing out clubs, then Declare actually never gets to score the King of Spades.
Yeah, so of course Declare like probably wants to lead a spade at some point, but his top priority obviously is to set up his diamond winners and guarantee at least 9 tricks.
Yeah, exactly. So he'll knock out the Diamond Ace, and then no matter what Klukowski does, he'll be able to eventually get back to the North Hand to cash the diamonds, take a heart finesse. And West at this point can see the writing on the wall. He knows about the Club King, or, probably suspects the Club King. Um, he'll have a count on the high cards. He also knows about the diamond length, so he's probably just going to think for a couple of minutes and then realize that the best plan is to just knock out the Club King, give Declare his 9 tricks, and then hold on to a club and the Ace of Spades at the end. So 550. I mean, if 3-no trump goes undoubled in the other room, which I think it very well might, although this could be a push, then the US will pick up a small swing, but still.
Yeah, so we're seeing in the BBO text chat, Martin Cantor, German expert, I think his name is Martin, yeah, saying he would have been inclined to pass on these cards and that the kibitzers are telling him that he's correct. And I think this is something that maybe is separating the world class East like Kalita from the average BBO kibitzer. Like, you can't afford to miss a vulnerable game playing against an aggressive pair like Rumos. You just can't.
Yeah, I totally agree.
You know.
And I think people are results merchants in general, so
That's 100%. Yeah, even plenty of experts are. But yeah, just passing. I am absolutely convinced is losing bridge on the East Hand, no matter how many times you go for 800. Like it just won't be as many as the times that you really need it to be acting.
all right. Guru plays the diamond to the 8. We'll just continue playing away on the diamond suit until West has to eventually win the ace. And yeah, I think the pause from Klukowski was just working out, can we actually beat this thing? And the answer is
How
just
bad
no.
is this for me? Yeah. Yeah, again, like just one of those things. No one did anything wrong. Just sometimes things come up that you have a bad result.
Right. Also, apologies, Craig. I hadn't had my earbuds plugged in, so I'm going to do that now. I don't know if you've had any feedback, but
No, other than when my Wi-Fi cut out, there was some feedback, but I think that was totally on my end. It sounds fine to me.
okay.
We're
Well,
told
either
we're
way, I may
asked
as
in the other
well
room.
do this just in case there is any problem. Klukowski
Alright,
once
so-
again, like reevaluating all of his decisions.
Yeah, I mean, but ultimately, like, he's going to win the ace now or on the next round of play club. He's deciding if there's any reason to, um, you know, either deny dummy that entry, or like possibly there's a miracle layout where giving dummy an entry is going to be good for him.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Matt says Hurd passed with the East cards in the other room, same spot, and no trump. Hurd decided to pass rather than overcalling. It does feel relatively close. I mean,
Yeah, I agree. I certainly agree with that.
and, again, these close decisions, I think you just don't worry about them. You pick something and go with it. But suggesting that, like, it's all, like if it's 55-45, it's always right to do the 55 action. That's just the way of
Well,
things. But I do get the sense that a lot of people present these types of problems as like,
yeah,
well,
all or nothing.
yeah, it's like an all or nothing thing, and rather than kind of looking a little deeper into what the expected number of imps gained or lost is for a specific
Well,
decision. And
but
these
there's
close,
also,
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
Well, there's also another consideration, which is there's a really big difference between a Gru 14 to 16 no trump and a Zimmerman Novosadski 15 to 17 no trump at first seat.
Yes, that is true too. Um, where obviously Gru could be shading a little bit, and I think that was
And
one of
this
the
14 16
reasons.
is different in and of itself, but yeah, Gru is different from whichever Swiss player sitting north in the other room. But I think Zimmerman and Novosadski are basically 15 to 17 or 14 plus 17, and that's a huge difference. Now, if you're East, you don't worry about missing a game nearly as much.
Right. Yeah.
So, so those like, kind of subtle differences of range really have a big effect on your expectancy if you're sitting there with a hand like Kalidas. Anyway, Klukowski, we've seen him kind of like play normal tempo most of the time and then occasionally really stop to work out a hand, like as he did in the 6-3 Heart Fit. And this is another one of those.
Yeah, I found all of the Swiss pairs to be relatively slow, and I think just game theory wise, if you're not going to get penalized all that much for. So he does work out the defense to hold Declare to 9 tricks here.
Uh-huh.
Now he's knocked out the Club King, so this will be 9 for Declare, cash 2 diamonds, take the Heart Hook, cash the King of Hearts, and Klukowski's hand will be high at that point. Um,
Yeah. And I hate to like bring up this issue again, but we've had some like polarizing opinions about tablets in the chat over the past week. And one thing about tablets is like there's no question directors are more willing to penalize bad teams than high level, especially high level sponsored teams. So taking the decision of assigning time penalties away from human beings, I think, is an enormous plus for the game.
yeah, I think that's true as well. Good point.
The tablets know all. They can just assign the penalty, without the director having to guess and hear player testimony and maybe have the view graph operator weigh in about who is taking time. Like, let's just, automate that particular process, I think is much fairer for everyone.
Yeah, okay. So we're coming down to the end of the play here, and there is going to be a big moment because Gru is going to lead a heart to the 10, and the distribution will be marked at the end of play. And this is where I think, as Craig had mentioned, like, how could Kalita have the ace of spades when Klukowski doubled? Because if Kalita has come down to the stiff ace of spades, Declara goes, oh, okay, he pitches a spade.
Yeah, but
Well, this takes
yeah,
away his ability to misguess. But he would have strip squeezed East in this spot if East still had the ace of spades,
I
and he
see.
could get an over trick if he exited a spade, but it would have jeopardized the contract and he would have gone down on this layout. So he does just take his 9 tricks. That's going to be 4 imps to the US. And, Switzerland have collected quite a nice set today. 33 to 11 to start things out. We're about halfway through. 7 boards to go. But the match is still close. Switzerland currently ahead by 16. Yeah, if only we can get VAR for
Yeah.
for
Yeah, right.
bridge.
And up by 22 in this segment, and the other table's keeping pace with this one, so that is the real number. So I suspect we'll see a strong no trump from East, and on this hand, I don't find bidding by South that attractive, but we'll see if Moss does. He'd obviously do really well, you know, hitting the 10 card spade fit, but he'll also probably do well if he passes because West will transfer and drop it, and North will be thrilled to defend.
Yeah, the
But
strong
first,
no
let's see
trump
if
from
Lita
East
obliges
makes
me.
a lot of sense.
Yeah, even one diamond guaranteeing length. One this just looks like a no trump hand.
Right.
One
And as you
diamond and two
say,
diamond doesn't seem great.
Moss not tempted at all to bid.
Yeah,
Klukowski
yeah. Here,
transfers to
there's no
hearts,
upside.
which is North suit.
Yeah, so North South missed their spade fit, but they're not really missing much in terms of trick taking expectancy, and they're doing pretty well against two hearts here at 100 a trick.
Yeah, North South don't quite have enough stuff to make a spade game. Losing just a trick in each suit. Can't get rid of all the clubs in South's hand.
Yeah, and I guess they could lead trumps, so you can rough two diamonds and just place a club's queen, club to the queen, so that you will take nine tricks fairly easily, but not 10. Importantly,
And how are East West doing in two hearts? Because we do see the Swiss pair in the other room did reach the spade game, and they do go down a trick. This diamond opening lead is, well, when North puts up the king, I think Declare is going to know about the diamond split. So there are four natural trump tricks in North's hand if he doesn't get end played out of them.
he'll know diamonds are 3-1, but not which way. But I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I
Probably
guess
Civ
Brew.
King, because leading for King 30 isn't that attractive, but you can't be sure.
Right. Gru just needs to be careful to start roughing diamonds when he can, and I think he will figure this out because he wants to avoid West's hand getting shortened by, say, spade roughs, and then he'll get end played out of some trump tricks later. But yeah, here comes a heart.
So we have a very different view on things. We were advocating pretty strongly for Kalita's bid on the last hand that the BBO chat doesn't like. And here, Kit Woolsey is saying Moss very conservative, not bidding with a 6 card spade suit.
Well, that's just
and
because
obviously,
he's Kit.
well, and he means on the second round when two hearts came back to him, which I sort of understand, but I feel like King 10-6 partner could make a double at any point. You're not missing a game, so there's just to me there's no real reason to bid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with a stiff heart and six spades, obviously you always want to give it a look, but here it doesn't seem that compelling. So Declare, maybe he's going to try to play a hearts and jack, hoping he can play a hearts and jack later if Moss had somehow split his honors. No reason to win the first round of hearts there.
No, and he just wants to keep communication as well. Even if it's King Doubleton, he does want to be able to pull a second round of trumps and maybe even a third round.
Right. So Moss now, probably doesn't know much about the deal. Much more about the deal than a trick one. No real reason to believe partner had a singleton diamond. Yeah, it's just shift to a club and hope for something like this where they can set up a club trick seems fine.
Yeah, this is going to be good defense and collect your side suit tricks before they potentially go away on diamonds, and now Declare is just going to lose 3 more hearts because, again, the only real issue is can Gru get end played out of a trump trick, and the answer is no, he's going to be able to ruff 2 rounds of diamonds whenever that happens, and he'll still have plenty of black suit cards to exit. So Moss can pitch maybe a neutral spade. Yeah, the 5 of spades, I like it. He does want to get that queen of clubs cashed, and then I guess just exit a diamond and wait for something good to happen.
I mean, Moss knows that Crew has something good in spades anyway, right? Because for one thing, Kalita might have played on them to try to pitch a club, depending on exactly. Well, I guess there are 4 clubs in dummy, but also just what are Kalita's high cards? I guess he could have stronger spades, but probably Crew has at least the queen or the jack. Otherwise Kalita would have a 16, a 17 count if he had both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Klukowski has now realized this is not great for him. Probably you duck this and maybe hope for an end play later, going up with the ace. Might just make the defense a lot easier.
I mean, I'm not sure it matters if you duck or win the ace, but yes, it does seem kind of irrelevant.
Yeah. Yeah.
North wins the 9, and I think Gru, based on Moss's kind of ambiguous spade signal, will work out what's going on and just cash that queen of clubs. But he is going to pause to think because he has kind of full information about the deal, so he does want to, again, make sure that he doesn't get end played out of some tricks. Alright, what does Kalita do from here? I imagine we ruff a spade and then exit a club. Or maybe we ruff a spade and lead a diamond.
Yeah, the roughing a spade part I think is pretty clear, right? He wants to shorten himself, both take a trick and, put himself in a better position to get Gruen played near the end.
Yeah, and given the 5-1 trump split, it's pretty likely that now, even if that singleton king wasn't marked at trick 1, it's going to be fairly obvious to declare that Gru's out of diamonds, so there's maybe some small chance that if we lead a diamond from the west hand, Gru, doesn't rough this trick, but I think that's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, spades could have been 5-5, but other than that, I think he's got a pretty good read.
Alright, there's a club to the queen. That's the 4th defensive trick. We're going to see probably a diamond ruff.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I mean, he is wondering maybe why Declare didn't rough a spade from dummy before exiting a club.
Yeah, there's the diamond ruff. It's just simple enough.
Yeah, yep, guarantees down 1.
So spade comes back. Declare can ruff, pull 1 round of trumps, but Gru's queen of hearts will be the 6th defensive trick. So 5 imps to the US. A little bit better judgment, maybe, given the horrible splits on this one. Board 27. So we got 6 boards to play left in the set. The other table's result is in a no trump making 3.
Seems like a lot of tricks. East-west, like maybe a heart lead, put up the 10, lead a spade, get the spades right, and now you're really off to the races here, but feels like under his own power, 9 tricks is not super likely.
Yeah, I imagine North will lead a spade. So that kind of gives Declare tempo and the timing to set up the spade suit. But of course, if North-South ever switch to diamonds, they're going to have plenty of tricks set up. So same auction, same contract. or I assume same auction. And Gru will just choose his fourth best lead.
So the player can take three spades now if he finesses against the nine. Three hearts is six, one diamond, and one club. So he's up to eight without working particularly hard. I am curious where the ninth one came from. Maybe South pitched a heart at some point.
I mean, Declare can set up the long club if the defense doesn't get diamonds going fast enough.
Right. But I would think they would. Anything like, if South's on lead, maybe a diamond isn't that attractive, like Queen Jack 4-3 deuce in the 10 on your right, so you shift to a heart. But North is going to be on lead, and I guess diamond shift isn't that attractive from that side either. Yeah, maybe North got in and just shifted to a heart. That seemed unreasonable.
All right, club to the queen, steal a club trick, now go back after the spades. So at this point, Declare has collected 8 tricks, and the defense will need to be a little bit careful about how they defend. Although, at this time... Oh, Gru might switch... He switches to the Diamond King. I was going to say Gru might switch to the Jack of Hearts here, which could give the hand away.
Yeah, and notice like that exiting that spade to Gru after playing club is totally safe. I think he knows where the king of spades is from the opening lead. He's not playing against robot singleton leads, so the king of clubs is going to be protected, and South has no quick entry.
Wait, I found the answer to the mystery. South discarded on the second spade. I forget that this is the thing which can happen in live bridge. So South gave his partner a signal for diamonds, and that's why the king of diamonds switch came. Good defense.
Oh, right, of course, yeah.
All right, 10 of hearts to the king. We now get to cash quite a few spades. 8 of spades covered. Good play by Gru to prevent the late dummy entry. So now the 7 of spades will have to be taken in Declare's hand. And he's just going to cash the 7 of spades, ace, queen of hearts, exit heart, hope that somehow his king of clubs scores, and Moss's hand will be high. So another 1-imp pickup for the US. Past 3 boards, there have been some small victories, bringing the match a little bit closer. 10 imps going back in the direction of the US squad, and that makes the match a 10-imp match.
Yeah, still, 48 and 5, so almost a full day. No, 32 and 5, so, yeah, like a little more than half a normal full day match to come, and, an 11-imp match. It's basically, functionally a tie. 10 imps after this board is in.
Kind of a cool little unblocking play of that Jack of Hearts from Gru at the end position. He really didn't want to get end played into leading away from that club ace. So,
and we're seeing the Poland China segment is played much faster. Well, I shouldn't say that. I assume that Alejandro was saying that segment is over, but possibly not. But Poland's ahead by 1. So at least 3 of these matches are extremely close. Italy was a 2-imp match. Poland China is now a 1-imp match.
Yeah, if only there was a way to watch the matches that are in the open event, right? That would be ideal.
Right.
But
we aren't watching a match in the opening event. What's your problem?
Yeah, sorry. I don't know what came over me. But yeah, short update on scores. Korea is still leading Argentina, although Argentina has fought back a little bit, but Argentina remains down by 32 in that match. Italy over Israel by 14, and Poland 1-imp lead over China. Obviously, we see the result of this match.
So, a couple of interesting decisions here. So, I think North, despite having an awkward hand, is right to overcall here because if his partner advances with 2 club stoppers, he's got a good hand for 3 no trump and passing might end the auction. Kalita maybe would have thought about penalizing 2 diamonds. If he can hit it for penalties, he does have 3 tricks in his hand and a partner who opened the bidding.
Yeah, and two diamonds doubled isn't game. So,
Right. Like it certainly doesn't look like they're making too many over tricks. So yeah. I mean, it turns out East West don't do great on defense since West's black suit honors are trapped between trapped under the North Hand. But I think against some players, you'd be tempted to go after it.
okay, well,
The
Moss
South
does
does
bid two
advance.
hearts.
Um, yeah, I mean, I like this advance. You do have 9 points. If you have a hard fit, you're in great shape. If you don't, probably you can just drop two no trump now, but that's got to be okay. If partner bid three no with some extras, he's going to be very happy. Your partner did bid red white at the two levels, so he has a sound hand.
God, Moss's hand is terrible. I mean,
And the queen of diamonds is nice. Partner usually has six.
yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering. Is Moss going to bid three diamonds here? Or past two now?
I, I thought I was wondering about three diamonds, but I think probably just pass. Like your hand doesn't really provide that much help with diamonds trumps, and two no is just a level lower if they both just play out as no trump hands. Yeah, this just pass. This is going to be a little bit of a struggle for North South on a club lead.
Yeah, which is almost marked from the auction. So, so we got two clubs. We got we're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, so let's just play it out, right? Let's say we duck the first trick, as I think we would.
Yes.
So they play another club. We play a heart, probably. Like, what else can we really do with trick two? The king wins. If we play a spade back to the 10, which feels kind of normal, we lead another heart. Now East wins. Like, this isn't so bad for us.
Yeah, so what you're saying is Declare needs to work out to play on hearts, which is not obvious. Um,
I mean, I don't think he's going to take eight tricks, but um, like yeah. So we play a heart of trick two. East ducks. We play a spade back to the 10. Like let's say West ducks this to preserve his entry. Play another heart. East wins and clears the club. Um, Now it's a little scary when we play a low diamond out of our hand toward the queen. That becomes an entry. Um, we can cash our heart. It, I don't know how many pitches that would be for West if he can. If West is forced, if West doesn't have enough pitches to get rid of all of his spades, we can cash the diamond and lead another spade and probably take seven tricks. Just not the end of the world.
I mean, I think a big problem here is like the honors are not marked in any way. West's opening bid is very limited. It's 11 to 14 in their system. So, a pretty narrow range.
Yeah, if he
But
wins the first one, which presumably means he's planning to duck the next one, or he's just well, no, if he's playing more for six clubs, he would duck it. I don't know. Yeah, so he goes after diamonds. That
okay,
seems
this is
fine too.
actually really nice for Declare if he now plays a spade because East had to duck that
Yeah,
diamond,
right.
and he does play a spade. Okay, well we have some hope. So now Klukowski thinking, and this long think from West. Gru's very good at reading table. He has good table feel, is the way to say it. This may work out well for him. So, how many tricks are we up to? We've got two diamonds, two clubs, two spades, and a heart. We'll lead a heart to the king, and then a spade back. And I guess East is getting end played, right? As long as Declare picks off the entire hand. Ooh, maybe not.
Yeah. So let's see.
I mean, heart to the king, spade
Could
back.
use.
Klukowski could fly ace, play the king of clubs, holding, and then switch to a heart, stripping declares heart, so that Kalita won't get end played with the ace of hearts later, and then Kalita can get out a club. Or a diamond, I guess, at that point.
Yeah, I was wondering if East might get Stepping Stone to give declare to access to the last Harding dummy at some point.
Oh, interesting point. And the answer to that is
The answer to that is
yes.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, the answer to that is yes. So Groot can make 2 no trump from here, and it's actually really important to do so because his teammates were down 2 and
Yeah.
2 clubs east west. If he can bring this contract home, that would be a 1 imp win, but going down would be a 5 imp loss.
Yeah, so they do manage to make it this match will be less than a red game swing, which is always a good position to be in. Like more than a red game swing is annoying because now you need a big board and some help instead of just like one good thing happening.
Now, alternatively, he could hope diamonds split. And how many tricks would that get him up to? It would get him up to 7 with the king queen. I mean, I think you still just play the 10 of hearts to the king here. And he does. Okay, but now that we've got this heart trick, I mean, Gru has thought about this before playing the 10 of hearts, but if diamonds are 3-3, he could just make it by playing on diamonds. He doesn't. He plays a spade.
Well, so here's a question. I don't know how elaborate their explanation on their card is, but classically in precision, you would have 6 clubs for this bid, or if you only have
Hmm.
5 clubs, that you had a 4 card major. And if you notice from the spot lead, depending on what they lead, that West does have 5 clubs, then he 100% knows that West has 4 spades. And therefore, once he doesn't think the diamonds are 5-1 because Kalita didn't double, he actually knows West's whole shape.
Yeah, good. Very good point. Yes, so he knows that the diamonds aren't splitting. Yeah, well done. Um, okay, so here comes a spade. So he does, as Craig says, he knows that West has a 4 card major, and because West is turned up with both the ace and queen of spades, it's spades. So
Yeah, so
West is 5
Kalita
4 2
did
2.
lead. Yeah, so I think Kalita did lead low from 3 small. I believe he had 6-5 deuce to start with. And many of the holes play second, fourth throughout, including low from double tens. Um, I wonder, like, this might be one of those pairs, but they might deviate in partner suit possibly, or they might just not play it that way. I'm not sure what their lead agreements are,
Yeah,
but yeah, he did start with 3 small clubs.
Al Hollander says in partner suit unsupported, it is third and fifth.
Uh, oh, interesting, because I see him talk with Martin Cantor, and he does yes from. Oh, I see him in partners unsupported suit, otherwise low from Doubletons. Got it. Yeah, I mean I've played second,
This
fourth
isn't
throughout,
good
including
enough
low from
anymore.
Doubletons.
He's gonna go
Um,
down.
is- he's going to. So what happened? He played a spade, won the king, I guess, and then what happened after that? I missed the next trick.
Well, the he exited a club because he needs to duck a club to
Oh, I see.
and so now Klukowski gets to pitch 2 spades as East pitches hearts. And then, as
Or
long as
taxing spades.
Klukowski takes his partner off of the diamond end play by exiting a heart rather than a club, um, Kalita won't get end played.
That is true. So could Mossa or could Grew have done anything to save himself from this? Would ducking the first club have helped?
Ducking the first club would have helped, yeah, certainly. Um, I mean, he kind of needed to put up the jack of clubs and dummy if that was going to be the plan, because otherwise it would cost him an entry to duck the first club. But yeah, ducking the first club would have helped. Um,
I see. So Kalita pitches another heart. Bobsky cashes the ace of hearts. They end play declare, and now Kalita is going to get the last two tricks with the king nine of diamonds.
yeah. Uh-oh. So 5 imps going the way of Switzerland.
Yeah, so a 15 imp lead.
I mean, maybe more if Gru tries to make this. He could exit the 10 of
He might
diamonds
exit
here.
the 10 of diamonds, yep. Play West for singleton 10 instead of singleton jack. Or, yeah, singleton 10 remaining, rather. No, he does get it right.
Yeah, so escapes for down 1, but still good defense from the Swiss East-West. And they earn themselves 5. We got 4 boards to go.
Maybe a little bit of a table talk before the next board comes up.
Yeah, a really interesting hand. I do wonder, I'm not going to spend a ton of time analyzing, but just for everyone else, I'm curious about whether or not Declare's only way to make it... Oh, so Declare can't actually make it double dummy from trick 1 after the club lead. Even putting up the jack of clubs and ducking is not good enough. The defense appears to have some sort of resource, but would take a little bit too long to figure this one out. TMS, if there's one more set after this, there is one more set and then one more set after that. So 2 more. 32 boards to play.
96 board match over 2 days. All right, so Gru now playing 2/1 can open a spade. Moss probably will just treat this as a simple raise, and I think Gru will just take that into game. But maybe he'll bid 3 hearts along the way just in case Moss can raise and there's a better heart fit.
All right, Moss decides to bid a no trump instead. Maybe treating this as a weak raise.
Yeah, if he's treating it as a preference type raise, I don't think North South are going to miss the game, but it's, maybe Gru bids 2 no now, though, thinking he has a 5-2 spade fit. Yep. I mean, so they did make the game at the other table. I mean, North South are not guaranteed to get to a game yet. I mean, Moss does have extras for his sequence. If he raises to 3 no, they might just end up playing it there.
Mm-hmm.
If he bids, it's dangerous to bid 3 spades because that's almost certainly going to end the auction. It's going to sound like a really horrible hand with 3 spades.
Well, it is. I mean, their 2 spade raise is constructive. So...
Oh, I see. So this is just kind of like the hand that kind of falls into the hole in their method, which is annoying.
Right. But it's kind of fine because at this point Moss just has a maximum. So he can bid 4 spades here.
He can, but doesn't his hand look like it might be suitable for 3 no trump?
I don't know. I mean, you got a singleton. Yeah, you have a bunch of queens, which are kind of no trumpy cards, but... Partner's 2 hearts doesn't promise heart stuff. It's just he's 5-4. Partner could have like ace-4 of hearts over there.
No, your partner has only shown 5-4-2-2. He hasn't really shown anything about his hand, but like, if his 2-2 includes some honors, maybe your minor suits become tricks. I don't know. I mean, he obviously gave it a look and then agreed with you that 4 spades is better, but it's not like it was an instantaneous 4 spades.
No.
I think there is something to think about.
No. All right, Kalita on lead, and I wonder what suit he'll pick. I mean, I could see arguments for anything. I guess either black suit. Leading away from the ace-4 of diamonds into the strong hand doesn't look right. So, a trump lead is sometimes attractive against these 2 suited auctions, but Kalita doesn't have good hearts, which makes the trump lead a little bit less effective a lot of the time. he goes with a club, and conventionally they lead second and fourth, so the nine of clubs is the normal spot card.
Yeah, this is not a false card from Queen Nine Third. It's just what they lead. I
Now
mean, so
this is
this
going to
obviously
make
is as
things,
friendly as it gets.
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, it's going to make things a lot easier for Declare. It might not be necessarily enough, but or enough to make him
No.
comfortable. But um,
Yeah. So, like, what's your plan here? Because obviously, your long-term plan is going to be to try to pitch three hearts away on those clubs and just just lose a club, a diamond, and a heart. Like obviously that's very double dummy. Um, I mean, I guess Crew probably does know the clubs are 3-3 from the lead. That nine is the highest outstanding spot. Basically has to be from three. I guess it could be from four because they would also make the same lead from honor nine fourth.
no, they would lead. I think they lead fourth.
Oh, they would lead fourth from honor nine fourth. They would lead second from four small. Yeah, so Crew does know that the clubs are 3-3.
I think it could be
So,
Queen Doubleton.
well, he might just lead the queen with that though.
True, true. Yeah, good
Like
point.
I think yes, in theory it could be, but like they that wouldn't be conventional. I think they just lead. You know, like I think they lead low from small doubletons, but high from big doubletons. But I don't know where big is defined. Like 10 doubleton, I would be almost positive leads low. Jack doubleton might even lead low. Queen doubleton, I bet does not.
I wonder if Klukowski's just going to let this trick hold. I mean, he can kind of see
Yeah,
that if he covers, Declare does get access to a lot of clubs, and it
yeah,
unblocks the suit for him.
yeah. Ducking his
Unfortunately,
entry denying play is. I mean, it sacrifices a club trick and gives up the contract that way, but it does shut out the long clubs.
yeah. So the defense will have four tricks, and Declare does still need to find a way to deal with these hearts in his own hand. Can't really rough all of them in the dummy. You just don't have the entries for it or the timing.
Yeah, as
Instead,
Kiss says, West. Sorry.
yeah, instead I think he's going to probably go after diamonds to at least get one discard and maybe set up the clubs along the way, which will, work in an unusual fashion. The defense is going to be forced to actually start tapping the dummy, which will yeah, okay. So the Jack of Clubs holds, and now I think Declare is in great shape. He's just going to work on the diamond suit, diamond to the king. Kalita wins.
Yeah, and as Kim points out, West almost certainly knows what's going on in clubs. The one of the nice things about the second fourth method it is a card like the nine is extremely revealing. Like the low ones can be a little ambiguous, but the middle and high ones are pretty clear.
Yeah. Four spades does make in the other room, so even if Gru happens to make 10 or 11 tricks, it's not going to be a large swing to the US, but 11 do seem possible from this position. And Lorian asks about how the US team sends a representative to this. Well, the method of selection for teams in every country is a little bit different. In Sweden, they actually picked a team by doing a trials to select the top three pairs. And so they did their trials in two parts. Ola and Mikael Rimstedt won the first session of the trials, so they became the number one pair for Sweden, and then the other two pairs were selected in a cross imp match pointy type event that was played. Whereas in the US, it's just straight up teams. We don't have some sort of pair distinction. We don't try and take the top three pairs. We have teams, and most of the teams that play in these things are sponsored. So all of them have sponsors, and that means that like we're generally not going to get the best three partnerships, but the U.S. Collection of pro players or really strong experts, world-class players, is very deep. So in general, like the difference between Gruen Moss, Hurd and Bathurst, Mexstroth, and whoever he plays with, Berkowitz or Zia, or whatnot. Is that on the bingo card? Is
Yeah, right.
Yes, that is on the bingo card. But we have a ton of partnerships that are all relatively close in caliber, and they're all very much world class. That
Right.
it's kind of hard to say which partnerships would be best if we wanted to select the top three.
Well, and the U.S. actually did pairs trials at one time, and part of the reason that they stopped was professionalism. But part of the reason they stopped is the best three pairs aren't necessarily the best team, and the best three pairs coming out of a pair event really aren't necessarily the best team.
Yeah. Um,
Pairs can be somewhat random. If you're doing like imps against the field to select the top three pairs, you are not necessarily going to get the three strongest pairs that played the event. So, that's potentially a real problem. The US, like, we may not send the absolute strongest team that this country could put together, but the trials, we've been doing it this way for, 25 plus years, and, we always send an extremely good team, whether or not it's the absolute best team we could put in the field.
I mean, it can never really be the best team that the U.S. could field because there will always be a sponsor.
Right.
But
there will usually be a sponsor.
That's true. There were moments in the past, like for example, the Cragnac, Demuy, Hurd, Wooldridge, and Bathurst and Dwyer, right? And again, maybe not the strongest partnerships at that time, but didn't they win bronze or something in that Bermuda
Yeah,
Bowl?
there was the year that team won. I think their sponsor, it may have been Fireman, somehow like couldn't play, but they played the trials anyway, shorthanded, and added Weinstein 11 after Weinstein 11 didn't win the trials. That was for Bali, and I think they did win bronze.
Yeah, okay, right. There is a requirement in the US, and this isn't true for every country, as we see Korea has a four-handed team, but in the US, we're required to send six for our teams.
That's a USBF rule.
Yes, that is a USBF rule. Well, ultimately, Declare ends up with 10 tricks here, because he wasn't able to pull trumps, the diamonds got stranded, and eventually now he just has to knock out the King of Hearts. So a push board. We got 3 to play.
Now, through Lorraine, I think like there you can substitute like a player, but I think generally you can't substitute wholesale. Like they don't want someone, entering like some event with a juggernaut and then like dishing those and like let's go to Argentina with my buddies.
Well,
So there are rules limiting substitutions,
I
or
think
or the other way around.
I mean, I think it's just all due to the national discretion of the ACBL or USBF,
Yeah,
I guess, in this case.
yeah. But I think the USBF specifically does not have a lot of flexibility on substitution to avoid people gaming the trials in some way. Like the other way, obviously, would be like you had some really strong pair for the mixed, and then they win the open, and you ditch them and add someone. But now you've won the mixed on a team that isn't actually representing the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And they try to arrange the scheduling of events so that these things can happen, but they also arrange the substitution rules to nix things like that. Anyway,
There was a result in the other room. I don't know if I want to see the auction. Oh boy.
No, but wasn't this one of the wasn't there a Burns Law violation on the bingo card at one point?
Is it on there today? Good question. Um, yes, it is on there today. Found it.
Um, yeah, I mean, obviously having a sponsor is worse than having no sponsor. Italy does have this tradition of non-playing sponsors like Lavazza who are willing to pay pairs just to be full-time players. Um, unfortunately, like U.S. sponsors like to play, and there's no way around that. But one reason that the Fleischer team and Nickel, when he was a little younger and um, playing in his best form, now he's close to 80 and not quite the player he was 20 years ago. Say like the best sponsors virtually always won the U.S. trials for that reason, even when there were strong all amateur teams. Putting a good sponsor at the table does make a huge difference over, their less skilled counterparts.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like if Fleischer and Zimmerman are making like, you know, two 5 imp mistakes per set each, then that's a huge difference as opposed to, some of the weaker sponsors that are making like 3 or 4 12 or 13 imp mistakes per set.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think that I don't know. I mean, obviously, like sponsorship has been controversial, especially when we're talking the world championship level, like buying a world championship, and it can feel a little grubby. But I think one reason why modern bridge is as strong as it is that so many good players are paid to just think about bridge full time. So, like the developments in system over the last couple of decades, where like that had been kind of moribund for a very long time, that comes out of professionalism that people can devote their lives to working on these things. The advances in defensive play, you were saying yesterday, card play is so much better than it was in the 80s. That's the good side of professionalism that people can develop these really superior methods where when you got up and went to a job and played 3 NABCs a year and just sat down and filled out a card, you weren't making these advances.
Right. Okay, well, 3-0 Trump in the East. So in the other room, it looks like there was a little bit of confusion about what West had shown in the
A
auction.
little bit.
Just I mean, it was only like a 2 card confusion, but yes, I feel like they were on their way to potentially, well, at least a diamond game, but possibly a diamond slam, and end up signing
I
off in
see.
5 clubs, which honestly might have worked out okay on some layouts of the cards, but this was not one of them with the 5-2 club split. So 2 down.
The
Switzerland.
Raptors partnership is relatively new, so 4 clubs as like a green clubs by implication would not be what it means in a lot of partnerships, and obviously they disagreed about what it meant here.
Yeah. Whereas Kalita
Anyway,
Kwiatkowski, playing kind of the strong club or Polish club system, had a much easier time showing their hands at a lower level. East not having to jump shift to 3 diamonds to show his hand.
yeah, I'm wondering. I would have thought that One Heart was Kokish, but possibly it was, and 2 clubs was just breaking the chain to show that he had a maximum one diamond bid.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, like, 2 Hearts was alerted. I wonder if that showed hearts and diamonds or something.
Moss
I don't
leads
know.
the 4 of clubs, and this is just going to give Declare his 9th trick immediately. 4 diamonds, 1 club, 2 hearts, and 2 spades after knocking out the king. So,
Yeah, and a heart lead would have been a little more annoying, but, given that East has a strong 5 card suit, nothing was going to give him too much trouble.
no.
Maybe you lead a diamond to the queen and take a spade finesse, like, just in case you're getting very lucky in that suit. Or a diamond to the 10, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems reasonable. I mean, it looks like Declare does have enough time to actually set up the clubs, so he'll probably play a diamond to the jack and try the king of clubs or something.
Mm. I guess
And
that's true. The club is going to guarantee his ninth trick, and if they split, possibly even a 10th.
right. I'm going to step out for just a second. My food has showed up, which is perfect timing.
Oh,
So
nice.
I'll be back.
All right, so probably not a ton of points of interest in this hand. Yes, I've never heard of this, Eric, but I like this Latvian idea of doing a pairs trials, but not having the randomness of a pairs field affect the results too much. Like, one problem with the pairs trials is if you have a couple of weak pairs, it can really, skew all the results. Like if some pair just gets a couple of windfalls against a pair that doesn't really belong in the trials, they could find themselves selected even when they don't deserve to be. The U.S. did pairs trials in the 60s, and I think there was qualification, but the qualification was winning or maybe making the very late rounds of national knockouts or winning match point games. And obviously, like, that's bad because what do match point players necessarily know about imps, right? And
True.
there was
Prime
a
example
time,
of that right here. I know nothing about
right?
imps.
Well, there was also a time that the U.S. trials was if you won the Spingold Vanderbilt or Reisinger, you got in, and then the pair with the most points accumulated by non-winning finishes in those was the fourth team for the trials, which was like kind of, on the one hand, you sort of get the teams that had been in best form over that year. It's also a little ridiculous.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
I
not
mean,
a lot
there
of
is a
points of
big
interest in this
distinction.
hand. So I was getting back to that topic.
Yeah, there is just a big difference in match points versus imps.
Oh, and that's cool that France did a Paris trials, but like brought in some ringers to strengthen the field. I think that's cool.
Jeffrey
And that
asks,
also obviously
do
gives you. Yeah.
do we see any future where sponsorship of tournaments might provide the money to support professionalism in bridge, as is the case in other sports, like, for example, chess, I'm sure, and maybe Go or
Mhm.
other tournaments of that type? My
I mean, like Magic the Gathering, probably. I assume Wizards of the Coast, sponsors those.
Yeah, they do. Um, like it has to be profitable for the organizations to sponsor the tournament, right? Like so they need a way or they need a mechanism where sponsoring the tournament is going to somehow earn them money. It's all about money. The entire world is capitalist. I know other than the countries which aren't. But
I mean, these events are expensive to run. Let's be fair.
so if they were to front some sort of like prize pool for the tournament, which I guess would be the way that you would attract professional players so that you can support full-time pros because, if you're not paying them a salary, they need to have some way to actually make money, then that adds an extra expense. So like what's the bonus that they get from doing that? I mean, my belief is that the whole streaming and broadcasting, that if they can get exciting commentators to do or to you know show off some of these events, then that's kind of the main way that um, they would be able to. Wow, this has not gone well for the defense. I'm just gonna say, uh, 460, 11 tricks.
Yeah,
That's quite a
yes.
lot.
If you could bring in viewership revenue, that gives you a lot of flexibility in how much money you can spend on tournament things, including prize pools.
Yeah, and one thing is that there is quite a lot of interest in viewing bridge. Like, sure, I have a small
Right.
channel. There's not a lot of people who watch this channel, but there are thousands of people who are tuned in right now. Like, I'm going to step out for just a second from this table. Okay, where are we, Grumos?
Oh yeah, just see how many people are kibitzing the various BBO tables.
Yeah, so we have
I mean, like,
2,900 kibitzers on this table. In total, we have about, several thousand on here. But if anyone's familiar with like the French broadcasts of some of these events, France has a Twitch channel, or the French bridge community has a Twitch channel, and they'll have thousands of viewers for just a run of the mill like tournament that's being held in Europe where France is playing. And so they'll follow their team and they get like really energetic broadcasters to commentate the event. And I I've watched a little bit of their stuff. I mean, I'm not fluent in French or anything, but they do a great job of showing this stuff
cool.
off. And anyway, I think that's kind of a big way that bridge could work, but it's no one seems interested. None of these bridge organizations seem interested in adopting new technologies to try and improve the experience. They're just kind of like, well, things have been going pretty great for us for the past 100 years. Let's just continue as we are. And they're losing out on opportunities.
Yeah, so one of my theories, and I guess maybe I'll defer this until the break since it's coming up in two boards, but I have a thought on this particular issue. Wow, so meanwhile, Switzerland, after a bit of a lull over a few boards where just a handful of imps changed hands, getting back to clobbering the Americans here.
Yeah, it's not a good sign. Is 3-no making on this hand?
Is 3-no making on this hand?
Looks like the answer is no. And
Yeah,
it looks like
two tricks in, and East is just going to get in with the King of Hearts and Castle Clubs. Yeah, I think, Matthew, to some extent, I think that reflects that bridge players, streaming requires a certain personality and wanting to, like, be out there and in front of the public and all that, like, promoting bridge. And a lot of bridge players are, somewhat shy and awkward in some way. So, like, Gavin's a really good people person and Gavin's a great streamer. Like, Rob Barrington, who's a good but not top-class bridge player, has a really good personality for this stuff and is a great bridge promoter. But, like, you think of, like, imagine Jeff Mextreth on stream, right? Like, no one's gonna watch that. Even though people would love to watch his bridge, like, being an engaging streamer and a great player don't necessarily, overlap that often.
yeah, for sure. And that's kind of the main point here. So oddly enough, Gru is going to win 3 imps for getting to the superior contract going down. 3-no down 2, picks up 3. Vulnerable.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, right.
Last board is set.
Yeah, it's a real triumph for the Americans there. Yeah, and, I can tell you, like, when I speak with, good as well as really top level players, like, everyone despairs of the state of bridge and no one really knows what to do about it. Like, promoting bridge to people who already know the game isn't that hard. Promoting bridge to people who don't is extremely difficult. The organizations don't make it any easier for themselves by their flailing efforts to do it, but it's hard.
Yeah, Jeffrey said there was a lot of televised bridge in the UK in the 80s, which was somewhat popular.
Yeah.
I think the game itself was a bit more popular at that time period as well. Like, people were just playing it at home. There were far fewer, like, video games, so families would kind of learn the game of bridge, and that's why a lot of the people who are older nowadays, like, are familiar with the game and go to their clubs to play in their retirement, but not many younger people are learning it because there's just like so many other things that they can be doing. You need to create an incentive that like sitting down and playing a game of cards is fun, exciting, fast-paced, invigorating, and I just don't see any of those things in the game of bridge. Like, I'm very passionate about it. I think the game is super cool. There's a lot of fun little puzzles to solve. That's why I love the game. But that's not... There isn't like a way to present this without getting really into the weeds about what is exciting. Like, I love the game because there are super cool squeezes and end positions and stuff like that, and you can't teach that to someone in 5 minutes. Um,
Yeah, well, one of the things about Bridge that I think possibly could help its popularity, but doesn't seem to have been, played up that much by organizations promoting it is a social activity. Like chess is much more popular, but chess is somewhat antisocial. You only need one other person to play. Like Bridge, you need a group, and like people are always looking for group activities.
Jeffrey says this is the best social game there is. I think that's wildly biased and completely inaccurate. Like, there's a ton of board games that are very social.
Right.
There's a ton of party games that are very social. Like, at at a college, do you think it's more enjoyable to play this sort of game or to play like some sort of drinking game like King's Cup or to play Cards Against Humanity or I mean even Code Names. Like Code Names is a pretty popular game nowadays, which is word association. It's
Yeah,
social.
yeah, I played it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so I live in I'm in my 50s, but I live in a fairly young neighborhood of Brooklyn. And there's a neighborhood Discord that I'm on. And twice a week, there's a board game meetup. And, like, it's not like it's super well attended, but they'll get as many as, like, 15 or 20 people. Um, so, like, these are kind of like young, hipstery people who are super into board games because board games are just a real thing now. So there's certainly, as you say, there's an appetite for games playing, no question. Um, but there doesn't seem to be much of an appetite for learning to play card games.
No, and like there are some card games, of course. Like The Crew, for example, is a pretty good card game that came out a couple of years back during the pandemic, and they
So
made
I
a
mean, I
sequel.
mean, I mean standard deck card games specifically.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. There's not. What are some other card games? I'm
I mean,
having a
look,
hard time.
all the nerds I know are obsessed with Hanabi.
Yes, okay, fine, fair. Again, not a standard deck card game, but like I guess Euchre
Right.
would be another standard
Yeah.
deck card game.
Like one thing that I find depressing is everyone knows how to play hearts, and it's not that hard to move from hearts to bridge, but very few people do.
Liqueur
Like once you know
says
the
number of houses that own a pack of cards has gone down. That's an interesting point. Yeah, I think a lot
yeah,
of
it's
people.
possible.
It's just like there were so many fewer things to do in the 70s and 80s than there are
Right.
today.
Right.
Um,
You had three TV channels and you had books.
right, yeah, and like you would have the radio, and there just weren't a ton of board games. There weren't like video games really. There
Right.
weren't computer games. There's just such
No
a wider
no
variety of
VCRs.
things that can happen.
Yeah. Yeah, like there were no VCRs or DVD players, so if you wanted to watch video entertainment, it was whatever was on one of three channels, or if you lived in a different country, possibly whatever was on one of one channel. So yeah, so
Okay.
like those kinds of activities were much more attractive when the alternative was like sit and stare at the walls.
Yeah, so a very interesting hand in front of us. I don't want to get too deep in this rabbit
Yeah,
hole,
yeah,
but
yeah.
this is only the last hand of the set. We can pick up this discussion. But four hearts went down in the other room, and obviously, if Declare had a ton of entries to dummy, they could pick up everything. But the West hand was so barren of entries that Declare kind of had to lead a low heart out of hand earlier in the play. And with Moss ducking from the King Doubleton, Kalita may well get this guess wrong in the trump suit. This club switch from Gru might look a little bit suspicious. So I wonder if Kalita is going to fly the King of Clubs here, or if he is going to duck the club trick. If he ducks, the contract immediately goes down one, and this would be good defense for the US. If he hops King, he then has the ability to cross in diamonds, planning to take a heart finesse, which also would set him on the path to down one.
Yeah. How did the defense go at the other table where they did beat the trick?
In the other room, South led the jack of clubs at trick one, so this kind of blew
I
up the
think.
club suit. But once again, Declare only has one entry to dummy. Decided to use that entry to run the ten of hearts. And now that dummy was
Reasonable.
entryless again, there was no way for Declare to get back and take another heart finesse. So the queen of hearts scored. Tuner Sam says, one big thing that puts people off of bridge is the learning curve. That is exactly right. In
Yeah.
England, the standard teaching program is 2 years from starting to be able to play in a full club. So it takes 2 years to get someone up to the point where they're able to play in a full club of duplicate bridge. I mean, that just seems like an enormously long amount of time and probably a little bit too slow. But
I so my rule is if you know how to play a trick taking game like Hearts, I can at least teach you to not violate the rules of bridge in a couple of hours, maybe like 3-ish hours. Like, yeah, like you're not gonna know conventions or whatever, of course, but you can like sit around and bid without violating the rules and, learn a couple of things about hand evaluation. Like, you can count your points and learn the order of the suits. I mean, I think a standard lesson course in the US is like, 10 weeks, 2 hours a week from zero to playing in a novice game.
yeah, I think it does depend on your previous knowledge of card games, but
Right.
also on just like how interested you are in like spending time to learn the game. Because I mean, a bunch of people have mentioned it really is just this big barrier to entry, the hump that you need to get over to like be able to sit down and play an actual game is quite large for a lot of people, and even from there, it's probably not that fun to just learn the rules to be able to execute stuff. Like the enjoyment that I get from the game, and I think a lot of other players, is like being able to actually work out the problems. And that takes like a decent amount of experience as well as like a decent amount of like analysis and thinking and studying and working on like math problems to figure out percentages and that sort of thing. And so it really is a big investment until you get to the point where you can actually, I don't know, get enjoyment out of the game, I think.
Yeah, like going from sort of like knowing how the rules work to expertise takes, or even like quasi expertise, like being able to play in like a Flight B or Flight C game and expect to break average. Like that's a pretty big leap. But what you going from I know how a trick taking game like Hearts, Spades, Euchre, whatever works to like knowing enough about bridge, let's say to kip into this match and like catch some of what's happening, that leap isn't that hard. But very few people make that leap.
Yeah. Okay, well, we do see a push board, so Declare, I guess, as in the other room, just isn't able to do everything and guess all of the suits. So Switzerland up by 23 over the US. And let's pull up the standings for
Yeah.
all of the
Yeah, see what's
events
happening.
in the Open. Poland is now up 20 over China. They had a huge fourth segment, winning 48-4. So they have a big lead. Switzerland over US. Looks like we have a little bit of a score correction. So Switzerland up by 22. Israel over Italy, the lowest scoring match of the open section. 11 imps in favor of Italy, and Korea still maintaining their lead over Argentina, although it has slipped a little bit. They're now ahead by only 26. In the women's, we have, oh my god, USA is demolishing Hong Kong. We may well see a concession in that match. 226 to 80.
Whoa.
Sweden over Norway, almost doubling up their score, so Sweden's doing quite well. Turkey and Italy. Turkey is up by 20. China over England, but England likes to make these third or fourth quarter comebacks, so we'll keep an eye on that one. In the seniors, we have USA is actually falling behind. They're the 1 seed coming out of the round robin. They're only backed by 15 imps with 2 segments to play. I feel like the sponsor for the USA team is probably going to be out at this point, which is probably good news for them, but they have a bit of work to do. France over Israel. France ahead by 70 in that match. India over China by 82. And then Sweden and Germany is very close in the seniors, only 2 imp difference, with Sweden eking out Germany through 4. Finally, in the mixed, Poland over Norway by 30 with 32 boards to go. Italy and Israel have a close match. Italy currently up by 11. Germany over France. They do still look to be one of the stronger teams in the mixed event. They're ahead by 39. And then China holding on to an 18 imp lead over the USA. But again, I think the USA sponsor is going to be out for the remainder of that match. So USA has a definite chance to make the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, certainly none of those matches. Germany is obviously in a very good position, but none of those matches are at all out of reach for the underdogs. Or, not underdogs, but trailing teams.
Okay, now the
Um,
main event. So here is here is the thing, and I will pull up. Oh, let me pull this up in a separate window, and I will, because Morden
yeah,
didn't put the thing into a
into a hand diagram.
yeah, into a hand diagram,
Yeah,
but I
and
will do a better
so why
job
don't
of
you?
this.
So for those who maybe missed the opening of the broadcast, why don't you fill people in on what the hand and controversy are, and then you can get into the analysis.
Well, I do also want to eat, so I'm probably going to let you talk for a little bit about it, but I'm going
Got
to
it.
show the hand and the auction on screen if I can manage to do both of these things. Yeah, hold up. Um,
Okay. And I'll buy you a little time because I did want to make one, probably not final, but at least one continuing comment on the sponsorship and tournament mechanics discussion, which is so I'm sure I told you this, Rob. One of the things that I had thought might happen that didn't actually pan out was um, so European tournaments, I think, tend to be a little different from the US ones, maybe because of geography that, the travel, like, once you're traveling in the US, these like 10-day, Bridgepaloozas maybe become a thing since the travel is so much more distant. I think like some of the European congresses are just shorter. But, the US Nationals, like, historically, there are these big, like, convention style tournaments where, like, thousands of people come and sure like a couple hundred enter the spin gold or Vanderbilt or top 3-day pair games, but hundreds or in the old days thousands of people like seniors in their RVs and whatever to come and play like gold rush pairs, which are like kind of limited events for weaker players. And one of the reasons that I think tournaments in the US are struggling and entry fees rising is the expert players, the ones whose lives are devoted to bridge, whether it's on a professional amateur basis, still all show up. But the tournaments used to be subsidized by the people who would come and play in the weaker events, just come and play regional pair games at a national tournament, play lower level events, but fill hotel rooms, help the ACBL meet its room mandate, buy enough entry fees to pay the directors and, all of these things, like all the money that was flowing in, most of it didn't come from the top events. Most of it came from the weaker players that showed up, to play kind of more socially. And as those, and that group skews older, which means they're skewing either passing away or too old to travel regularly, whether it's for financial or health reasons. So I thought that one very likely development would be that some private organization, like backed by, your Nichols, Fleischer, Zimmermans, the really wealthy sponsors, would like license or buy the rights to run the Vanderbilt, Spin Gold, whatever, run those along the lines of the European as, a world championship, like still open entry because it's still the same event, but like standalone top level tournaments for experts. And then the convention style NABC would just, wither away and die. Because, like, if you're, Pierre Zimmerman or Marty Fleischer or any one of dozens of other sponsors that want to play in these top events, it's really important for you to have those events continue. And one way they could continue would be on their own, smaller, not needing to guarantee gigantic blocks of hotel space, which is one reason why the ACBL is hemorrhaging money, that they've got these hotel contracts in place and they can't meet their obligation to fill the rooms. But if it's just like, all right, you know what, we're just going to have 50 teams, it'll be small, we'll run it like, sort of somewhere between the USBF and the Europeans in size, behind screens, like run it like a top level tournament. I think there would be the same demand that there is at the NABC. It would be easier to stage. And I would have thought that there were wealthy sponsors who cared enough about those events just to put the money together to do that. And maybe they still will since the NABCs are still running. But so far, that hasn't been um, a thing yet. But, who knows? Um, yeah.
Yeah, JL's
Anyway,
idea is to find a billionaire who wants to invest in bridge. I mean, that would be great, but all the
right. And it
sponsors are
can be for
Jewish.
it can be for self-interested reasons. I don't think Zimmerman is Jewish, despite the Jewish-sounding name. Um, yeah, I mean, it can be for self-serving reasons. Like, yeah, like Marty Fleischer obviously isn't putting up a cent because he's basically just a walking Jewish stereotype. But
Yeah.
um, no, I mean, a little bit. I should say I kid and I like Marty very much, and over the years, he's been extraordinarily generous to me, with no expectation of reciprocation. So, um, like I have a really high opinion of him, but he is famously frugal.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Anyway,
here is the hand. So,
rant over. Perfect timing.
yeah, well, I mean, I have the hand diagram and we'll, oh, chat can't see it be seen on the
Yeah,
screen.
the thing about
This is fine. I'm only going to show the hand diagram for a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
We'll get back to this because there's some people weighing in on the chat about the billionaire thing.
yeah. So here was the hand in question. This was from the round of 16 match between Denmark and the USA. North-South are Gru and Moss. Moss is sitting south, Gru is sitting north. And East-West are Kano and Asgard for Denmark. And I forget who's sitting. I think Asgard is west. I'm not sure. But so Gru preempts 3 diamonds. And the colors are hold please. The colors are, I think,
Well, he was
favorable.
definitely white. I was gonna say they were definitely white because of how much psyching and bidding they did. I think the opponents were red, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, East-West were definitely vulnerable, and North-South were not vulnerable. So 3 diamonds by North, and it comes past to Brad Moss in the South, who sees his partner preempt, sees the vulnerability. He knows the opponents have a game, so he decides to try and psych 3 hearts. Double on his left by.
By the way, interesting choice of psych by South because he doesn't necessarily want to psych East West out of a heart contract.
No, but so 3 hearts by South, double by West, like values. Pass, 3 no trump. Okay? Double by West. 4
And by the way, at
diamonds
this
by North.
point, I should say when South bids 3 no Trump, obviously East and West did not suspect a psych, but they should have.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of on board with the psych. Oh, Vikitsa says 3 hearts is conventional. I see.
Oh, I see. Okay.
then I don't know what's going on. Uncover the
Yeah, pretty
chat.
much.
Fine, fine. I will uncover the chat, but this is going to make displaying the hand a little bit complicated. Um, Here, does this work? No, this doesn't work. Let me move it up here. Does this work? Yes, this works. Great. Okay, chat is uncovered. And here, we have the hand on screen, we have the auction. So 3 diamonds, 3 hearts is conventional by South. I have their card open. Okay, give me a second.
It might be in Build His Post also.
It might be, but I don't think he did a very good job of describing what was going on. That's why I'd rather look at their convention card.
Yeah, seething with rage is never a great mindset to write a Bridgewinner's Post in.
Okay, so 3 hearts was a relay to 3 spades from South, and presumably is going to show a variety of hand types.
Sure. Okay.
Fine. So double by West, pass, 3 no trump, double. North pulled to 4 diamonds. East doubles 4 diamonds to finally show some values. West bids 5 diamonds, because West obviously is thinking their hand has a slam. East now finally shows their natural suit by bidding 5 hearts. West bids 5 no, pick a slam. East bids 6 clubs, picking the slam, and West bids 6 spades, which is like this sort of an auction just doesn't make any sense from West, right? Like, if West wanted to bid 6 spades, West could have bid 6 spades over 5 hearts. West could have bid 6 spades over the double. They got no new information from their partner in terms of like their partner having spades beyond the double of 4 diamonds. So if West really wanted to put this hand in spades, West could have done so earlier. In fact, all of the information that they found out over the course of this auction is that their partner doesn't have spades. So I could imagine if West had a hand that was really like ace, king, queen, jack, 7th of spades or something, fine. You were always planning to put this hand in spades. Maybe you're looking for a grand slam or something. I would get that. But with this actual West hand, West has no idea if partner has spades, and the fact that East bid hearts and clubs, kind of suggests that East doesn't have spades.
Yeah. West knows 2 things about his partner's hand: that he has some length in hearts and some length in clubs.
Exactly. And so the 6 spade bid, I mean, on the surface is already just ridiculous. And now we can kind of think about this from an unauthorized information perspective. So now let's head over to the thread that was created on the board. And I guess I can actually leave this hand diagram up as we scroll through. So here we go. So the thread says, by Morten Bilda, yesterday I played in a knockout of the World Bridge Games in Buenos Aires. My partner was a talented young player playing in his first World Championship. So this was not at his table. This did not happen at his table. I went back to look at who was playing who, and this was not at his table.
Okay.
Our opponents, a very experienced international pair, were playing some, for us, unusual methods, and in board 3, my young partner asked about a bid. His screenmate called the TD to ask if he really had to explain the bid. I honestly don't see what's wrong with this, but Morten never makes any follow-up comments on this statement. So he's bringing this up because he feels like he was already kind of unjustly delivered some sort of like ruling by the committee that, he feels like the USA team was acting slimy.
And I will say my experience with Gruen Moss is, if anything, they over-explain their methods. If this really happened, then there was something exceptional that Bilda is not saying here.
Well, that's the thing. This was not describing Gruen Moss, who are the perpetrators of...
describing... Okay.
This is someone else, okay. And, the fact that he doesn't elaborate on this is, very confusing to me. But anyway, so, he's bringing this up because he wants to instill a sense that he believes the U.S. team was acting unethically. And
Right.
this is just like a blanket statement about the U.S. team, which, like, look, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I can't comment on it, but with him not explaining further, it just feels like he's angry and venting about the entire thing. This did not make it easier for my partner, who did not understand the problem and felt uncomfortable about the situation. In a later session, our teammates played East-West against the same pair. Okay, so this was Gruen Moss, in fact. I see. So his teammates played against the same pair, Gruen Moss, and then we have the hand in question, which we see. And here's the auction, and there are alerts. So 3 diamonds, 3 hearts, explained as a transfer to 3 spades, could be different hand types. Double, pass, 3 no. Explained as a suggestion to play no trump to play if North has a good diamond suit. Fair enough. So Brad South psyched this auction. Once again, he knows the opponents are cold for a game and possibly a slam.
Right.
Opposite his partner's preempt. So double, 4 diamonds, double, pass, 5 diamonds. By West, pass 5 hearts, pass 5 no. Point number 3. Unclear to East if this was pick a slam or a key card ask. What? A key card ask in what? You haven't bid any suits yet. Oh, key card
Well,
ask
it
in
may.
hearts?
I wonder, like, maybe what is the key card ask? He means asking East to show specific aces.
I
Like
guess.
if West had a 6 no playable hand opposite any response, maybe that's a possible thing you could do.
Got it.
I don't know. I mean, it sounds so bizarre. I'm just trying to theorize.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know what this means, but, you know, regardless, I mean, it just... We'll get to the main point. So after a minute 24 seconds, the 6 club bid happened. And they were playing on tablets, which I didn't know that, but I guess they were. So this was easy to verify.
They bid on tablets at every table.
Got it. Yeah, so a minute and 24 seconds for East over here to bid 6 clubs over 5 no trump. Fine. Now he goes on to say, after the contract made, South was very angry with East-West and called the director, claiming there was unauthorized information, long pause after 5 no trump. Now, I would say in an ideal world, this might be slightly poor procedure from South, because in an ideal world, you want to establish the hesitation, you know, early, and then if there actually needs to be an adjustment, then you can call back. I actually don't know if this happened because it's not mentioned in the post.
Yeah,
But
I also wonder, bidding on tablets where you never need to, like, dispute whether there was a break in tempo, the procedure may be different.
yeah, but I was going to say, okay, so that's a very good point that you actually probably don't need to because the break in tempo is established from the tablets. But
And you can also give unauthorized information by calling the director mid-auction. Like, I think tablets recording it and then sorting it out after play concludes is a much better way to do it than calling the director mid-hand.
yeah, so the thing that I do want to bring up though is that, like, Brad Moss probably doesn't expect his world-class opponents to be taking blatant advantage of UI. So he doesn't really see a reason to call the director until he sees the final hand that West holds for the, for the 6 spade bid. Like, if West turned up with 7 spades, 7 solid spades, Brad wouldn't have called the director. He would have been like, okay, fine,
Yeah.
West did something, the
I
contract,
don't know. I
like,
don't know exactly what's going on, but it's all totally reasonable. Yeah.
yeah. It's like, obviously West would have had no reason to believe that hearts or clubs would be a better spot if West was like 7-2-2-2, Like,
Right. Then he really was looking around for 7, kind of like, making every available force he had before finally giving up, and it would all just be totally above board.
yeah, exactly. So, the fact that South waited until after the hand to call the director, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I would do that in live games as well when, It's like
Yeah.
that often I will try and identify and be like, hey, there was a bit of a break in tempo, not saying anything, just like we'll play the hand out and we'll
Right.
see if an adjustment needs to be made. And like 95% of the time, no adjustment needs to be made. But every once in a while, the player has clearly taken advantage of UI, you get the director involved after the hand.
And
Okay.
very important to remember, it is not an accusation. It is just an acknowledgement that there was, something that the rules may have been designed to address.
Yeah. Let me make the text a little bit bigger so that people can see better. There we go. Because South was so upset, the TD could not establish facts, which I don't even know what this means. And the TD said he would return when South had calmed down. Okay, fair enough. Brad was very animated about this, and like I understand being very animated because it, like, once he sees West's hand, I think it's very clear that West has taken, blatant advantage of UI. So, and maybe he's pissed off because he had a bit more respect for this player. This was also very pleasant for our players, especially East was very shaken when they had to play the next board. When the
It's
TD
also
returned,
possible. Sorry.
yeah, I'm just going to keep
Brad may
going.
have been.
If you have something to
sorry.
comment, go ahead.
I was going to. Brad also may have been upset because of this incident earlier with the director. That may have been a little testier than Builda. The Builda summary makes it sound. So, like, there could have been a little at the table history that had Brad agitated as well.
Yeah. When the TD returned, he decided that the pause of a minute 24 was enough to change the score to 6 clubs down 2, deciding the match. I feel that North-South, after making 2 cycles of conventional calls, were very wrong to call the TD and claim UI because West was thinking for a minute and 24 seconds over 5 no. East, I think, was the one that was thinking for a minute 24 seconds over 5 no. East is the one who bid 6 clubs. Not even Gear Helgamo or Joe Grew, both very quick and sharp, would be able to work out exactly what was going on after 5 no trump in less than 20 seconds. Fine. I mean, I'm not sure why this is relevant. Yes,
It isn't.
it is a point that, like, East is allowed to take some time to think about what's going on. I mean, if his argument is that as West has unilaterally decided to make an illogical action, I don't know. I mean, like, why is that guy playing on your team? if you think that West bidding is normal, opposite a hand that shows hearts and clubs. Okay, just for the record, I have no problem with people psyching. I think it is an important part of the game, and I frequently psych. I believe you. Overall, I'm very unhappy with the behavior of our opponents in these situations. This is exactly how bridge should not be played, and I would love to see more top players behaving as role models. Yeah, maybe start with your team.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of post that, like, 3 days from now he's going to delete and possibly delete his Bridge Winners account because I think every comment is going to be explaining just how wrong everything he just said was.
Yeah, we'll look at the comments in a second. The WBF states over and over that good behavior towards opponents and partner is essential for the WBF, and that bad behavior will not be tolerated in any way. I have recently spent a lot of time and money arranging international events in my home country in the hope that it can help promoting our game to new players. That sounds great. I appreciate that. Should there be any new international events coming up in Denmark, I hope that the NBOs will consider who they are sending to represent their country so that I and all the other volunteers can be proud of helping to arrange these events. Obviously, my feeling right now is that this international pair would not fit the bill. I am aware, and I respect, that there will be plenty of different views on this matter, but mine should now be very clear. Finally, I would like to recommend the WBT events where the participants, WBF events, where the participants and TVs try to play a
WBT
game.
is World Bridge Tour.
Okay. Try to play a game with a minimum number of TD calls. I've played in most of them, and I think the organizers have succeeded in creating events that are much more fun to play in while still being tough competitions. Like, look, I mean, I think Brad calls the director more than a lot of people, and I think this is actually well known.
Sure.
That Brad actually does call the director quite often against, opponents in a variety of situations. I don't think that he's wrong to call the director, maybe he overcalls the director by a little bit, but you're allowed to do it. And again, he's not doing it in a malicious way, I think is the important thing. Maybe in this case, he really was doing it in a malicious way and his attitude could have been improved. But as Craig mentions, going all the way back to that sort of, you know, they were wondering if they had to disclose something to a less experienced player who was asking about their auction. You don't have to, you have to disclose your agreements. You don't have to disclose implications from your agreements. So, you know, like, technically, you're required to say something like, if the auction goes 1 no, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 3 no, and you're playing Puppet Stamen, this quote-unquote promises 4-4 in the majors. And I do feel as if Brad and Joe would probably disclose that to their opponents, even though they aren't required to. But this would be kind of the classic situation where your opponents ask, and you say, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds denies a 4-card major, 3 no trump is just game forcing. If they follow up and ask questions, you like a polite thing to do would be to say, we play Puppet Stamen, or and maybe give like follow-ups, like obviously overly disclosing and saying, yes, this promises 4-4 in the majors as a game force is fine. Like there's nothing wrong with making that comment, but like, are you always going to have 4-4 in the majors? And then this gets into like a little bit of hairy territory if like you decide as a position to like do this with 4-3 in the majors to try and avoid a major suit lead or something like that. So, you know, yeah, overly disclosing information is also a little bit tenuous.
I mean, the opponents are entitled to, you know, like, however the rules define it effectively, all material information that they couldn't intuit on their own without being told some of it. So, like, it's true, you don't have to, like, explain every implication, but you have to give them enough information that they can work out the problem for themselves in a situation where they wouldn't be able to do it just by looking at your bids.
Yeah.
But, like, the material information thing is really the key to it.
Yeah. So, getting down to the comments, I mean, the very first comment on the post is, this is all sad, starting by saying, the initial thing, our opponent's a very experienced international pair, were playing some for us unusual methods, and blah blah. Called the TD to ask if he really had to explain the bid. Follow up, what? He didn't want to explain his bid? What kind of person is this? Unbelievable. Must have some missing information on this. I think this is true. You know, this isn't the entire side of the story. I do wonder if Joe and Brad have weighed in on this or not. But what I did read shortly before going to sleep is Michael Rosenberg's comment, which I think is a good one. And there we go. I'm going to upvote it. He said, from the original poster, his screenmate called the TD to ask if he really had to explain the bid. What was the auction? You know, no follow-up. Right. I feel that North-South, after making 2 sites of conventional calls, were very wrong to call the TD, blah, blah. But you feel it was just fine that the West player bid 5 no, pick a slam, and then after partner bid 6 clubs, and partner showed length and hearts, and suggested length and diamonds by doubling 4 diamonds, unilaterally bid 6 spades. Do you think the 6 club bid would have come a lot faster with 5-card clubs or even 4-card clubs? Do you really believe that West would have bid 6 spades over an in-tempo 5 clubs? Do you think it's a good idea to allow a different result when a bid is based on partner's tempo? I think these are kind of the hard-hitting questions, and obviously, right. You know, Michael goes on to say, to me, the 6-spade bid is beyond the pale. At least had they bid 6 hearts, there could be some presence of a choice, not that I think it should be allowed anyway. One of the things I think is wrong with the game is when players argue one side of a case, making the points that benefit them, while completely ignoring points that they're aware of that would go against them. In any case, that occurs between teams A and B. The participants from each side will make various arguments, often proclaiming that the other side is being completely unfair. I like to say that if you change the facts around so that Team A becomes Team B and vice versa, that the participants will now make all the arguments that their counterpoints did, including the proclamation of unfairness. I estimate that over 95% of players fall into this category, and based on my experience, I believe I'm being conservative. Morden, you're one of the few I would have placed in the less than 5%. I'm not so sure anymore. Ooh, strong words from Michael Rosenberg.
if Bridge Winners had like a Reddit style give awards for a comment, I would give this comment an award.
Yeah. This is amusing to me that this upvote has gotten that this has gotten so many upvotes. Assuming the facts as presented are accurate, Michael, what is beyond the pale is South's behavior. I mean, again, you these aren't accurate. This is one person's view, but I do think that Brad probably could have handled himself better. Sometimes
sure,
he
Brad can be a bit of a hothead.
Yeah, like he totally can, and you understand it because he's doing this professionally. He's trying to not just protect his team, but also his sponsor from having a bad experience at the tournament.
And also, bridge ethics are really important to Brad Moss. We've seen this time and again. So I think, I think part of his anger was what this pair did. Part of the anger is just righteous anger that someone would think this was okay. Because, it's just so diametrically opposed to his view of bridge ethics, which is pretty rigid.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I mean, again, there's always this comment that oh, you just because someone has been in the media or for a while believed to you see Brad Moss in 1995 do something that is highly ethical, and then the story just gets passed down for generation to generation, and everyone for the next 20 years says, oh, Brad Moss is the most ethical player based on this one action, and he becomes a bit of a legend for it. There is that worry. So, but
we've seen Brad play a lot. I've at least played a lot of boards against him. I am not concerned about his bridge ethics.
Yeah.
There was a hand from Louisville too, where a player who treats ethics really seriously to the point of often punishing his partners at the table for giving him UI, had a UI case against him, and you could fry an egg on his head after that. But I don't blame him. It swung the results of a major national event. But kind of the same thing. Just someone who bridge ethics are paramount. When someone does something you consider unethical, it's probably induces more anger than it would in the average person.
Yeah.
Even the average person who's pretty ethical, when it's sort of the core of your bridge personality, you're gonna have those kinds of blow ups sometimes when someone does something like this against you.
Asgard has made a comment. Let me scroll down. I was going to read through Kit Woolsey's comment.
Now, was Asgard at the table, or was he at the other table?
He was at the table.
Oh, Asgard. It was Asgard and Konau who did this. Okay.
Where is...
Control F is the search function, if you're not aware of it.
Yeah, but how do I spell him?
Oh, I think it's ASGAA, but it might be ASKAA.
I need to refresh. Sorry. Okay, I will refresh. And then I'm guessing at the very bottom.
Is Greg here? Because if he's not, then I'll, complain about how bad Bridge Winners is as a website.
Fine. Here we go. Asgard has made a comment on the giant Michael Rosenberg thread, which not a lot of people have actually liked Michael's comments on this. So I guess a lot of people feel that there's a lot of justification for this. I think a lot of people are honing in on the issue that Brad Moss might be a hothead and got super up in arms about this thing and maybe about a different hand, and they weren't pleased with it. Okay.
I think honestly it's mostly just that people they think that a director making a rule you change the match result is you took away the table result, and not just a normal thing that happens in the rules. There's a presumption of innocence no matter what a pair does that we see time and again in bridge. So I think that's just what's coming into play.
All right. Hi, Michael R. Some questions. From where do you get that double of 4 diamonds suggested length in diamonds? Like the 3 diamonds double, 4 diamonds double, is it not just normal to double responsive with 4-4-1-4, or is one supposed to guess a 4-card suit? What shapes are normal for a responsive double of 4 diamonds? I mean, this is where we're going to get into, this is something Danish players can't defend, okay? Like, I understand Morden's post above, and I understand that, like, he's being, really emotional about it, and he's very upset that, like, this was such a big difference in the match. This is not okay, because you know what? They don't have system notes for this auction. I can guarantee you it is not in their system notes. And if you don't have system notes, you're not allowed to post deal justify any bid by saying, like, obviously this is the agreement that we are playing, right? So if you can't provide system notes, you can't argue that the double of 4 diamonds is responsive in this auction. That would be, no one would necessarily believe that. The opponents have psyched up to 3 no trump. Your partner has made a penalty double. The opponents have run to 4 diamonds, and your hand has doubled. Yeah. You just, there's no rational explanation for, like, everyone's on the same page that this is a responsive double here. And East's hand wasn't a responsive double, right? East was 3-4, 3-3. So of course East doesn't have equal length in the majors. So, like, even if you're trying to argue it's a responsive double, the hand doesn't even fit. Like,
I think East double is just card showing. My partner is showing a really strong hand. The opponents, obviously, even if they're not psyching, the opponents are in 4 diamonds, and we have a chance to show that our previous bunch of passes concealed an ace and a king. So we double. Like, that's all double means.
Yeah, so this point is completely invalid, and I think this is a big issue where, fine, maybe Asgard and Kano actually are, completely legit, would never think about doing anything unethical, would never cheat, and, like, for them, like, they truly believe that this should be a responsive double, and, like, this is the correct bid with this hand, fine. But,
like, there's a sense in which it's a responsive double, because effectively, since 3 Arts was artificial, North-South have only bid diamonds and West has only bid double. But, basically this is just, partner, here's some information about the hand kind of double.
Yeah, which, like, but my main point here is that, like, even if they were completely ethical and, like, nothing that they did could ever be construed as, like, taking advantage of UI, this is a situation where when you don't have notes for the system, you just can't allow people to post-hand describe what they believe the bid is and then take that into account that, like, that's their agreement, because that is a position 100%. That people can exploit, right? You could just show up to a tournament with almost no conventional notes and then take advantage of UI, and then when you get asked after the hand, be like, well, we don't have it written down, but this is our agreement, or, like, this is our understanding.
Yeah, 100%.
So, okay. So the fact, like, responsive double, this entire paragraph is void for that reason, right? Like, 2-5XX would bid 4 hearts instead. Fine, I'll agree. Like, I don't think East has 5 hearts on this auction, but East could have 5 clubs, of course. Can you double with 2-4, 3-4? Whatever. Like, I'm just not going to continue reading that paragraph. This is incorrect.
In general, like, self-serving statements should be viewed with extreme skepticism.
Yeah. Can we deduce or not that partner is expected to have 3 to 4 spades when he bids 5 hearts over 5 diamonds? Absolutely not. Are we in Grand Slam territory or not? Opposite Ace of Hearts, Queen of Spades, Queen of Clubs. Sure, but I mean, like, that's a lot of cards, and your bidding room has been taken up, And something that Craig and I have mentioned quite a few times is that the top pairs in the world against preempts tend to just be more conservative and try and get their plus score. They aren't going to go, like, fishing for a perfect Grand Slam when partner has 3 exact cards, and not just that, the right distribution. So are those values unrealistic for a responsive once again, the responsive double argument is just completely void. That's thrown out. How can we invite 7? I mean,
yeah, that's, like, also a little bit of, like, rhetorical sleight of hand, like, well, this thing might have been a responsive double, and, like, how could you do this opposite a responsive double? Like, wait a minute, we haven't established the previous facts here.
Yeah. Is 5 no sure to be pick a slam? Like, again, unclear on this question, right? So, like, there are legitimate questions about the East-West auction and, like, what bids necessarily should mean, but you can't you can't just be allowed to take advantage of UI, I think is the bottom line to it. Um,
Well, that's it. Like again, calling the director and showing them the facts of the table, including length of station. It doesn't mean that North South think he's cheated, although I guarantee they do think he's West cheated. It means there was an irregularity, and we have a professional team of directors to address the irregularity. And there's a defined rule for what happens after the irregularity. And this is just like it's as much a part of the game as diamonds outranking clubs. People don't want to accept that that's true, but it is.
yeah. hmm Um, well, I think those are all the comments on this thread, or at least the ones that I care to look through. So, hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a look at it later, but I think if East West or if Bill is trying to defend this on behalf of his teammates, he's not going to make any friends with the Bridge World.
Yeah. Illyrian says,
I
I
think,
think the bigger issue is the personal attack on Grin Moss. I don't mind that. I mean, when you're a celebrity of sorts in a certain group, then there's going to be people who dislike you, and there's going to be people who dislike what the way you act in certain situations. You can't please everyone. I know that I have a bunch of haters from doing a bunch of these broadcasts and whatever in bridge videos, and like that's okay. But
one of my friends was saying that, he's rooting against Switzerland here because he has a bad history with one of their pairs, and then he's going to root against the U.S. in the next round because he has a bad history against one of their pairs. Like, what? And this is an American. It's like, what can you do?
yeah, like someone's going to be upset at you. You really just can't make everyone happy, but which is fine. So I don't mind having like a bunch of like trash talk or whatever this is, like a bunch of people arguing and throwing around wild accusations at each other online. Like, is this necessarily damaging to the Moss and Gru character? I don't think so. Yes, he's presented this thing where like he portrays Brad Moss as the bad guy who like he's unethical, like not unethical, but he like complains a lot about bids. I think that's kind of well known in the in the expert community.
Yeah, there was a very famous appeal from USBF trials that generated, one of these multi-hundred comment bridge winners threads from a few years ago. Some defensive thing that was like complicated and subtle enough that only really top experts understood it. Like I didn't fully understand it. And like Brad and Joe were maybe it might have been Brad and someone else he was playing with. Like basically went to committee on this like very subtle defensive carding thing and won, and people who didn't totally understand what was happening. Had some real problems with it.
Okay, we got about 10 minutes until the next segment starts.
Oh. I would not have thought that something at this turn would be more controversial than disqualifying half the teams for cell phone violations, but here we are.
Did audio cut out? I hope not.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you fine. I just, sometimes it doesn't do great broadcasting through Twitch, but
Got it.
I've been busy eating, so sometimes I'm like pausing to eat. That's why my webcam's off.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Who is
FYI.
today's sponsor of the Brady Bot Bridge stream?
Okay, USA Switzerland or Italy Israel?
Why don't we watch Italy Israel, and then if USA Switzerland is close, it'll be up for the last segment. We can come back to it then.
Yeah.
G. Volpert. I wonder who that is. Is he related to G. Wolpert?
Yeah, yeah, that's Gavin.
Yeah, it's just funny. Like I assumed that he was just playing under his own account. So I'm surprised. Like, it doesn't seem like it could be like an October Halloween thing. Recognizing his name, but one never knows.
Maybe it is the spooky version. Eric says it's weird that in the Americans versus European debate, he ended up agreeing with the Americans. I mean, look, we're presenting one side, right? Like, we don't have Morden Bilda on here to do an interview with him and then present both sides. So, of course, you're going to agree with me. Just like, of course, a bunch of the people in the thread agreed with Morden. Like, I'm presenting the case for the Americans, and when, like, I try and be objective about it. You know, I'm not saying that like Brad and Joe are above reproach for the way that they handled these situations. It's just in terms of from a bridge logic standpoint or bridge ethics standpoint, West appears to have taken clear advantage of unauthorized information, and I don't think that's questionable. And the tournament director obviously took the thing and pulled a bunch of people from, say, the border match or the transnationals that are going on at the same time. There are a ton of world-class players playing in those events that they can pull for the hand, and came back with the ruling and said, yes, advantage was taken of unauthorized information.
And again, like, intent doesn't matter. What matters is there was an irregularity, and the irregularity may have affected it. It doesn't mean like obviously, one can decide for themselves whether they think that West consciously took advantage, but that question is completely irrelevant to the bridge ruling. So I assume that Novoselsky Zimmerman showing his playing is left over for the last segment. I believe Zimmerman has finished his play for the event.
Yeah. Zimmerman's done. Fleischer's going to come in for this set. And
Yeah.
I think Marty's done relatively well in general in the segments that he's played. So they have a chance, certainly. I don't think the Swedish team,
Yeah.
not Swedish team, the Switzerland team is unbreakable. They've definitely showed some cracks in the armor,
No.
but US does have their work cut out for them to try and pick up 20 or so.
And Gruen Moss, who struggled a bit, in a couple of the last seconds we've seen, like, they were allowed to test a mean reversion also, and, turn it back on for one of the remaining sets.
Right. Yeah, Gavin is playing transnationals with Raj, I think. And Steph? Maybe in Steph? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know he does have that, like, weekly, or maybe more often, thing where he plays against three Barringtons, I assume, on stream.
Yeah, it normally does happen Wednesday at I don't know when. I have never watched it. But
No, nor have I. I mean, it's just good entertainment. Like, I like them both, and they're both pretty engaging.
I mean, I've already talked with, I guess not this large of an audience, but my audience about the drama from the, what was it that we were broadcasting? It was it was the U.S. trials, right? When Barrington was like trying to cancel me from streaming coverage.
I thought that was last year's Soloway.
Soloway. No, that
last
was
year's Soloway. You remember?
that was
Last
the
year's Soloway,
issue
the
with
ACBL canceled
BBO.
us.
Yeah, that was the ACBL.
Well, the ACBL canceled us. BBO has been very supportive, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, BBO's been good. Barrington tried to get me to willingly take down my stream, which was like one of the most confusing conversations I've ever had with someone. But
Yeah,
I have very
not aware
little
of
respect for the guy after that conversation. But
Well, don't blame you. I didn't hear that story.
I think you did. It's just like you've forgotten it because it was so stupid. Like during the trials,
possible.
he wanted me to join his stream and then like turn my stream off during the time, and I was just like, nope.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, also, like, while we've got a few minutes, like, we were talking about, like, promoting Bridge. By the way, like, someone saying, like, Gates and Buffett. Like, Gates and Buffett maybe they would sponsor like Bridge Education, but they don't place them in Golden Vanderbilt. Those events aren't important to them. And like the Gates Foundation is like curing AIDS, like they have bigger things to focus on, I think, like really world changing stuff. Promoting Bridge is very nice, but I think their missions are much more um ambitious than like, get some school kids to play cards. But yeah, like, we had this discussion with ACBL too. Like, I think you and I both take the view that more coverage is better than less coverage, and that directing coverage to one particular stream, like, control is nice, but control isn't how modern social media and influence works. Things are very diffuse, and they're diffuse because different people want different things out of their stream, and this lets them get it. If we're on BBO for the next couple of days, some people want to tune into us because they like our style and our analysis, and other people want to tune us out because they don't like it and they'll go watch, Larry Cohen or Praja or whoever, and that's fine. That's a good thing for the game.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, it all circles back to you just can't please everyone. Like, there are thousands of
Right.
people who are watching this thing and they all have different tastes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
Gavin does appear to
having
have a very
everyone.
strong team for the transnationals.
Who's that?
BT4 says Vincent Cran, Grudy and Helgamo, and Gavin playing with Raj Shori. And I don't know much about Raj. I don't think we've seen him play on VooGraph, but he has stopped by the stream quite a few times. He said hello.
Oh,
All of his comments about
I like
the
him
bridge
already.
play have been, I think, relatively high level. So as far as sponsors go, my understanding of his play is that, I mean, he's not just a complete slouch. So that does seem to be probably a team that is favored to win the transnationals, I would say, which would be really nice for them.
Yeah, and keep in mind, four teams that are currently at this stage are eligible to drop into the transnationals, so that is quite a strong event. The four losing quarterfinalists can all drop in.
Yeah. Hmm.
Do you know anything about Raj personally, like what his background and and career have been like?
No idea, but I know he's like, I mean, he's not like 80 or something. He's a youngish guy, some professional. Um,
Um, Interesting. So yeah, I guess we had been told that Helga Mo couldn't play on the Norwegian national team, possibly because of visa reasons, but maybe he actually just had this professional date. Or maybe he was able to sort it out late and, couldn't commit to the national team because of these issues, but then got his visa and was able to come. Like, if they had to decide the national team 6 months or more ago, and his visa was still up in the air, it would have been irresponsible to play on the in the trials. But he could get the visa at his leisure and get sponsored with the transnationals once he got it.
yeah, BT4
Or
says
something
Denmark,
like that.
Norway, Ireland, and Germany are already in the transnationals.
Yeah, and it is open. It is not just one team per country, as this event was. Anyone can fly to Buenos Aires and enter the event.
Still, I
Yeah,
mean,
I mean,
I would, it's hard to win the thing, and even if Gavin's team happens to be the favorites to win, they're not going to be like a, 50-50 favorite. They're going to be like a 10%, 10%, 8%, 5% for, like in terms of the top team's expectations to win.
yeah, I mean that's it. Like, there's a lot of parity in an event like that. Especially when you've got like either Italy or Israel is going to be in there, either USA or Switzerland might be in there. I don't know, whether Zimmerman or Fleischer is inclined to play that event after a grueling week and a half of this. Um, but there's the possibility of some really world class teams showing up for the later rounds of the transnational. Yeah, it's like, why isn't Helgamo playing for Norway? Helgamo is not a welcome presence in every country of the world because he has a criminal conviction related to his income playing for Zimmerman in Monaco. So countries that are somewhat restrictive about that. He's had some trouble traveling too. Is why he wasn't in the Toronto NABC.
Okay, I'm gonna get rid of my mess, and I will be back in a minute.
Okay, okay, and we're obviously just waiting for this to start up on VDO. Yeah, I mean, I think absolutely. If you're starting out the transnational fresh, that can be an advantage. There can be some advantage to having been in Buenos Aires and, eating the local food on local time and adjusted. Like, for, North Americans, there's not really jet lag because we're in the same time zone, but from Europe and Asia, there is. So, it goes both ways. I think on balance, not having played bridge for 2 weeks is an advantage, or, a week and a half at this point, since it's, I don't even know what day it is. Feels like a Wednesday, but I don't even know. Yeah. But it's like some players play better after they've been playing for a week if they're not full-time professionals. They've gotten kind of gotten the rest out of themselves. So yeah, like I think on balance, I would favor a team that entered only the transnational, but not by much. Particularly when we talk about like Switzerland or USA that are used to playing these long tournaments. Like, it's no harder playing the transnationals than playing the semifinals and finals of this event, which you'd have to do if you won. So, once you were planning to play for that long anyway, it's all sort of the same as far as your bridge fatigue.
Yeah, it sounds like you just talked about this question. I had comments, but I don't want to disagree with you. My feeling is that
Oh, wait.
I think
It's on.
I mean, I didn't hear what you said, so I don't know if I'm disagreeing, but I think that
I hedged on both sides.
oh, good. Yeah, so my feeling is that it's actually really helpful to get a warm up, and so playing the
Yeah, I come
main,
down on that side overall as well.
yeah, so playing the main tournament before getting knocked into the transnationals would be a good warm up. I mean, it's a long warm up. You don't really need that much. So if you have a way to get like a strong 2-day warm up ahead of time, maybe compete with one of the other teams in the transnationals, some friends of yours, in some sort of long match online before you go, then that would be a good effective method of getting the warm up in. But I do feel like some teams get off to slow starts in some of these things, and that does cause them to, drop like 30 or 40 imps in the first day or first segment, and then you just end up losing from there.
Like, if you're USA or Switzerland and you lose today and drop in, like, sure, you're a little tired, the transactional's hard, but you're going to be playing the semifinals of the main event tomorrow anyway. It's not like the transactionals is harder than that. Like, you're already committed to several more days of very tough bridge. So, like, at that point, sort of, what's the difference? So, and, being on local time, having acclimated to the travel, those are all pluses.
Yeah, I agree.
Like once you're committed to playing 2+ weeks of tough bridge, like what difference does it make which event you play the tough bridge in? No, this is Craig Ganser. Hello.
Yeah, Craig is here.
Yeah, I've been here most of the week. I did one set with Danny on bridge base. Rob did some with Danny yesterday, I think. But mostly it's been the two of us. And Danny, I don't know if he's commenting on one of the open tables. I would imagine he is. He's always a very strong commentator.
He said yesterday that he really didn't want to do commentary if he wasn't joined by someone. So
Commentating solo is impossible at God. Like, just hearing yourself blather on, it's brutal.
I don't know. I do it all the time. I kind of enjoy it, but it's obviously a little bit better with the chat.
I feel like such a moron.
I mean,
yeah,
I do too.
Having your text chat, like, there to interact with you does help a lot. But like on bridge base, where it's just you and like Al Hollander telling you what the systems mean, and like obviously that is a huge help. But it's just I feel like it's so soul crushing. Just like, oh, now the guy plays the dual clubs.
It's definitely a skill. Have we
Oh,
seen
thank
a
you. I appreciate that.
Moisian today?
Uh, I mean, we saw a uh, Beyond Super Moisey in the 5-1 Club fit, but that checked the Burns Law box.
Yeah, yeah, that's not the same.
Oh, but no, Brady Butt tries to cancel player coach.
Just because of Morden Bilda.
Yes,
Fair.
absolutely.
All right, done. I don't think I've
Um,
made a nullo yet today. It's
yeah, I think like you don't get the director please box for that, but you definitely get the cancellation box.
yeah. Um,
Actually, a play in a Cubit or Splinter. Also, the Burns Law hand.
well, but it wasn't a qubit or splinter. I mean, they just had like an auction mix up. Or are you trying to?
Oh, I think Five Clubs was intended as a Cubit, though, right? Because he was committed to diamonds. He's just randomly passed it.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Um,
I think like Five Clubs was intended as a forward-going bid in diamonds.
I'll take it. I accept. We haven't had any grands today. Not yet. We're only one
Um,
set in. We still have two more to play.
we did sort of have a squeeze. There was a hand that was a show up where the guy just claimed.
Yeah, but the squeeze didn't work. We established earlier in the week that
Oh, it has to be a successful squeeze, not just
yeah,
a squeeze position.
yeah, it has to be a successful squeeze, and declare has to guess if there is a guess. Like if it's one of those where they come down to stiff king offside, then declare has to
Got
guess to
it.
drop it. All right, here we go. Italy against Israel. Donati
So
Precario, Zamir Toledano.
I was gonna. We've watched Samir and Toledano so much. I would actually be interested in seeing the Herbst brothers in action.
Okay, done. Other table. Herbst and Herbst against Mono DeFranco.
Yeah, so East and West have been playing together for many years, and North and South even longer. I think they've been playing for Israel since at least the 90s and possibly earlier. They're one of kind of the not older generation of Israeli experts, but like, they're a generation older than Zamir and Toledano.
Gotcha. Well, it's strange to say that Mono and DeFranco have been playing together for a while because aren't they both quite young?
I think so, but I think they've been playing together. Maybe I don't even know about it since junior days, but like at least a decade. I feel like I've been seeing them at NEBCs.
Yeah. Um. So North opens a spade. We get three clubs from South. So North South are playing just a general 2/1, and East West are also, it looks like, playing 2/1.
Yeah, so uh, Ofer Herbst, and I assume Elon as well, were on the 1992 Olympiad team, the same event of this, that placed fifth for the Israeli Open teams. They've been coming to this event for, not obviously every one of them, but 32 years ago was their first appearance in one of these, which I think is longer than Zamir and Toledano have been alive.
That's very possible. Yes. Um, so North opens a spade. South's three clubs is either mixed with four or limit with three. North can bid three
That
diamonds to
method.
ask.
Yeah. Yeah, one problem with like a Bergen style structure is you devote so much space to a fairly narrow range of hands. But like this distinction seems important, like in the same way that a lot of pairs play a major, pass a major two clubs Drury as the same mix, like, 3 card limit or 4 card constructive, because they're, sort of similar in strength, they're easy to sort out, yada yada. So I like this as a way to get some of those raises in the 3 level, but not take up too many bids for it.
Yeah.
And
So
also, I'm curious whether we're going to see North South playing, bidding methods from an older generation, that look a little more conservative than what some of these younger players do. Yeah, so 3 no Trump presumably showing, a 3 card limit raise as well as um, a no Trump type hand, but it's possible that it's something else. Like I assume three hearts and three spades are your 3 and 4 card holdings, but three no baby is like a 3 card limit raise that can declare three no trump.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Like it's,
All I know is the three club and three diamonds bid on their card. They don't have the rest of it explained.
yeah.
But we
Yeah,
get
like
to
if
four
three diamonds is
spades.
always a game try, South can always bid a game on this hand.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Diamond opening
a
lead is
friend
going to guess the diamonds for Declare, who
yeah, this is very
probably would
friendly
have
with
gone right himself. Because
um
the correct way to play this diamond suit is to take two
Queen
hooks
loaded
against
in.
West, and you have a couple of hard entries to do so.
Well, is that correct, or would you play low to the queen, low to the nine if the queen loses?
It's technically percentage. Like, it is correct to take two finesses, right? So you could play low to the queen, low to the nine, but running the queen and then taking the hook is like slightly percentage because the odds of one hand holding both honors are a little bit lower than the honors being split.
Mhm. Even though there's no restricted choice, it's still a higher percentage to play for them to be split.
Right, because, I mean, it's just like if you give each opponent one of the missing diamonds, then the other 12 cards are kind of evenly distributed. Whereas if you
Sure.
give one of the
Oh,
opponents
yeah,
two,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, like so it's anyway. That's the only
So it's a
reason.
very slight, it's a
Yeah,
very small advantage, but it's real.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
but
obviously not the 2-to-1 we'd get with restricted choice.
right, but the diamond opening lead is going to make things easy for Declare, and now Declare will be on a club guess for an 11th trick here if West
Uh,
gets in to put a low club on the
yeah,
table.
yeah. He won't have to guess the club himself, but the defense will probably make him do it. Draw some trumps, play the nine of diamonds, maybe take a heart finesse first while it's convenient. Yeah, so in the other room, they did guess the club for the overtrick, presumably.
Yeah, was there a diamond lead or was there just a club lead or something? East led a
Yeah, it's
club
just
over
like
there.
yeah, vacant space bullshit is a very good way to put it.
Yeah. Okay, so
Uh,
Declare does
so
knock out the Diamond King. Now he doesn't need the Heart Hook. And a low club does come
yeah.
through. So Declare has this
And
guess. In fact, for a second over trick, if he flies King, he can pitch the Jack of Clubs and try the Heart Hook. And
yeah.
obviously, if he puts in the Jack of Clubs, he's only going to make 10. So one imp going someone's direction.
well, yeah. I mean, if he goes up king, he's going to make 12 tricks.
Right.
And a nice play by Declare. He played the Queen of Diamonds when West won. Now, if he needs the diamonds as an entry to take a heart finesse, he's got it instead of burning the spade. Probably doesn't matter, but nice little technique just on some hand where you might need it.
Okay, there we are. 480. So Israel prevents Italy from dinging the bell at 100. And it's a 10-imp match. DeFranco, 17 count. It's a really good 17. They could open two diamonds if he wants to treat it as 18 to 19. Oh, unless that denies a 5-card major.
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look at so north south they're quite standard 2/1 pair, including 3 plus club and 4-4-3-2 opens a diamond, 14 plus 17 no trump. I suspect we'll see very down the middle bridge from them. The Italians are a 2 plus club balance with transfer responses, so kind of a more modern approach to the same basic structure.
Yeah, DeFranco giving this a look about what to open.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
it's possible that,
probably.
depending on their agreements, if he's expected
Mhm.
to open two diamonds or one no with this hand, then the sequence a spade, a no trump, two no trump would show a different hand type for them.
Well, he might also just be planning his auction if they play Gazilli, where it starts like a spade and no trump, two clubs, West bids two diamonds. Like, he may just be sort of like projecting the auction to avoid having to think about it in the moment.
Yeah, of course, which is really important, and this is one of the strong things that top level experts will do in the bidding is you don't just think about the one bid in front of you, you have to think about three or four bids in front of that, what your partner's likely responses are, and he does open a spade, so
Yeah.
South
And one
decides to
thing
make a
about
takeout
it is,
double, three spades by West.
yeah, it was so pretty. But notice also like the more normal the situation, the more important it is to plan that to avoid a revealing hesitation. Like you open a spade, your partner bids something, you make some rebid. Like these are all auctions that 99% of the time happen in even to quick tempo. So like any deviation is going to be really meaningful, which means you need to plan all of that in advance if your hand is at all hard, as East is.
I
So, like, the more normal the situation, the more important normal tempo is.
Yeah, I was going to say I thought West Three Spades was mixed, but then East, of course, would have taken this to a game. So I guess West Three Spades was weak.
Yeah, maybe non-vulnerable. It's weak, kind of topping out at a bad mixed raise, and vulnerable. It's a regular mixed raise. I mean, I am still a little surprised that East let it go. Um, but maybe West Range like starts at zero, and he just has no regrets about missing a white game.
Yeah, a
I mean, they
club
don't have a
rough,
game, but
which was available to North South, would have squandered their diamond trick. Now that they've set up the diamonds, Declara actually needs to pick up the clubs
which
to.
may be a little tough after the takeout double.
Yeah, that's right.
Like
He
if
might
South
play
if
North
South
for
had
the
overcalled
clubs.
if South had overcalled two hearts, he'd probably get it right, and because like then it would be kind of reasonable to play South for a high honor, but also not club length. I mean, he might still not, but he would, I think, have a chance to. Here, I think it's going to be pretty challenging. Take out double, you just lead a club to the nine, figure the guy has some club length.
Well, maybe club to the queen and then club to the
Well, sure,
nine.
but get it wrong at some point, yeah. But opposite a too hard overcall. Not that Sal should do that because his hand is kind of ridiculous for it. But that bid on some different hand might steer you to the right action. So nice
Yeah,
defense
so
by South just to make Declare do all the work himself.
Jack of Hearts,
Go
and
open.
now Declare is in the position where he's going to need to guess the club suit.
Yeah, close to an impossible guess. I mean, probably since you don't need the last trump cross to the six of spades and lead a club toward the queen. Yeah, I don't think a two hard overcall is ridiculous, but you have a very weak suit. You have a flat hand. I don't mind it specifically a two hard overcall on a five card suit because again, the upside of getting to a good heart game compensates you for the times that it's a disaster. But I think this hand, just kind of being weak, spread out, was a little unsuitable. So the takeout double also is a little weird. Some players might pass entirely, but I don't find two hearts super attractive. Like
Yeah,
ace
these.
jack 10 fifth or even ace 10 9 fifth, like sure, go crazy.
I, maybe. I mean, certainly my match point mind says that overcalling with a five card suit vulnerable at the two level is just a plan for failure. I
Oh, at match
understand.
points, this would be inconceivable. It's
Yeah,
only at imps that you might bid two hearts because of the, you know, wow. All right, South hopped up with the ace of clubs, and that was that. Or Declare guessed it.
did sorry, I was
Well, I see the ace of clubs was a played card, so, yeah. Yeah, so Italy gains an imp, possibly undeservedly.
well, once Declara decided to lead the four of clubs towards dummy, he was always making it because even if he plays a low club to the nine, South's ace,
Well, South's going to be end played on
yeah.
the next round, yeah. That's right. Yep, never mind.
So maybe this is just a good play by Declare. Because if club to the, I mean, if your plan was always basically club to the nine, then you can do it on the first round of the suit. You don't
Mhm.
really need to cross to the club queen, and even if you lose to honor 10 doubleton and north, then north is then played. So
I see.
I
Yeah,
guess
so
ultimately this is
correctly.
just the best line of play, well spotted by Declare, and he
Yeah,
saves his
and South
side.
correctly hopped up, hoping his partner had king queen of clubs because he saw he was going to be end played. So that was actually a nice play from South.
Yeah.
All right,
So
moving
Italy
on
do hit
here.
100 imps now. Two
Yeah,
passes
so
go around to north, who opens a diamond, standard context. East overcalls a heart. A little bit thin, but 10 high card points, 5 card heart suit. Negative double from
yeah,
south.
you want a hard lead, giving you up some side entries if the opponents end up in, any contract, but especially no trump contract. So overcall seems pretty normal. Yeah, North, with a hand that would have raised a one spade response to a game, just missed the game. I mean, he would have splintered after a spade response, but here that's not an option.
Yeah, trumps 3-2, diamonds 3-3. Declares not going to have any trouble with this one.
No, I mean, I guess he has a little bit of, deciding how to handle the hand. Maybe, you want to guard against Trump's 4-1, especially after the overcall. I don't know if there's any good
Can
way to
you?
do that, like ducking a Trump, maybe. Well, you maybe like duck a Trump so that when you later play, if you play Ace King, it could go bad if they're stacked against you. But if you duck one and catch the ace and they're stacked, you still got control.
I think Declare's plan is basically to try and make when diamonds are 4-2 and spades are 3-2. And for that to work, we probably don't want to duck a trump. We just go ace king, try and rough 2 diamonds, and then get back to the north
Well,
hand to run diamonds.
I mean, I think we probably just hop up here and lead a diamond to trick two, whatever's going on.
Yep. Yeah, Declare might think about sticking in the jack if he really is worried that
Yeah, I
suits
mean,
can
it's kind
split
of
badly.
free. It's kind of free because you can pitch as long as they split. You can pitch two hearts away. Although, you know, if it goes queen and they return a heart, now you can't get there quickly, which is a problem.
Yeah, yeah.
Even as Beggar's down if the club loses, like at match points, sure. But I think here it would be a little unnecessarily risky.
Yeah, just because 3-2 spades and 4-2 diamonds, I think Declare can pick up, as you mentioned. Um, I wonder if we need to cash the king of clubs immediately if we're playing for that. King of clubs and then a diamond. Because otherwise, the king of clubs could potentially get stranded, I guess. No. No, we don't need to do that. Diamond at trick 2, win the, say, heart return or whatever with the ace. Ace king of spades, queen of diamonds, diamond ruff. Now we cash the club king. Ruff a club back to hand. Ruff a diamond. Yeah, it all looks good to me. Alright, diamond to the queen and ace. What is DeFranco gonna do? Will he continue clubs? Will he switch to hearts? He needs to find a fourth trick somewhere. I think I like the heart switch.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes wrong, looking at those clubs, knowing Declare has presumably good diamonds, he did commit to four spades opposite a negative double. If it goes wrong, it very often didn't cost you anything anyway. Like if Declare had the ace queen of hearts, did you ever have a chance to beat it? Probably not. You can see the diamonds are splitting if Declare needs it. And if Declare was like 4 by 1, let's say, then partner has 3 diamonds and he's falling to all of them, so Declare can rough as many as he needs to.
Yeah, well, DeFranco is thinking about the decision here. I mean, technically, the Jack of Diamonds is safe. He does go with a heart. I like this play. Sometimes it sets up a trick. Sometimes you just get cash a couple of hearts immediately. And then maybe your Queen of Spades will score. So heart to the Queen and Ace. And now I think just 2 rounds of spades. If the spades break, we're in excellent shape to make this. We really don't want someone roughing in with a doubleton spade on the 3rd round of diamonds. That could be bad for us. I mean, I guess Declare could go King of Diamonds, diamond, pitching a heart. No, that... Once again, someone could just win that and play 4th diamond and then rough from a doubleton spade and we're down. So I think you just have to go Ace, King of Spades from here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're in pretty good shape other than the diamonds, like Ace King of Spades, King of Diamonds, Rough a Diamond. We've still got trump control of the hearts, and we can play clubs, and maybe something good happens there. Even lose no hearts.
Yeah, the diamond splitting and Declare having kind of entries to both hands. Wait, Ace of Spades, King of Diamonds?
And if diamonds are 5-1, maybe it was hopeless. Maybe just wants to see if anything super interesting happens before playing the King of Spades. No,
We
I mean,
go
this is
down
fine, I
here
guess.
if... Oh my god. We go down if West overroughs that, cashes a heart, and then the defense has a trump trick. I don't know about this
Well, but
play.
when he overruffs, it wasn't that often going to be with a 3-card suit. I mean, I guess if he started with 6 hearts, that's bad because they can promote one.
Yeah, often, yes,
Like
he would have
diamond
a...
over rough, heart over heart, rough with the jack, and now he's queen scores and trumps for 3-2 all along.
Yeah, so... I
Yeah,
don't
this is
know
not a
about
good
this play. I mean, maybe this somehow protects against a 4-1 spade split, which is obviously a little bit less likely than the 3-2 spades that you want to guard against, but I think there are probably some layouts where this was the necessary and only line of play to make it, although it's kind of hard for me to believe. But now Declare has a relatively easy time.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, and there's no real way to go wrong on this one.
no. And it actually looks like we still can't make it if spades are 4-1. Even if we now go king of clubs, pitch a heart, spade to the king, the spades don't split, diamond, pitch a heart, the opponents can rough in and pull dummies trump, and then they still have a
Right.
heart to cash. So maybe this was just an illusion that Declare is actually trying to guard against a 4-1 spade break somehow by not pulling a second trump. All right, spade to the king.
Yeah, sometimes the cards just let you get away with anything.
Yeah. Now, is it important to play the 3 of diamonds instead of the 7 to this trick, or no?
I mean, the defense can just decline to rough this, right? And then rough the next one. And if he plays a 3, West can just pitch on it.
Yeah. I mean, they can always deny the beer, but if West were to rough the 3 of diamonds, would Declare have been able to score a beer?
Right.
I think the answer is yes. Anyway.
I think so too, right? Because West plays a heart. Let's say he's taps, just like tapping dummy, and now your hand is high. Rough a club back to your hand, and or can't club switch your last heart. Rough a club and cash your spade and diamonds.
Okay. 450.
Yeah, so in the end, normal, nice result for these rallies.
Matt thinks that the players can't possibly be drinking while at the tournament. Have you seen the emotional damage that playing a tournament of bridge does to people? I think it would
I
be
mean,
impossible to play without drinking.
I guarantee some of these teams are going out for team dinners and having at least a couple of glasses of wine. Like, yeah, I mean, they're not at the bar getting ripped, but there's no chance that this is a dry tournament.
North opens a club. South will bid a
It's
spade.
Yeah, so when North raises, South might. I mean, if South North, I guess will raise only two, so South probably will just like, or I guess if playing transfers, whatever. Opposite any more enthusiastic spade action, I think South would just keycard.
Hmm. Yeah, if that King of Diamonds was like a more useful card of some kind, Slam could easily be on.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I'm curious what the hesitation is here. I wouldn't think that Mono was thinking about acting.
He decides no. I mean, he has 5-4 in the unbid suits.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if double is takeout, I still don't find it attractive. It's reasonable. Like that is what a lot of people play. Um, personally, I prefer just the dumb guy approach of double shows hard and one spade shows takeout.
Richard says wearing a Halloween costume to the local club tomorrow. Ooh,
Nice.
sounds fun. What are you going as? And is Halloween celebrated in Argentina?
I feel like Halloween has become a worldwide observance.
It
Like I was
has?
in Southeast Asia 10 years ago, and like it's a big holiday in Vietnam somehow.
Okay, wow, I
I
didn't
was
realize
there.
that it spread worldwide.
Yeah, I did some touring around post Sonya. And yeah, like I went to a Halloween haunted house in um I think that was in Saigon, Ho Chi Minh City, and it was like they were all out. It was a big deal in that town.
2 no from South. Schmabel suggests this might be 5 or more clubs. Slam try.
Interesting. I mean that would be really convenient if it is.
Now, South doesn't need to have this be an asking bid for spades. Like, in a standard context, a club, a spade, 2 spades, North could be raising with 3. But here, North wouldn't need to raise 1 spade with 3. They would bid 1 spade over heart with these transfers.
Yeah, yeah, I think South absolutely knows he has a good double fit here.
Wearing a convict outfit with the ACBL number engraved like a prison ID. Nice.
I guess it is true. Like North could just have ace king ace, or two aces and the king of trumps really like in any combination, and you'd have play for a slam.
Right, and I mean, uh, there are hands that North could hold where we would be on a hook for a grand. Ace Jack 10 fourth, Ace fourth, Ace and 1 3 small,
Yeah,
assuming the clubs come in. That would be a 13 count. Matt thinks that 2 no trump could just be an asking bid instead, which, again, it doesn't need to ask about trumps, but it could ask about like shape or um, high card values.
yeah. I do wonder. Like that's a bit of a strange spot for North to be like taking a while to act. I wonder whether their methods are complicated or have changed recently, and they're, like hoping everyone remembers what everything is, but might not. Like, there's no way that they were playing this method in 1992 when they played in this equivalent tournament. It didn't exist then.
No, no, no. So, so yeah, South bidding quickly. It looks plausible that this is starting some sort of relay as possible. And South is now going to start asking questions about North's hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think one problem with this is going to be North Shore. Like, if he has a way to say, I like my hand, he'll do it because has a maximum. But South is the kind of hand where you don't care about that. All you care about is specific cards. So, like, if North says, I like my hand, South just kind of has to key card because, like, any kind of specific information you can get between here and key card just isn't that helpful.
Yeah, I mean, unless North can show like number of controls or something, then that would be kind of ideal for South. Okay, they
I think
get to
that's
four
really an
spades.
option at this point in the auction.
Now, oddly enough,
Wow.
five clubs is the best contract from an imp perspective here, because in four spades you might suffer two club ruffs, whereas in five clubs you can just pull trumps, knock out the diamond ace, and you don't even need to guess the jack of spades.
Say, I'm quite surprised that South asked all of those questions, and then assuming North did show a fourth spade and extras was done. Like, what was the point of asking the questions if you weren't prepared to do something with the answers?
I don't know. I have no idea what was showed. I mean, the jump to
No, no,
four spades from North must be like a fast arrival thing.
I guess, but like I do wonder at what point North could have shown extras. Like, maybe North decided his queens were bad, which one of them isn't, and one of them is really important. Um, they play 15 to 17s. North has a maximum. He has ace, king, 10 for the trumps. His partner's clearly showing some interest. Like, I feel like something, like, obviously they only belong at the five level, but I don't feel like this auction was completely synchronized.
Yeah, you know
Yeah,
what? I think this makes a lot of sense in the context that you were saying. North took a while to bid three clubs, and then three diamonds came, and North decided to make a bid that just um, cleared up any confusion, even if necessarily,
yeah.
like, maybe he was supposed to do something different over three diamonds, but just decided to bid four spades, and South at that point kind of shrugged and said, okay, partner forgot system. Let's just take our plus score.
Yeah, and I do wonder if, assuming this is a recent change in their methods, which probably it is, if one of them did make a safety play against the auction at the three level being uncertain. Yeah, I mean, right. If you're worried about getting dropped in three spades, four spades is a really good bid. And who knows, but so certainly, like, something was inconsistent here. Whether it was north or south, I think isn't totally clear.
Yeah, and I think we'll see 12 tricks being made. I mean, West's best chance to beat this has to be his partner can give him a club rough, I think. So he might switch to a club here, and Declare is then just going to pull trumps, pitch a heart on the king of diamonds, and take the rest. I mean, I could see West switch to a heart, maybe hoping that Declare has three small. His partner has ace and one, ace of hearts, king of hearts, heart rough. I could see that.
Yeah, it's true though. Like, given the north hand is concealed, the club shift and hope that partner's card is a high spade instead of a high heart seems fine.
Yeah. So Mano does switch to the singleton club. Sorry, South's singleton heart isn't dummy. So yeah, the club switch is clear.
Yeah,
Yeah, now spade to the ace, and Declare can decide to take the discard on the diamond king now if he wants, or just try and guess the spades if that's an issue. We'll see a claim in just a second for all 12 tricks. Ace of spades.
yeah. As long as they split, declare is done with his hand.
So 680 missed their slam off both red aces. But I think we're starting to see why this match is very close and low scoring. All of the swings have been 1 imp for an over trick, 1 imp for a different part score, push board. This one, I don't think we'll see 6 spades in the other room, so 4 spades making 5 or 6, 1 more imp.
Yeah, we saw that Zamir and Toledano are a fairly active pair, so I am a little surprised there haven't been more imps flying around. Like obviously this pair, that we're watching here, their results are going to look somewhat normal, but their teammates are generating a lot of action.
Yeah, and I think both East-West at this table play a relatively sound or sound-ish opening style with down-the-middle actions. North opens a club, 13 count. East can overcall hard or make a takeout double. That has been a popular question this week.
I mean, you know how I feel. You know, hearts first, double later. Make sure that your relative lengths are known.
Yeah.
And here, a double might work out in a weird way because West is going to pass, or West might pass, and unexpectedly, all of the clubs are going to be on his right.
Yeah. Well, it would go double, redouble, and then, obviously East-West are probably going to escape to maybe 1 diamond in the 4-3 fit. I would accept Moisian if we got there.
1 diamond in the 4-3 fit, are you sure?
I intended to say 3-3. Did I say 4-3?
Okay.
I was thinking Moisian, and I must have misspoke.
Yeah. Yeah, mini Moisian.
Yeah, there's the double by East, so redouble by South.
I mean, the fact that all of these world-class players are doubling on these hands is making me reconsider my view.
I think it's, reasonable to play either, and, that's just kind of how I feel about it. My preference, I think, a lot of the time is to double with these sorts of hands. Because when you overcall hard and make a reopening double, a lot of the times your partner is going to play you for 6-3 in the majors as opposed to 5-4.
Yeah, and they're going to play you for more, which is also a little dangerous.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's certainly true. I just feel like I hate never being able to get to a 5-3 heart fit. Obviously, against that, you get everything into play, but I feel like the upside of getting to, to diamonds, assuming partner can make a forcing advance with a 4-card space suit anyway, just isn't worth it to me.
Schmeebel, Resident Jr., says might also depend how often you overbid your hand. That's true. Yeah. If partner's not expecting much for you to take 3 calls on a hand, then could work out.
No, the second double, sure, it shows extras. It doesn't show that you had a monster hand. If the auction time's out in some way that is effectively a balance, then partner should treat it as a balance.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So Mono leads the second best spade here. And Franco has a bit of a decision at trick 1 as to what spade to play. We're just going to casually overlook the fact that I called West was bidding a diamond and they got to the 3-3 fit. But if anyone cares, I can elaborate.
It's pretty normal.
Yes. So spade opening lead.
Probably... your plan might be to bid a diamond and just hope someone else at the table takes a bid.
DeFranco wins the ace.
I'm a little surprised he didn't put in the 9. If he thinks his partner would have 10-3 or Jack-3, just guarantee 2 tricks and not put yourself on lead at trick 2.
Who was the moron who said that North-South weren't getting to a slam on board 4? Couldn't have been me. In the other room, North South find their way all the way up to 6 clubs, and the defense does actually cash out both of their red suit aces at tricks 1 and 2 against that contract. Not that it necessarily would have mattered. So 13 imps going the way of Israel, and now the match is only 2 imps separating the two teams,
Yeah.
Israel taking the lead.
Yeah, as long as he didn't cash the ace of diamonds first, they could afford to wait.
Yeah.
Wow, so just like that, the Israelis are in the lead.
What's going on in 3 no Trump here? Declare's not doing very well, are they?
No, I mean that was the thing. Like DeFranco maybe could have set up two spades immediately, but as long as partner had an entry, this was fine too.
Okay.
Oh no, never mind. Because of course, yeah. I mean, if his partner had like King third and Declarer had Jack in one or 10 in one, then DeFranco's ace and another takes four tricks in the suit. I was just assuming that the six couldn't show a high honor, but of course, that doesn't have to be the case.
Right. Right. Yeah, oddly enough, DeFranco is now N played, although Declare has pitched a diamond, so the diamond exit is not going to give up too many tricks, and Declare even goes wrong on the diamond exit, which I think.
Yeah, well,
Declare,
West did bid the suit.
yeah, Declare also kind of has to go wrong in diamonds because he needs the king of clubs on side to make this.
Right. But I think part of it was, he thinks that DeFranco, like he may think that diamonds are 4-2 with mono having four, and then the jack could be from Queen Jack Doubleton as a false card, but then it doesn't really matter. Like maybe he can just decide later what he's going to do. But it could also just be like a legitimate jack from Jack Doubleton when he has a second club.
Right.
And Italian takeout doubles, no one takes them too seriously. Like they do it on a lot of shapes. They're not nearly as focused on classical requirements as the American pairs generally are.
Well, that was a point I was going to make, which is that if Declare can pick up the diamonds from here, he can actually make the rest, and he may well go diamond to the ace club, hoping that clubs are 3-3. Let's see. Yeah, so he does play the ace. Because now if clubs are 3-3, East gets squeezed in the red suits. But there's the bad news. And Declare can finish this hand out nicely by winning the club ace and exiting a diamond. Although, I will point out, the takeout double as opposed to one heart overcall has given Declare the incorrect view of the layout.
Yeah, so now he can go up and exit a diamond and both score an extra trick and let you check the end play box on the bingo card.
Yeah, if he does that, I think he might go ace of clubs, heart to the king diamond, and that's not going to be as successful.
Oh, I see. Trying to score the queen of clubs via the end play instead of the jack of hearts.
Wait a second. No, something's not adding up from this.
Maybe that is what he did because we see minus 300. Felt a little shaky, but I don't think he was making it regardless.
Okay, no end play. Down 3. On to board 6. East-West have a lot of values, huh? Things aren't splitting too well for them.
Yeah. So presumably East will open a diamond, which I think shows 4+, and that'll freeze South out, so they'll have a free run.
PGS says slam alert. How confident are you about that assessment?
I mean, single dummy, sure, but with the spades 5-1, even, obviously the club can go away on the king of diamonds, but I think there's too much work to do.
I mean, even single dummy, like, sure, if spades are 3-3 or the queen drops, we're in good shape, but do we make it on 4-2 spades?
Yeah, so I am wrong. East opens a club rather than an unbalanced diamond, so South does get to preempt. So I think West should spit three spades rather than make a negative double since his suit disparity is so great.
Oh, apparently their unbalanced diamond promises 4 spades if they only have 4 diamonds.
I guess that's for rebid issues.
So the 3 diamond preempt, kind of exciting. Only a 6 card suit. Oh, do we have the box for this? We do.
Oh, we do have the box on today's card.
Boom.
But it's only one fewer though, right? It's not two fewer.
Yeah, I changed it to be 1 fewer because it was too hard to
Oh,
get
okay.
2 fewer on the card. No one does it. New Zealand's
Yeah, I see
out,
that.
so we can't see that anymore.
And Franco didn't go. King of the four heart preempt on 6 card suit.
I wonder if East West are just going to get to 4 spades.
I think so. I think West is going to bid three spades. East will bid three no, and South will not respect it. Now West may bid, or West will not respect it. It'll bid four hearts maybe. So they might back into a four heart game that way.
Yeah?
Like I do not like a negative double on West. Yeah, three hearts transfer. Um, and now maybe four hearts natural or something. I don't think West is going to pass this.
You're doing great.
Well, now I'm definitely rooting for the Israelis because I don't just want to have to predict any more Italian actions over the next couple of days. I mean, obviously the spades are a potential trick source, and he presumably thinks his partner has a double tin, especially after the club opening that's normally balanced. I would be. I guess he's not even worried about the diamonds because he has a second stopper. Um, yeah, I mean, maybe this is as good as anything. And I guess the danger is they knock out the entry, and if North even had Queen fourth of spades, and partner had two, you would lose the spade suit.
I mean, as good as anything, depending on what your assessment of anything is, because Four Hearts was making.
Look, I already told you my inclination was to bid, but I'm kind of understanding West logic, even though I still am not sold on it.
Yeah, well, I don't think this has any play. Is part of the problem. Declara just has 8 tricks: Ace King of Diamonds, Ace of Clubs, 3 hearts, and the Ace King of Spades. But the Queen of Hearts is offside.
Yeah, so you could tick a box because the last board was adjusted to down two, and I think it was one of those fast claim where everyone at the table but the operator knew what the result was.
Okay. So Declara did have the end play. I'm just gonna quickly look through the.
Well, no, I meant you could tick the operator please button. He might have had the end play, or the operator might have just forgotten about the ace of clubs. I think that's more likely.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yeah, this is. I mean, Declare is already kind of in a bad way here with the diamond set up and none of his tricks ready to go, and he hasn't even touched the spades yet.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's just. I think it just looks like it's going to be over. Now, I suppose depending on how. Now, South just has the diamonds set up, right? So Declare can't just start ducking clubs and squeeze North.
I mean, maybe you can somehow end play North. If the timing works out really well, where you sell a hard entry to dummy. But this is pretty brutal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe there's some strip squeeze where North doesn't want to pitch spades and pitches enough clubs that something happens at the end to get an extra trick. I don't think it's anywhere close to a make.
Yeah, if we cash 2 hearts and North pitches 2 small
Actually,
clubs, and then we play a club and North doesn't unblock the king, then sure, but
Well, we're just gonna take this finesse here. But like, maybe is there any way we can like, get a club back? I guess this is all dumb. Um, like the clear does have eight tricks. It's not like he's that far off from making three no trump. It's just the ninth is more or less impossible,
yeah, and he may well go down a ton of tricks here if he sticks in the jack.
right? I mean, keep in mind though, he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't know anything about the spade break, right?
No, no.
And, all he knows is that North had the queen of spades, but he probably knew that before he took that finesse.
Right. Yeah, the
Yeah,
diamond
like mostly
preempt
he was just
obviously makes it very unlikely the spades are coming home, but
yeah, basically he was just ducking a spade with a little extra big that the jack wins. Anyway, this is unfortunately going to be I think a fairly quick claim after he cashes the ace of spades. King of hearts, heart to the nine, ace of spades. Oops, that wasn't fun.
there's no chance he cashes two hearts ending in hand and exits the jack of clubs, right? Like, North might get.
Uh, well, actually, he might play the nine of hearts is good. So heart to the nine, ace of spades, seeing the break, heart back to hand, and then try that maybe as a possibility.
Alright, King of Hearts.
Yeah, so now he's just gonna try to cash the spades and give up. Yeah, so neither pair is managed to make a kind of not great three no trump
Right.
over the last couple of boards.
And
Though this one, like the last one, was a normal contract and just fell afoul of horrible distribution of the honors with everything offside. This one, I think East West, if they lose him, they deserve it.
certainly, I mean, it's not like they had a free ride to wherever they wanted to get on the auction. South did come in with three diamonds, but yeah,
I
here
mean,
we
yeah,
are.
full marks to South for making a light preempt that made it harder, but I think West made, you know, sort of an understandable decision with a trick source, but an abnormal decision. And when you make an abnormal decision and lose imps, you got to question yourself a little bit.
For sure. Yeah. Okay. Six boards in.
Yeah, it says kind of a weird win for the unbalanced one diamond opening instead of the one club opening. One diamond would have given East West a free run for an unexpected reason. Probably. I mean, South still might have tried three diamonds over a three plus diamond over a four plus diamond. Obviously, never.
Matt says, wouldn't a four hard bid over 3-0 imply 6-4 because you might make the negative double with
Yeah,
5-4? I mean,
100%.
sure. Um, but I think
And
West
you could still be, yeah,
just,
especially with the transfer, you could still be 5-4.
yeah. Like, 6-4 is definitely in the picture. I don't think the issue was whether or not West thought they were going to get to the wrong suit. West just probably thought, I have the ace of diamonds, partner showed diamond cards, so diamonds are locked up on this auction. Let's just try and take 9 tricks as opposed to 10 when suits are splitting badly. And in reality, it was like suits are
Right.
splitting badly, so 6 hearts happens to go down, but 4 hearts and maybe even 4 spades actually have play.
Well, I think that was a big part of it. I think Wes said, well, spades are 4-2. This is probably better. And a spade, and like, assuming partner had a doubleton spade. And I think on those assumptions, like, sure, probably, maybe there's into that, although who knows. But obviously here, partner had an unexpected 4x1. And, the key suit split 5-1. So a little unlucky all around on those points.
Okay, South
So
opens a heart in first seat, 12 count. North bids a no trump. East making the takeout double,
Yeah.
and
So, I mean, North has kind of a tough call. He can't let it go with a hand that good. He can't really double two clubs for penalties, even though it's not a game, because, he has no trump trick and no real possibilities of tricks besides his two aces. So, like, two hearts is probably the best of a bad lot.
yes, Flannery could have been opened on the South cards.
Yeah. Yeah, Flannery would have helped. Flannery would have helped some, right? Like, North would bid two hearts, and East would probably double that anyway, although now it's timed out much worse for East West.
Yeah, East does have this 15 count, so you kind of understand that he might believe he's getting stolen from.
Yeah, I think if you're East, even after that Flannery start and preference by North, like, you might still have a game, but you really might still have a -2 part square that you've got to get to.
So East must avoid trouble because they don't get too high, they don't get doubled. It feels like a win for them, and in two hearts, Declare appears to have a trump loser, two clubs, and two spades, which I think is only five if I can count. You can work on the spades before you pull trumps so that you don't get tapped out. I guess not that it would matter with clubs 4-4, but
You're talking about in two hearts.
yeah.
I mean, even getting tapped out is fine. Like, you have three side winners and three top hearts. If they tap you out twice, like, there's your eight right there anyway.
That's true. That's true. If you're able to kind of cheaply rough a fourth club in your hand. Was giving a lot of thought to the opening lead. I mean, the Doubleton Diamond, of course, unattractive. Who would ever lead a diamond against a suit contract, or Doubleton against a suit contract?
Yeah.
Um,
He might be wondering if a trump lead is possible, even though he's got a vulnerable trump holding, given that it sounds like North would often have like a weak three card preference on the spitting.
yeah, that's a good point. Although I think it's probably a little bit too much to compromise your Jack 9 fourth of hearts, which is almost undoubtedly a trick.
Yeah, I think so too, but like, maybe that's just, one of the things he's mulling over in his mind. I mean, there's something to be said for all four suits.
No, diamonds, there's nothing going for it. You have a natural trump trick. Why are you looking for a ruff?
I mean, not so much looking for rough as like maybe partner needs some help starting with diamonds if he has like ace jack 8 or God knows what, ace jack 9, ace jack 10. Well, you have the 10. Like it could just be, a start just setting up some tricks for our side, against that, like setting up some tricks that we're going where.
Right. Yeah.
Like, if we get two roughs, a diamond could be okay, but that seems unlikely.
Yep.
But yeah, I think, a diamond, the big thing going for it, I think, is it's more passive than leading away from one of your jacks.
Fuck these guys.
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous.
Honestly.
Yeah, like the Italians are really making us look like complete idiots here.
Oh, wait. Maybe VuGraph error? Because they just put in the score. Okay. I don't actually know if West led a diamond. I mean, the operator
Right.
clearly lost the play somewhere.
He might have. I mean, I think a diamond, I don't know. Like, I don't love it either, but I see why one would think that it could be kind of a nice combination of like not giving anything up and like very slightly aggressive at the same time.
I mean, I'm certain that the three of diamonds was not led. So therefore, this.
Oh, I'm
this,
certain it was. I think the Italians are second, fourth, right?
Are they?
We saw them lead middle from some holding a few boards ago.
They lead the 9 from 9 doubleton. They lead the 10 from
Oh,
10 doubleton.
all right, I take it back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the operator just clicked a random card and then asked for the
Got
result.
it.
I don't think a diamond was led, but who knows?
Yeah. No, I don't either. But if someone did it and like explained their logic, it'd be like, yeah, sure. Yeah.
And ultimately you got to find a way to get 6 tricks, and maybe Wes believed that the only way to get 6 tricks is diamond, diamond, diamond ruff, club over, diamond trump promotion, which, fine, I'll accept that if that was their reasoning. But
Right.
anyway, on to board 8. So this is going to mark halfway through the set, and Italy is once again back on top, having picked up 3 imps on board 6. They got to oh my god, they picked up imps on this hand, getting to 3-no going down, because the other table got to 4-no going down. Wow. Well, inverted
Yeah,
minor raise on this board, a diamond, 2 diamonds.
I don't totally understand that for no call. There's a 3-no showing, a 2-no rebid. Um, and South, obviously, with the same bad limit raise he started with, is pretty happy to be done with this end.
Yeah, and it looks like the contract is not in any danger um, given the king of spades
Yeah,
is in his hand.
the 9-8 of spades are nice because even if the spades were stacked badly, they would have a second stopper.
Right. Jack of diamonds will fall, and Declare has a couple of entries to knock out the ace of clubs. So ultimately, I mean, I think this is looking like 11 or possibly even 12 tricks for North-South.
Yeah, and I was gonna say like East probably was gonna lead a black suit, and if it's spades, that was gonna be 12 fairly quickly. Yeah, okay, so like this is the kind of hand where we saw them lead middle earlier, where I think the guy had honor low low and led the middle one.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they're not like second or fourth. They're just you lead second from 3-card holdings against no trump.
Yeah, that's a very classical Italian method. You know, they invented mud leaves also middle up down with 3 small.
I think it's really important against no trump if you're leading from a 3-card suit to lead second. I mean, not from 3 small. 3 small you can lead high or whatever, but it's really important to unblock the suit in these scenarios.
Mhm.
Obviously, ace 9 8, it's kind of irrelevant if you lead the 9 or 8.
Right.
But if it was like ace 9 5 or something, then unblocking that 9 could be very important.
Yeah, definitely.
Now we're about to
And like
see
also
the
sometimes.
we're going to see the operator misclick 5 of diamonds to the ace, when in reality Declare leads the 10 to the
Yeah,
ace. Oh, there we
yeah,
go.
they got it
There's the
right.
10 of diamonds.
One other thing about that unblocking is also if you have like ace 9 deuce and lead the 9, sometimes the 9 is the right technical card based on dummies holding anyway.
Yeah.
It just like pushes through, who knows, like some jack or something.
Okay, so DeFranco can switch to the king of spades to give up all the rest of the tricks, which he might do, because it's probably his only hope to beat the contract.
Right.
Or he could exit passively in a red suit, which would... There's no real squeeze, so Declare would end up making only 11 from there. He does go
Yeah,
for
so he
the
does.
diamond exit. To the jack and queen, and we'll see Declare take the Vienna coup of unblock the ace of spades before running the minor suits.
Yep, then diamond over, 2 rounds of clubs pitching, 2 rounds of clubs in the last diamond pitching, 2 spades and a heart, and if the king of hearts was with the king of spades with the queen jack 10 of hearts, the squeeze would operate.
Yeah, or a 5-card heart suit.
Or
Yep.
if right, or if the other heart honor was doubleton.
So no squeeze here.
Alright.
West is going to hold on to
Yeah.
hearts. East is going to hold on to the king of spades. And this will be 11. Board 7 was a push at 2 hearts. Other room also had the auction start, heart, pass, and no trump. Take out double from east, and then north-south do end up in 2 hearts. Okay, this match is exciting. Midway through the set, let me get some score updates for everyone.
Yeah, you do that. I need to step away just for 1 minute here. I forgot
Okay.
to give my cat her morning pill while we were sitting here yakking away, so I'll be back in a moment.
Sure. Well, we do have in some exciting news in a couple of matches. One, China has made the comeback against Poland. They're now up by 5 imps. They've won 20 so far in the first 7 boards of this set. Korea against Argentina. Argentina had a big comeback in that previous segment. Korea is now only up by 9 in that match. USA Switzerland still a 24 imp lead for Switzerland. This segment about a third of the way through is 3-1 in the Swiss favor. And we can update on women's mixed and seniors in just a little bit. Schmeebel says, oh, a 2 spade opener. Yeah. We would love to see it, wouldn't we? But I don't think so, not from this pair. So probably 3 passes around to West, who gets to open in 4th seat. And I think they had upgraded that 14 count earlier, but this is not really, or maybe it wasn't them, maybe it was in the previous set. Yeah, I don't think it was them. But I don't believe that West is going to open a no trump on their cards. West will just open a club. Wait, I'm wrong. Their card specifically says in 4th seat they play 14 to 16. Which again, I'm not really convinced this is a 14 count, even though it's ace, ace, king, king. But that seems weird to play 14 to 16 only in 4th seat or favorable. Why would you decrease your range in 4th seat? That's so strange.
Yeah, that does seem to be the opposite of what most people do.
Huh.
Yeah, like 14-16 is also kind of a bad range in 4C because 10 is so likely, and it's a little annoying. Like, I like 14-16 and 4C anyway, but like I understand the technical reasons why it's bad.
Right. Yeah. Well, opposite of 14 to 16, no trump. I feel like East is going to have to invite. And so they may end up in 2-0, which could go down. The defense can take the first 5 spades and the ace of clubs.
And just to be clear, you're just predicting, correct? Because on
I
my
am.
screen, I don't see any bids on the
No,
board yet.
there's nothing has happened yet.
And I think both East and West smoke, so maybe the halfway point was their sit rep break.
Aha. Now, normally, if that's going on, the VuGraph operator won't pull the next board into play. Which,
They may have clicked the button before East West announced they wanted a break.
yeah, and so, obviously the reason the VuGraph operator wouldn't pull the board up is, not just like cell phone issues, like they step outside to smoke, pull up BBO on their phone and check out the next hand. But the players might also kind of overlook the VuGraph operator's screen either by accident or whatever if they come into the room.
Right.
So, anywho, maybe a little bit of an improper procedure here, but hopefully no problems arise from it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, taking a smoke break in the middle of the segment is improper procedure anyway. Like, plenty people do it, but you're really not supposed to, is my guess.
Yeah. Schmeeville says if North opens 2 spades, they might end up in 3 no trump. How? I mean, just like, who of East and West is going to bid over 2 spades? It would
Yeah,
probably go two
it'll go
spades
pass
pass,
pass.
three spades all pass.
Right, or maybe if two spades, can be very light two spades, check a double. Check three hearts is up in three spades, but one way or another, yeah. East West are gonna subside fairly early.
Matt has been thrown in jail for a smoke break previously, he says. Taking a smoke break makes you want to smoke. I think that's the
Smoke
whole
breaks are
purpose.
extremely prohibited by WBF. I was not aware of that. Which is good. Like, as a non-smoker, there's very little worse than having some pair come back to the table reeking of smoke.
Yeah, it's always been relatively unpleasant to have someone blow smoke in your face while like they're trying to explain a bid to you, and you're just like, stay away,
Yeah, even just
devil.
like cigarette smoke saturated clothing. Ugh. Hey, well, East West actually never got into the auction at all.
Wow.
South made this light third seat opening. West couldn't really act over that. They had a normal constructive auction, and East West with two flat hands really had nothing to do, which is fine. They don't really have anywhere to go, and they're almost certainly going to beat this via at least six red shoe tricks. Probably a club also.
Now, was Four Hearts making East West? I don't think so because clubs are 4-2. But I think that's the only reason.
Well, if they just start spade tapping, you can't. Oh, is it North has no entry? I'm thinking like you can't draw trumps because that's all of them. But North has no entry. But you do need.
Oh.
Yeah, you just make it.
Oh yeah, no, you're
Just
just cold for Four Hearts. What were East West
Yeah,
thinking?
you just have 10 tricks there. Four hearts, four diamonds, and two clubs via the finesse.
Yeah, wow, wet fish. They missed the cold vulnerable game. Take care, Shift. Have a good one.
Yes, good to see you. Hopefully, we'll catch you the rest of the week. Wow. So East North South conceding 100 is a win 11 position.
Yes, although like in reality, I'm pretty convinced that East West were gonna end up in no Trump if North South had stayed silent.
Yeah, which will make it a win one position if it's less than 3 no Trump, or a win more than that position if they get to 3 no and North just leads a list spade.
Right. Yeah. So it seems pretty likely that East West are just getting a plus result at their table here, so Italy may extend their lead, although I've been wrong about my predictions before. How are we doing with 3 push boards in a row? Not quite yet.
Probably not, although I guess it's possible it could time out similarly to the other table. I don't think so.
Someone
Nah,
said
how
on the
could it?
Flannery hand, Brinken Driver went after Fleischer in 2 now. Is that board 7?
It is board 7.
I mean, there have been
Yeah, why don't
multiple
you,
supposed Flannery hands, so I'm not sure which one we're talking about.
I will take a look while you continue here. So I see. So yeah, so South opened 2 hearts Flannery, North bid 2 no as an asking bid. East made a takeout double, since he has a takeout double Flannery with both minors, and no one had anywhere to go from there, so they played 2 no doubled, and East West managed to beat him to trick.
God. They're so good, huh? I mean,
That seems like a somewhat small number of tricks to take. So North, the declaring side has 3 guaranteed hearts, ace king of diamonds, ace of spades. I'm not sure how the play went, but it feels like on perfect defense, I think they can be held to that. I'm not going to make myself crazy analyzing 2 no Trump.
no. No. I mean, it looks like Declare can always get either the long heart or the long spade, depending on what the defense does. So 7 feels like at least the right number.
Yeah, maybe I think like the defense has 6 easy black suit tricks. Cash 4 clubs via dropping the queen, leading an honor, and get to a spade. But I guess if they do that, then Declare just has a spade trick. There's some street noise. I'm gonna go shut the door here. 1 sec.
Other table got to 3 diamonds east-west and went plus, so actually this is going to be a push board, I think. Looks like Declare has 6 tricks in, and the defense is now able to cash out as long as they don't block the heart suit and give up a trick to that jack of clubs. Man, so Switzerland picking up a nice result on that board then. 2-no trump doubled going down. Has to be good news for them. It's a big position from the West hand to pass out partners double with 3 jacks. Double wasn't necessarily like penalty of 2 no's, takeout for the minors, probably. So West could have just bid 3 clubs. And 2 clubs doubled down 1 by Gurren Moss. I mean, this is brutal. So USA is getting slaughtered. We might not see much of a match in the final segment. Maybe they'll be off Vugraf by that time. We could try and take a look at Sweden-Korea if that match remains close in the final set.
Yeah, that's close. I'd love to see the Koreans bring it home.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get to see them tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
All right, Mono is thinking for an obnoxiously long amount of time on this trick, and he should be ashamed of himself. Just let partner win the jack of diamonds and cross to your hand.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what layout I guess maybe like if he wins the ace of diamonds and plays the ace of hearts, like it possibly prevents partner from doing something bad. If there is something bad that he can do, I don't know. It does seem simple, just let your partner win this trick.
Yeah, I mean, ace of diamonds, ace of hearts, heart would take partner off of any anxiety-inducing stress, but I think that he can just let his partner play a red card and then he always has the rest. What a weird tank, though.
I mean, again, remember a couple of boards ago we saw a weird long tank and then a result in the next hand. So maybe that's happening again because at this point, yeah, it does seem pretty excessive on a hand like this.
Okay, so this should be a push. 2 spades will go down 2, 3 diamonds made in the other room. Once again, the fish east-west in both rooms didn't find the cold heart game. Wow, there was a lot of bidding on that one. 3 passes around to West opening a diamond, a spade overcall. Negative double, 2 hearts. Good raise of spades. East made a takeout double. West bid 2-no trump takeout of the takeout double. Always fun to take out partners takeout. 3 diamonds by East.
One of these players just like have a heart attack at the table or something.
Maybe. I really don't know.
And smoking kills.
Yeah, that could be related to the smoke break. This is why the WBF doesn't allow smoke breaks, so that people don't pass out at the table.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. All right.
Matt says, is it unwise for USA to sit out Fleischer against Zimmerman and make him play against the two pro pairs? I don't think so. Fleischer can hold his own. I mean, obviously Zimmerman can hold his own too against players at this level. Sure, they're not like as good as like having a bunch of the pros in, but Fleischer makes a lot of action, and I think that's something that the Swiss want to avoid. I mean, obviously Brink and Driver make their own action, like doubling 2-0 for penalty. But Fleischer brings action, and if this, I think the Swiss strongly believe that they'll just like take more tricks than their opposition on hands, which they're probably right about that. So if they're able to just like play against a pair that sits down and plays solid bridge, they're expected to win the segment like 30-0 on a good day. Whereas if with Fleischer sitting in, the US might win the set by 25 or 30, the Swiss might win by 35, or it could be anything in between. And so that gives the Americans kind of a little bit of an upside with Fleischer sitting in.
Yeah, and Zimmerman, like he's a perfectly respectable player, but he's outclassed at the top level. And like Marty's worse than the other top experts playing in this match, but he's not outclassed at this level.
Okay. As Will
like Marty's
says,
the equivalent of like, a good 9 through 12 seed expert as opposed to a good 1 through 4 seed expert, but that's still a really good player.
3 pushes in a row.
Nice.
We're getting closer and closer to bingos, people. We just need a beer or me to drone on about percentages on some hand.
Yeah. And so part of Fleischer's desire for immortality is his sleep schedule, so he never wakes up before about 11:30 or noon.
Yeah, there's no chance that Marty will ever be sitting out the third or fourth segments.
And there's no chance he will ever play the first segment.
Yeah.
And he life extension is one of his things.
Yeah, Ilurian says there are a couple of US pairs that do love Flannery, specifically Weinstein. It's his favorite convention of all time.
Yeah.
I think that Levin doesn't actually like it, right?
Yes, I think that's right. I think
Yeah.
that was just one area where he was willing to defer to his partner's extremely strong preference.
Yeah. Bobby was probably just like, they're having the discussion, what should 2 diamonds be? And Bobby's like, I would rather not play Flannery. and Weinstein says, okay, I'm going to need to find another partner. This just isn't working. It's not you, it's me. And Bobby's like, okay, fine. We can do it your way. Let's play Flannery.
Yeah, it had Flannery had a really big following in the GC areas, So like that cluster of experts all played it, but it never really caught on elsewhere in the US. Except apparently upstate New York.
Mm-hmm.
I think Stevie, now he lives, I forget where, but yeah, I think he grew up in upstate New York and then moved to New Jersey when he was working the stock exchange. But, really, other than that, DC expert community, no one in the U.S. ever really took to Flannery. Well, let's see what's happening here. So, a diamond, a heart, a spade, probably showing an unbalanced hand. I guess we knew that East would only open a diamond with 4 if he had 4 spades, so it's possible probably to still 4-4. 2 clubs look like an ass, 2 hearts. Maybe 2 hearts showed that he had 4 spades, 5 diamonds.
I mean, I assume it also shows short hearts.
Maybe, yeah. I was wondering whether it was just 2 diamonds shows, one thing and 2 hearts shows the other. I wonder it is true how precise it is.
Because otherwise, West would probably want to know about a potential 5-3 heart fit. But they get to 3-0, which looks like a good spot for East-West. The 10 of diamonds falling means the diamonds do come home for 4 tricks.
Yeah, certainly one way or another. West, East 2 hearts, denied hearts.
Yeah, to conclude the discussion on Flannery as North thinks about the opening lead, it's not so much that you like Flannery for specifically the hands where you have 5 hearts and 4 spades, the main gain to the convention is actually when Flannery doesn't come up, when you have an auction like a heart pass a spade showing 5, or a heart pass a no trump or something that can contain 4 spades. Now the opponents have a lot harder time leading into 3-0 because the no trump bidder could have a 4-card spade suit, and all of the negative inferences that come from not, from your heart opener now not having a 4-card spade suit on the side.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people judge conventions just based on, what does it do when it actually occurs, rather than the holistic picture of what does it do for the entire system.
Yeah.
Spade opening lead is going to blow a trick, but Declare did have 9 with 4 diamonds, 3 clubs, a heart, if North-South did, knock out the King of Hearts, and the Ace of Spades.
Yeah, the expert consensus isn't, I think, so much that Flannery is bad as that other uses for 2 diamonds are good.
Right, and in the US, a lot of those other uses for 2 diamonds are kind of banned. So,
right,
in that sense, Flannery might actually be good. Alright, a couple rounds of diamonds. Eventually Declare I'll knock out the ace, overtake the 9 here with the queen, with that 10 falling, and get back in clubs to run the suit. So I think South is probably not going to switch to hearts when they get in. They'll probably just play a spade back through, setting up partner spades. And can Declare score the King of Hearts eventually for an 11th trick? I think the answer is no.
I mean, so North has to pitch a bunch of things on these diamonds. Then if he pitches clubs, on the clubs that are going to come next. Well, if he pitches clubs, Declare gets an extra trick immediately. So North has to pitch 3 non-clubs on the next 3 tricks. Or, sorry, 4 non-clubs, here in the 3 tricks that are about to happen.
Right, yeah, I mean, so North can pitch a bunch of hearts, North can pitch a couple of hearts and a spade, but the point is kind of that for Declare to, cash out tricks, he's going to have to set up something for North-South in the process.
Right, but if North pitches enough hearts, then we can cash out our black suit winners and exit with the King of Hearts.
Right, but then South scores 2 hearts and the Ace of Diamonds. I mean, Declare has 10 tricks, right? He has 4 diamonds, 2 spades.
10, right. 10 is easy, yeah.
Oh, no, we only have 9. No, you're so right. You're so right.
Why don't we have 10 tricks along those lines?
Well, I guess I had miscounted Declare's tricks. So anyway, we have 2 spades, 3 clubs, 4 diamonds, which is 9, and then yes, it looks like Declare might be in business to collect a 10th trick, depending on how the defense discards.
Right, he can always take a 10th trick. I guess we'll see whether he does take a 10th trick, because I think there's no way to do it without guessing.
He can always take a 10th. Oh, yeah. North gets squeezed, right? No.
Right, North has to pitch a lot of things on these diamonds, and none of them can be a club. I mean, if North pitches 3 hearts and a spade, we can just play ace and spade. Oh, no, that ace and spade. Yeah, and then, again, we only lose 3 aces. Or 2 aces and the King of Spades.
I see. North pitches 2 hearts and a spade, and then the last diamond is going to squeeze North. If they pitch another spade, then the 9 of spades is good. If they pitch the Queen of Hearts, then we strip the spade and exit the King of Hearts, and eventually our 9 of Hearts sets up.
Yeah, exactly.
And if North pitches a club, obviously the 4th club and dummy is good. So,
right.
So yeah, 10 tricks do appear to be available, and I think Declare will probably get them. Because there's almost nothing to the play up to the point where Declare can run 3 diamond or all the diamonds. and then you might work out that this is the correct way to handle the end position.
Yeah, here we've got North like agonizing over this, and the more agony he's in, the more obvious it is what the source of his agony is.
Yeah. And of course, part of it might be that North is just trying to find a layout to beat the contract. And in doing so, he might do something like pitch clubs because he'll work out if Declare
Right.
has the club king, then Declare just has a ton of
Yeah,
tricks. So
yeah,
it might
sure.
ultimately come down to a much simpler plan where Declare doesn't have to guess. The fourth club and dummy just sets up.
Yeah, well, if North is planning to do that, South better cashes two aces because North might get. No, I guess it doesn't matter. Thing like North might get squeezed, but there would be 11 tricks anyway. But I think if North does unguard the clubs, does Declare take 11 tricks?
No.
So his club will be his 10th. And then can he? I guess there's no squeeze because you can exit the King of Hearts, but then South Ace and Jack are both tricks.
Yeah.
All right. Well, eventually this will be 6:30.
I think so. And
Italy will win NIMP, possibly even as early as today.
yeah, and so Italy will double their lead 104 now to 102 after this hand, probably.
Yeah.
So this is still going to be a close match going down the home stretch.
Yeah, obviously, like, hindsight is easy, but I think if you'd asked me coming in who I thought the favorite in this match is, I think I probably would have shrugged and said no one.
I think the
If
Italian
you
team
feel
on
like-
paper is
I'm
probably
not
stronger.
so sure. Maybe, but like the Herbst, obviously, despite their layoff, have both world experience and world success. Zamir and Toledano are as hot as just about any pair in the world. So, I think it's like, yeah, maybe very slightly because the Italians obviously have Versace Cementa and a lot of high level experience, but I think they're pretty closely matched.
Yeah, it's definitely close. I believe Italy was the third seed given by the WBF, which doesn't necessarily mean much, but it is what it is.
Some of that also is based on history. Like Versace and Cementa both have a lot of world championship success. Not a ton of it has been in recent years.
No.
But but I'm sure they get seeding points based on their overall history. Like they decay over time, but those are still going to get them something.
All right, King
All
of
right, well, now
Clubs. Are we going to knock out
Yeah.
the King of Spades now? Interesting. We don't.
Maybe this is a little bit of a slip from Declare.
It does seem really weird to not knock out the King of Spades because that was free.
Honestly, like, for one overtrick, you may have just gotten a little bored on North's hesitation and just been like, all right, let's just get on with it.
Yeah, it's possible.
Also keep in mind, we're very late.
Okay, that's a good point too.
Yeah. An hour and 40 minutes in with 6 boards and the rest of this to play.
You said 6:30. I completely forgot South was getting in and switching to a spade, which may well have actually broken up the squeeze against North. For what it's worth, obviously North pitching all those spades gave Declare a chance, or maybe the Vugraph operator lost the play. Will says not overtaking the 9 of diamonds also looks strange. Yeah, so maybe the Vugraph operator lost the play, and we don't really know what happened. But we're on to the next hand. South opens a no trump, which for them I think is 15 to 17, although obviously this 14 count is well worth an upgrade. Passes around to East. He has 13, 15 in fact. He doubles.
Yeah. Yeah, so card showing double, as we said, you know, the lighter your opponent's no trumps get, the more important the card showing double becomes. Here north south with like 14 plus 17. So you could go either way on whether you want to play a conventional double or a card showing double.
Yeah, and I had kind of talked about this, that you really want a source of tricks to make these doubles when you're sitting in front of the no trump bidder.
Hang on.
I'm hanging on.
Say, like,
double is penalty on their card. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, but two diamonds, like. I was gonna say, are we so sure that they're on the same wavelength, even as experienced as the pair is? Because why two diamonds if you're going to run and not two clubs? And why the alert?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, it does look like West is not on the same wavelength with his partner about the
Right?
double.
Like, it can't be a Woolsey double because West would always want to play it in the minor, but two diamonds is a strange bid if double is just a down the middle, double one no trump because we have a good hand kind of double.
Yeah, okay, interesting question. So I think at this point, East knows that their side has had an accident. North asks about two diamonds. How do you explain it? Do you say that your side's had an accident?
I mean, but presumably East doesn't think they've had an accident, right? Like maybe East, either they play transfers here, which I think very few pairs do, but some might, or they just play natural takeouts. Like East has no reason to think there's an accident. He doubled a no trump. West had the Yarborough with five diamonds. It bids two diamonds.
Yeah, yeah. There is a lot of hesitation, though, for North not having passed. Okay, North bids two spades.
Yeah, I don't think East has any reason to believe that something strange is going on.
Now, I do wonder, North might be given cause for redress on this one.
If there were different explanations on both sides of the screen, there will certainly be a ruling, and those can be brutally hard to sort out. Like those are some of the most complicated rulings I've ever been involved in as a, committee member or person being polled.
Okay, DeFranco does lead a diamond, so, I mean, I think you're right. Like, DeFranco might not know that a misunderstanding has occurred, and obviously he hasn't taken advantage of any UI. He leads his partner's diamond suit. But, I think it is possible, because North is in this position where if he got the explanation from West... No.
No, South and West are screen mates.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to understand where I'm coming from with my belief that North might be able to get this rolled back to like two diamonds, either doubled or undoubled, going down east-west. I'm not sure.
If he was told it was natural, and it really is natural, and this probably, if they have good notes, the situation would be in the notes because it's not that uncommon, then I don't think North South will have a case, but they will have probably some grumbling.
Yeah. So maybe North actually doesn't get anything taken back. I mean, as is, it looks like he can technically make two spades. He has four spades, three diamonds, and the ace of clubs available. He may also... he just flies ace of diamonds, yeah. He's gonna duck some hearts, try and get a heart ruff.
Yeah, so I mean, I wonder, like, is it possible that two diamonds is, ostensibly natural, but could conceal an SOS redouble for the majors?
Sure, yeah. Very possible. Obviously, that's not what Mono was trying to do. Mono has 5 high card points, and his partner has a minimum of 15, so he would have passed the penalty double if he could.
Right, like what did Mono think two diamonds was is my question, which I do not have an answer for. Like, whatever North was told, I think does not match whatever was in Mono's brain.
No.
even if North was given the correct information, which I'm guessing he was, because, you know, what else would you really want to play over this kind of bidding? I mean, is it possible that Mono missaw the auction in some way?
Maybe.
I mean, like
um,
they're bidding on tablets. I just wonder if, like, if Mono Two Dime was just like truly from outer space.
so if East had balanced double, it would show either diamonds or both majors. In which case, West would bid two diamonds. Sorry, what did I just say? I turned my brain off. If East had balanced two clubs, it would show diamonds or both majors. Is that what I said? I think so.
I bet that is 100. I bet he thought that his party would be two clubs instead of double. That makes complete sense.
Yeah. Yeah, BZL, we got the three pushes in a row already on the card
Yeah,
up there.
I think you're spot on.
Yeah, people still talking about multi in the YouTube chat. Daniel says multi has been banned in the US. So multi has been disallowed from most events in the US, but specifically for, I think, open chart events and also for team matches of more than 6 boards. Is that right? I don't remember the exact number. Multi is allowed. Um,
Um, at certain, like at the national level, regionals have discretion, and most regionals ban it in all events.
Yeah. So it does depend what level you're playing at, which means like at the NABCs, especially if you're playing in the premier events, you're going to be allowed to play multi, not in the pair games, but in the team games. And I think that is an important distinction, which is one of the only reasons that European teams still show up to compete in the NABCs, because they're allowed to play their regular conventions and those
I mean,
events.
they show up to compete because they're well compensated to do it.
Well, that as well, but yes, like I think they would be a lot more disappointed if they weren't allowed to play their normal system.
Yeah. No, it's true, but it's not that big an adjustment. Like, sure, it's annoying, but it's still the top bridge, in the world of the World Championships. So you show up and you play week two diamonds for a week. It's just not that big a deal.
Okay, Declare has made 2 spades. So I do believe we're probably going to see a director call. Again, we've talked about this. There's nothing malicious with calling for a director on this sort of hand. It's just,
Right.
North wants to make sure that his side didn't get unfairly penalized for like something the opponents did that wasn't unethical. They just
There was an irregularity. That's
Yeah,
the
it
only
was-
thing that that matters.
Yeah, exactly. And so I do expect to see a director call. It might take a minute, it might take 5 minutes, it might take 10 seconds, but we'll wait a second until the board gets discussed. Hopefully the ViewGraph operator will let us know.
Yeah, Rob, you and I were both playing our formative bridge in the DC area where there was a lot of tolerance for unusual systems. So, like obviously, like I think we both, just as fans of bridge and people who play high level bridge, think that there should be more system openness. But obviously our views are also colored by the fact that it's just normal to us to be able to play these methods.
For sure. And, why does the ACBL ban anything? Craig likes to make the analogy that some old fart on the board of directors showed up to their local club one day, played against this method, got a bad result, and then they were just like, well, that's unfair, so let's get that off of the rules. Disallow this sort of bid.
I mean, I do believe that's true for a lot of regulations, but also, you see this we were talking about the master point plan the other day. There's a lot of catering to the preferences of the ACBL's older, less expert generation, and one of them is master points being all important as a philosophy of running tournaments, and one of them is making sure that they're always in their comfort zone.
Yeah, because
And ultimately, like,
if the general patron of ACBL events tends to be a less experienced older player who just wants to show up and open a spade with their 13 counts and bid a no trump with 17, and then get have the auction go 1-no 3-no or 1-no I'll pass at every table, and then like take your aces and kings and move on, and that's what they enjoy about the game. And people show up and they're playing all these complicated methods and they say alert, and you're just like, oh, that really makes me uncomfortable. And then they start getting good results against you, and they talk about squeezes and end plays and things that you're not really comfortable with, that you don't understand. Then you're going to be very disincentivized to show up the next week and play at the club or ever again. And then the ACBL loses money. The club loses money. The club could shut down. So
yes, and ultimately, the ACBL is in the business of selling boards to play and not in the business of selling anything else. So if they drive away a few younger players but keep around a larger group of older players, from the ACBL's point of view, that's a business win, even though it's probably bad for future bridge and bad for lovers of high level bridge.
And I mean, it's a trade off that has to be,
Right.
thought about and
100%.
discussed. Um,
I don't know. My philosophy is just like, you just have people accept there's going to be an annoying year or two of adjustment while you get used to it. And then, what, a year later, no one's going to care that multi's allowed at the club. But, as you say, like, the 70-year-olds in England playing at the club on a Sunday afternoon do just fine.
right.
Anyway, back to this 4 heart contract, which is a little dicey, missing too many aces and trump tricks.
Yeah, the
They got a level
hands just
higher
don't
than they
quite.
did in the other room.
Yeah, they don't quite fit very well. The Queen of Clubs is a worthless card opposite the Stiff Club. Declare
Right.
doesn't have the Jack of Hearts, which would have given them a chance if one of the Heart Honors was in South's hand. So this is just going to be down 1, and
Yeah. Yeah, the
Israel will
diamonds
be
are a
back
nice
on
fit,
top.
but it's not enough. Yep. Yes, this will be, I believe, a 6 imp swing. No, 5 imps, I guess. Oh, 6. Yep, yep. For 50 and 140.
5.
5. 6
Yeah.
starts at 200 or 220.
220.
I don't know. Thanks. Yeah, so this will be. Oh, I see. So Hollander's saying that. Um, this still doesn't make any sense. Balancing double was 10 plus and 2 diamonds. Said 1 major. Like, sure, I guess, but that does seem like kind of a strange method.
I still stand by my take on it, which is that East West were just not on the right page. We're not on the same
Yeah,
page.
I completely agree.
I like how Schiff
All right,
fact checked
well.
one end of my range, but not the other, unless he was so confident that 220 is 6. I'm pretty sure 220 is 6.
A lot of times when I do this, I keep an imp scale up so I don't have to sound like an idiot who doesn't know the imp scale.
Is there an imp scale on this? If I click on something, I forget.
I don't know, but they're not hard to find. All right, well, Declare is just gonna sort of, mess around a little bit and eventually have nothing to do but go down 1. And I think eventually it's gonna be right now. Yep.
Yeah, so Israel up by 2 now. This does look to be the feature match for the day, with both teams very close. Not a ton of
Yeah.
imps scored, but still exciting bridge. Herbst, comma O in the north has nice little strong no trump opener. I mean, I guess we're about to find out, right? If mono balances double with this hand, then obviously it's not penalty, or it's penalty oriented, but it's just like a lower value in terms of doubling. So no, he doesn't. I think I'm right, and Al Hollander is making something up, or maybe he's using old notes. 6 of hearts lead. So the defense can set up 3 hearts. They have 2 clubs they can take, and 2 diamonds if they can get all of them. And in the meantime, Declare will be able to score a heart, 2 spades, 2 diamonds, and the king of clubs. It will be a race to 7. As one no-trump contracts frequently are. Yeah, it does look like Declare is just going to set up diamonds and eventually take a club finesse, or maybe East-West play clubs for him. But the defense just doesn't have enough time to get all of their tricks set up before Declare gets his 7 going.
Yeah, missed the first couple tricks, hard over hard back, so the defense set those up.
Yeah, a couple more hearts. Declare can pitch a club and a spade on these tricks.
Oh, wait a minute, isn't this just down?
How? Did I miscount something? There's 3 hearts, 2 diamonds, and the ace of clubs.
Well, in the other club, right? Because ace of diamonds is a bit dislodged. Either east or west just plays a club.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, I was right first. It is a race to 7, and the defense comes out on top. Yep. As I was saying.
Indeed.
Good. So yeah, a heart from east back to his partner's 9 to get a low club throw will keep communication in the club suit and set up the defense's 7th trick.
You can even just play the queen of clubs now, although that's weirder.
Yeah, yeah, we're taking this hand to go. Oh my god! What?
Well, I mean, it works, by the way, because someone Declare pitch a club from one of the hands, which means that West Deuce of clubs is going to stand up.
Oh, man. Now... Yeah, wow. Oh my god. So the defense is actually cashing out for down 2. This is a huge swing to Italy. Oh boy.
Yeah, I wonder, I wasn't watching the spot cards, but West almost certainly signaled in a way that suggested he had club strength, which makes that queen of clubs play a lot more palatable.
Well, it says West is put under pressure with 4 clubs and queen 10 of spades. I see. So Will's suggesting Declare could pitch 2 clubs as opposed to the 9 of spades. Yeah. Oh my god, though. That queen of clubs switch? How is that possible?
I mean, it's possible if West played his lowest card at every opportunity and he's trusted it. It's a big play.
The 8 of hearts was suit preference for clubs. Declare did pitch a club, which makes it sound like his club holding is a little bit weak. Man.
Yeah.
Okay, well, next hand, East is 6-5 in the pointed suits. Are we going to see East open or not? Probably not.
Yeah, this would be one where you're wishing that you played a 2-suited method, like, 2 spades, and a minor is really nice on a hand like that, even if your length isn't quite what you want it to be. I gotta say, I would be very tempted to open, like, whatever the most suitable thing in my methods is. I really don't want to pass that hand. Maybe 2 spades even, like, if it's just a natural weak 2 and, bid diamonds later or not. I don't know. Should I not say that out loud?
No, I think you're all good on that one. So East does pass, South passes, West does as well.
A club, probably.
And North does get to make an opening bid. He's got 18, and conventionally, doesn't look like they have a great way to show 18 to 19 balanced. I think they just have to open a club with this thing, planning to rebid 2-0.
Yeah, I think they're, probably the most standard pair in this match and possibly left in the tournament. Other than, well, yeah, sorry, they were playing transfers, which I missed on the card. Yeah, whatever, club and go from there. Probably club a diamond by well, East will bid. Yeah. Yeah, so like East has the same annoying problem he had on the last round. He wants to bid. He doesn't really want to bury either of his suits, but he knows there's a good chance he's going to have to. Yeah, so he does decide to promote the spades and not worry about the diamonds.
Yeah, 3 passes go around
Incorrectly
to
this
club.
time. Yeah. Yeah, like, this time, obviously West has a diamond fit and no spade fit, so this is not the best layout for East, but I basically agree with the sentiment of, spades being the more important thing to deal with.
I can tell you, North South are not getting to the same contract as in the other room after the start to the auction.
No, but you get to check the Moisey box.
Did we not check that already? We didn't. Okay. Chat,
No,
we're
you
getting
didn't
real
agree with me
close. We need a grand bidden made, a beer card, or a lengthy discussion about odds. We're almost there.
Yeah, so this unfortunately, actually maybe not unfortunately, right? How are we doing? 1, 5, 6. Yeah, declares strict short here with the spade finesse losing.
Okay.
I mean, you think we could maybe strip squeeze East? I don't.
Well, it looks like we can, right?
Oh, I guess we can, yeah. No, because if Declare cashes clubs to force his cards from East, West can keep the King of Diamonds and have 2 clubs to cash and lead a spade.
Yeah, so let's think. I mean, it looks like the defense might be able to come out on top, but they have to do
I think so.
something a little bit different depending on the way that Declare plays the first couple of tricks.
Yeah, so weirdly, I think West needs not to unblock the diamond, which could be hard.
Yeah, if West plays the king of diamonds on this trick, Declare can win, run hearts and clubs, and exit the.
Well, it looks natural if he's followed with a low diamond for West to put up the king to unblock, and I think that's fatal.
I don't think so. The third round of diamonds is an entry, but
Third round of diamonds is an entry where?
to West's hand to play a spade through.
No, I'm saying, suppose North had ducked that ace of diamonds and East continued with a low one. Now it looks natural for West to put up the king to unblock.
Right, which is necessary, I think.
I think it's fatal because West needs to keep an entry.
No, all the diamonds are set up. If East gets in with the spade king, then East cashes out diamonds. And since Declare doesn't have another diamond, there's no throw.
Right, but oh, that's right, of course. So Declare had to win that to preserve the throw in, but that means that West can keep his diamond communications. Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
I missed that. That once Declare ducked the diamond, he had no exit card.
Right, if it does go queen of diamonds, jack of diamonds ducked, then Declare can just knock out the spade king because the diamonds are blocked. So it's very important for West to unblock on a third round of diamonds, but the way that the play has gone now, as long as the defense is careful how they discard, and I don't think they're going to have much of an issue, then there's not much that Declare can do from here.
Yeah, so fortunately, since their teammates picked up plus 100 against 4 spades, the Israelis are going to survive this. Possibly even win a couple of games if they hold it to down 1.
Yeah, Declare needs to cash out to hold it to down 1, and I think probably will cash out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he knows at least what's going on with the diamond honors from the standard queen lead, so that'll help some. Obviously, he doesn't know about the lengths. He's going to be a little surprised that he's a 6-5 here.
Yeah.
And he'll find out sometime soon if he catches or just plays on clubs.
I do wonder if Declare is just going to duck a club now.
I was gonna say, like, if diamonds were just splitting, well, oh, I see. Yeah, the defense could still have four diamonds and a spade, so he'd be down one that way, and as well as the club he's about to lose. Like if diamonds split normally, he'd be, you know, down at least one anyway if the opponents kept all their diamonds.
Unless the diamonds block. So he does go club to the ace and may play a club back now. I think if DeFranco followed to this trick, he might duck, hoping that the diamonds actually block or that the defense blocks the diamond suit.
I think that's just so unlikely. Like if he says the queen jack of diamonds and West has the king, maybe you know, at some levels of the game they would mess that up. I don't think it's possible that a top class pair could.
All right, the clubs have not split.
What block position is there for the diamonds when you're missing nine of them?
Some of these like simple looking positions can be rather complicated, I think. But
I mean, that's certainly true, but I'm not so sure this is one of them. All right, well, these rallies pick up anyway, despite not a great result in their
okay,
hands.
got it. Queen Jack 10 8 fourth of diamonds in East's hand. So West would then have King empty fifth. Queen of diamonds
I see.
to the ace. Then we duck a club, right? Let's say East wins. Jack of diamonds, 10 of diamonds. West has to guess if partner's led from Queen Jack 10 third or Queen Jack 10 fourth.
Well, after the Queen of Diamonds, Jack of Diamonds, the nine was in dummy, or we would have seen it declare his hand. Can't we play the eight now? Oh no, then we do have to be worried the same thing that the declare could have a 10 third.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, that's fair. I will concede the point.
Yeah, like that's the thing, there's we've even seen a bunch of these types of positions on stream, and we've seen defenders, struggle. It feels like most of the time they've gotten it right, but it's deceptively difficult in some of these like cash out situations where you have like all of the tricks in the suit. If dummy is sitting on like Jack fourth and you're looking at like Ace 10 fourth and your partner has King Queen third, you're not going to get the cash out wrong. There's only one way to play it. But in this type of a position, you can definitely, accidentally block the suit. Oh, Schmeebel says Rusino would tell partner you've led from 4 or more. That would work, but obviously East-West aren't playing that. They led the queen from this holding.
Right, but the Jack could still have been exactly 4. Oh, I see, but that's the point. It could never be 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true, actually. Like, I hadn't thought of that as a Rusino win, but I guess it is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Italy back on top by 3 now. North opens a club. South bids a no trump, and we see all pass.
Yeah, so same contract reached in the other room. We'll see whether West is the type to lead a diamond from this holding, even knowing it's South suited up. He does look for a spade. Seems pretty reasonable. South often has long diamonds here, so the diamond probably isn't great for you, and he might have to play on him anyway.
Yeah, and this 5 of spades, third best. East does get to win the queen, and I think East is going to have no difficulty switching to a low diamond looking at that dummy.
Yeah.
Just kidding. East plays back a spade.
Maybe hoping West has ace, jack of spades, and this sets up a third spade trick for the defense.
Yeah, although this has not worked out all that well for East-West. So Declare is going to have 2 spades, 4 clubs, and the diamond ace if he can get all of them. Now the clubs are blocked. The ace of diamonds is the only real entry to the south hand.
Bro, I'm just going to step away for 1 second here and deal with something.
Sure. So, in the meantime, the defense technically could score 3 diamonds, 2 hearts, and 2 spades. But care definitely needs to be taken. I mean, I think oddly enough, West can get away with flying the ace of spades here to switch to a diamond, although that's a little bit more difficult. So West does duck, Declare can play back another spade, setting up the spade trick. He also sees kind of the difficulty in the blockage of the clubs, though. But it feels kind of natural to play this third spade and force the opponents to beat you. Oh, we get a result change from the other room. Thanks, operator. One no trump did go down a trick. Ooh, DeFranco's starting to pitch diamonds. West does find the diamond switch, but I think it's going to be a... Oh, Declare wins the ace. Man, things have... I think Declare was going from like making it to going down to making it to going down, and now is finally settling on down one. King of Diamonds offside. If Herbst had ducked that Queen of Diamonds, he could have cut West off from the long diamonds, and eventually the Ace King of Hearts being both in DeFranco's hand, Declare could have scored a heart trick in the end position. But here, Ace of Clubs, and the defense will get the rest for one down. Or at least should get the rest. Wait a second. Is a hard exit enough? Well, not with Declare having pitched a diamond. But would a hard exit have been enough if Declare had held on to this Jack of Diamonds, pitched a hard instead? DeFranco would win. I think the answer is yes. Anyway, 100, down one, and we get another push. Last board of the segment, board 16. And then we'll take a look at the scoreboard, and I have a sinking feeling for the US that we might be out of the Open. It's looking very dire.
How bad is it?
It is currently 45.
And 45 with 16 boards to go is not great, but we've all done it.
Yeah, very doable. It's going to be hard against a strong Switzerland team, but we can manage.
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. pairs are both pretty active, so there will be some imps flying around. Obviously, that can go both ways if, you're generating action and it goes the other way as it has for so much of this match for the U.S.
Yeah, all of the other three matches are relatively close. Korea up by 18, but that is the largest margin other than the US-Switzerland match. Poland ahead over China by 9, and of course in this match, Italy is only up by 3. West opens a no trump. 14 count over there. They're playing good 14 to 17s, and it's a 5-card suit. I would say it probably qualifies.
Yeah. I mean, the alternative of opening a diamond and rebidding a no trump seems, like you're going to miss some games with partner, just has some stuff, and you've got the, the timing, like Sobbers and the other suits to knock out the diamonds. I don't know. I mean, no aces is really bad. Like, you might have to knock out a bunch of things, and every time you do, it's both a loser and a temple for the defense. I don't know. Actually, I'm kind of selling myself on not opening a no trump unless it's 14-16.
Schmiebel thinks that East didn't bid 2 diamonds, and I'm kind of in agreement. On their card, it says 2 diamonds and 2 hearts of transfers. I mean, I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of alerts, but...
I think he probably did bid 2 diamonds, and they're just playing a complicated method that we're, a little bit behind on. Like, I don't know. Would you open the West? Like, I don't want my partner to force a game on an indifferent 10 count if I have that West hand.
Aces are really important cards in 3 no trump. People will say aces are
Yeah.
so good in suits. Like, it's not so
Yeah,
much
you've
that.
harped on this before.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's like when you don't have aces. So here's the problem if you're playing in 3 no trump and you're missing 4 aces. The opponents have a 7 card fit somewhere, and they just like start knocking out your stoppers. They have control over all the other suits and can decide when to take their aces. Eventually, they're going to set up an extra trick. So getting to 3-0 when you're missing all 4 aces, the defense is always going to be able to come out on top unless there's some really obscure layout of the hand. So the fact that Mono is missing a bunch of aces kind of means that he's not really in control of how he gets to play the hand. He's kind of just going to be forced to knock out the stoppers in his long suits and hope the opponents aren't able to cash enough tricks. Would I open a no trump 15 to 17 with the West hand? I don't know. I mean, I would say probably not, but I understand doing it.
Yeah, I mean, 14, 16, you know, or like whatever, 15, 17, but like we all know we're going to open every 14 count in real life. Like, yeah, maybe, but to show it as like 15, 17 or a true 14 plus, yeah, I think when you start thinking about how it's actually going to play in 3 no trump opposite the hands partner's going to force with, it doesn't look so great. Like here, I don't know if we open a diamond or we bid a no trump, partner probably invites just because he has a nice hand with some spots. He does have a diamond fit, which could be valuable. So he's got to invite anyway. We're not going to miss the game by opening a diamond.
No.
And like, are we ever going to miss game when it's good? I mean, we could, but I don't think we're going to miss too many good ones. But I think we are going to get to a bunch of bad ones.
Yeah, and
here we're off 4 tricks, but it's fine.
Yeah, the presence of that Jack of Spades is kind of a big deal, so that West has 2 spade stoppers. You have the 5 diamond tricks. Partner's hand just kind of perfectly fits with ours. So
right, and we only need to knock out one thing. We start, 5 diamonds, 3 clubs, a spade, or a heart if they lead a major. If they lead a club, that's fine too. We don't care about clubs. So as long as they lead a major, we've always got the timing to knock out the club and, just score a trick in one major or another eventually.
yeah, for sure. Other
And
table also
five
gets to
two,
3 no
yeah,
trump.
sure. But,
And this is going to be, I think, the same 10 tricks, probably?
well, I mean, we're off face king ace ace, so 10 tricks is not automatic.
No, but I mean, North has to switch to hearts to hold it to
Right.
10. Like, if North goes ace of spades spade or something, then
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's right. As long as he sells the ace of spades in hand, he does get another chance. But yeah, it's true. If he just plays to set them up, that'll be the end of it.
there's the ace of spades, and there's another spade.
Yeah.
So that'll be 11 tricks, 1 imp going the way of Italy, so they'll be ahead by 4 going into the final 16 boards of play. This match is getting action-packed. Sweden, Korea is relatively close. Let's take a look at the actual standings so that we can be up to date on which matches we might want to watch.
The Koreans had a reasonable lead coming into today, as I recall.
Yeah, Argentina had a big 3rd or 4th segment, but Korea righted the ship in this one. There are, very few imps being swung in this set in particular, but Korea's back on top by 18 currently. There's still a few boards to play in some of these sets. USA against Switzerland. USA has actually picked up 10, so now they're only back by 35. There's still 1 board to play in that one. Poland over China by 17 currently. So Poland could topple the Chinese team that has looked relatively strong throughout. And then obviously Italy, Israel is
they had.
very close.
Yeah, China picking up almost 40 imps in the morning segment today. That's the story of the match at the moment.
Yeah, in the women's, USA still dominating over. Actually, USA got a concession. They didn't even play the fifth of 6 segments. So after 2/3 of the match, they got a concession. They were up over 130 imps. Sweden over Norway by 52. We might see a concession in the last set, but probably not when it's only 50.
I don't think so. Yeah.
23 for Turkey over Italy, and China over England does not appear to have enough of a lead. They're only up by 32. We saw England make the 50 imp comeback with 15 boards to play in their round of 16 match against New Zealand. We'll see if they can manage it again. Over in the seniors, ho ho! USA has had a good 5th segment, and now they're in the lead by 1 in that match. France over Israel. Looks like there actually wasn't concession in that match as well, even though France was only up by 85 with 2 segments to play.
Yeah, and maybe the Israelis just felt like they were in really bad form and had, just weren't going to get it back today.
Yeah, Canada sitting behind India. In fact, they have exactly doubled their score. Canada behind by 84. Sweden over Germany by 27. And then finally in the mixed, what do we see? Oh my God! So Poland over Norway. They have a pretty substantial lead. Poland's still the number 1 seed in the mixed coming into this bracket stage, and we can see why. Italy over Israel, and that Italy's playing Israel in both. I said this yesterday, didn't I?
Yeah, yes, you did.
Italy over Israel by 11, so both of these matches are relatively close. Germany over France by 65, and then USA has made the comeback. Sponsor is sitting out in this set. They're now ahead over China by 3 imps. They picked up 26 in this segment, looking pretty strong down the stretch. Thanks for tuning in, Babs. We'll see you in just a bit.
Yeah.
Next set is slated to start in 30 minutes.
All right, great. I have not really stretched my legs at all. I'm going to go out for a brief walk, and I'll see you back then.
Sounds good. All right. So do we have any more drama to cover, or are we all caught up on drama? USA Switzerland, do we still have a table in play? No, the match is concluded, but we can take a look at some of the boards. Like, what were some of these swings? I mean, we heard about this one. Board 7, 2 clubs doubled, and in the other room it was 2 no trump doubled, which is absolute insanity. No, we've lost the results. But not a large number of swings, I mean, in either direction. So it was just that was a 9 imp swing, and then board 14, which I guess we can't see the board anymore, but one of the tables went down in 3-0, one of them made. Who's the sponsor for the mixed US team? Susan Zhang, I think is her name. She's playing with Eddie Wold on the team. So now the US mixed is going to have Corbell and Shi, as well as Greco and Seaman Molson. 2 relatively strong partnerships there. VuGraph Operator tells us that we're going to see the same match again for the next segment. So in terms of results, which match do we actually want to watch? Is this going to do something that I want to see? Kind of. Aha! Wait, oh, this is prior to the 5th segment. Yeah, this is not the right results link to click on. Let's look at the running scores. So 16 imps separate Korea, Argentina. 30 for USA, Switzerland. Italy, Israel 5, and China, Poland 17. I think we're going to ignore the China-Poland match. because I could see arguments for either of these three. One, we want to watch Korea and possibly Argentina, maybe two of the dark horses, as someone said earlier. Italy, Israel is really close, and USA, Switzerland, very strong players playing, as well as like I have a bit of USA bias. I'm going to put up a poll though. So let's let you all vote on which match we want to watch. And I'm not confident that we have the opportunity to watch all of these matches, but I assume at least two of them will be on VooGraph. So I'll try and pick the one that gets the most votes. Which match to watch? Italy, Israel, Korea, Argentina, or USA, Switzerland. And I'll put up the same poll on YouTube so I can tally the results. And again, like, don't cheat, but I'm never going to be able to catch you if you do. So, by cheat, I mean vote twice, once on YouTube and once on Twitch. Lorian says, Korea. Love watching USA Zimmerman, but Korea's interesting. I suspect we're going to see them tomorrow. I mean, based on these results, Argentina has won one segment. But it tends to be the case that just winning one segment of these matches is not really enough to win the match. So the fact that Korea has won 4 separate segments, even though they only hold on to a 16 imp lead because the segment they lost was a little bit of a blunder, I would expect that Korea is going to advance. They'll be able to hang on and probably even win the final set. But who knows? So we might have the opportunity to see them the next 4 days, depending. I will be watching the gold medal match on Saturday, Sunday. So that means that if Korea does lose to Italy or Israel tomorrow, which would be their opponent, or not tomorrow, but on Friday, in the next 2 days, then we will not be seeing them for the finals. Okay, I've gotten a lot of texts from people who are like clearly watching the broadcasts. I see. We do have a comment on the previous controversy from John Stell, asking about the hesitation, that because behind screens it's not always clear who hesitated, and the explanation is that behind screens it is always clear who hesitated. So that's kind of the the analysis on that one. Like, you can say, oh yeah, maybe the other person was like thinking about bidding, but it's like, it's always clear, you know. This isn't one of these spots where like there's a competitive 5-level decision. This is a hand where the opponents have decided to bid a slam. Your partner's not thinking of doubling the opponents in a slam. Your partner's not thinking of like sacrificing at the 6th level when you guys have psyched a couple of bids. That's not really how things go. Okay, let me see if I can refresh this and we get the actual score updates after 16. So still one board left to come in, Korea, Argentina. But all of the other 3 match scores are official after 16 hands. Matt says, odds on a USA comeback, or is Zimmerman too far ahead? I don't know. USA could definitely make the comeback, for sure. It was a really unfortunate first segment of the day. And as Craig and I had mentioned a couple of times, Brad Moss appears to be misguessing everything in sight. So that's not a good feel when you're playing up against a really strong team. You know, the US might be able to make a couple of misguesses against Denmark and get away with it, but up against Switzerland, you can't afford that many hands where you're just doing something that's a little bit suboptimal or anti-percentage on a hand and you lose 10 imps for it. So it does feel bad to get behind by 25 after that set when Fleischer was sitting out. They lost another 5 in this last segment. Mark's giving the odds of a USA comeback at 6-1. I am going to pull up bridge winners and see if there has been any other comments. Honestly, what I think should happen is, you know, like the coach should be a PR person for the team. So like Brad and Joe shouldn't have to respond to a lot of these like insane comments in the thread, but the USA coach, it should be their job to deal with any PR fiascos. I don't see any follow-up discussions. I mean, there are a couple of new comments late in the thread, but probably nothing worth looking into. Wait, there was something that we hadn't read by Christoph Martens. Let's take a look at this. So Christoph Martens is a relatively famous Polish player who plays for... I mean, he's obviously not on the Polish team here, I don't think, but a very strong Polish player that plays in a lot of these top events. All right, what does he say? His comment has a lot of upvotes. Based on controlled chaos. Chaos creators are right at home in the maelstrom they conjure. It's where they thrive. While they're safely nestled within their web of unpredictability, opponents are left to grapple with challenges they've never encountered before. In my view, this kind of play promotes behaviors that ultimately discourage others from embracing bridge. Okay, this is actually a really important point, and one that is well made. And honestly, this is, I think, something that, you know, if we want to fault Joe and Brad for something, it is probably this, which is he makes a great point that the fact that Joe and Brad play such an unusual system and there's all these like complicated relays and transfers and whatever, this is another reason why I think a lot of people are put off by trying to get interested or involved in the game in the first place. That, you know, people would understand if the auction goes a spade, 2 hearts, 3 hearts, 3 spades, 4 spades. Everyone knows what that auction means. But when the auction goes a spade, 1 no trump, alert, game forcing, 2 clubs, 3 diamonds, like showing 6 hearts and 4 clubs or something, 3 hearts, relay, 4 clubs, showing something else, 4 diamonds, relay, 4 no trump, showing something else, 5 diamonds, 6 spades, 7 diamonds. Now you're just like, what is happening? I can't follow this. And without a lot of explanation about what the bids mean, you're not even going to be able to understand what was happening in the auction. So you can't watch the game. As opposed to a game like chess, sure, a lot of the commentators might say stuff like this is a book move, or, you know, like this, and this, here are the tactics. They have these analyses boards that they can draw stuff out, but they don't have to explain like what a move means. They're like, this is how the horsey moves, this is how the castle moves, that's how the pieces move. That's all you need to know to follow a chess stream. Anyway, so This comment, well received, and not really a point that I'd touched on before, but I do fully agree with him in this sense. Okay. The entire phrasing of this all sounds very like Karl Marx-ish to me. I've never read anything by Karl Marx, but for whatever reason, that's the name that came to mind when I read this. There are a lot of convoluted words that are being thrown around in a chaotic way. Okay, moving on. When every hand becomes an exercise in unraveling obscure tactics rather than skillful play, the spirit of the game is compromised. Cool. On board. From this perspective, the director's decision only reinforces an atmosphere that deters players. Fair enough. Still on board with what he's saying. Instead of upholding clarity and fair play, the ruling emboldens chaotic playstyles that may alienate those seeking a more thoughtful approach to the game. All on board. I will upvote this. Like, this seems very fair. Now, in terms of, like, taking this general piece of advice and applying it to the one exact situation. Oh, poll results are in. So let me take a look. YouTube has an overwhelming majority in favor of watching USA Switzerland, so that's what we're going to watch. No one on Twitch ever votes in these things. That is to your own detriment. But I do appreciate that YouTube has been more supportive in voting on polls. It gives us a little bit of direction about who to take a look at. So yeah, this is all, I think, more like of a theoretical exercise, which I understand, as opposed to like what should be done in this one exact scenario. Obviously, he's advocating for the director to maybe rule against the US in this spot. Even though he doesn't come out and say it, it's kind of implied. Regardless, I mean, I think his point is well received. Obviously not to Michael Rosenberg. He's just generally tilted about everything that he posts on Bridge Winners, so that's just kind of his play style. Matt says, do you remember someone commenting on Bridge Winners that someone like Gru or Justin, J-Lol, all psyched against their newish partner in a national pairs event and failed to put their partner off playing in serious tournaments, which, right? Yeah, exactly. One Manro says, I think the self-alerting tablet game overcomes some of the complexity barrier. I agree, and that's why I'm not sure. We can go and take a look at the hand on Love Bridge, right? Because there were some alerts, but the thing was, it's not self-alerting. Not the way that this tournament is designed. Why is Michael so hostile? I mean, it's just in his blood, I think, and the blood of his ancestors. The issue with the tablets here is that Love Bridge, while they've been given permission to like run this as an experiment, they still have a VuGraph operator at the table who's inputting the bids and descriptions and whatever into the tablet. So the players are not self-alerting. The VuGraph operator is still having to alert, which is ridiculous to me. But we can take a look and see if anything did get alerted. So it was the round of 16 match. Round of 16. Here, I can pull this up so that we can all see what I'm doing. USA Denmark, and it was the third segment, I think. No, fourth segment. This board, 25, right? Yeah, it's this one. It's this one. Okay, so North and South alerted 3 hearts. Double, pass. South alerted 3 no. So maybe North forgot to alert 3 no or just didn't or whatever. Again, I'm not really sure if the VuGraph operator that's putting in the things into the tablet knows what's going on. So this is a little bit hard to judge, like who alerted what and what the alerts were. But yeah, that's an advantage of playing on tablets, is that you could get alerts in this auction from your opponents and explanations and whatever. Oh, Christoph Martin has another post. I'll keep reading. I liked his previous post. It's a matter of approach to bridge. You aim to defend the rights of players who bluff with a fit in secure situations. You aim to defend the rights of players who bluff with a fit. I feel like I think he's expressing his point well. I'm not sure I agree with this point. It's not as if the directors are trying to... this is talking about the 3 diamond, 3 heart move. Yes, exactly. So I don't think the director's ruling is demonstrably suggesting that we're trying to defend players who psych. I think the director's ruling is just because that there was unauthorized information, and like there's a problem with that, which gives them full control over the outcome. This approach is becoming more common simply because it is highly profitable. Yeah, like psyching when you have a fit is a well-known tactic. On the other hand, I'm advocating for those pairs who struggle with synchronizing their interpretation of bids in challenging situations where the meanings of specific bids are unclear. I'm advocating for those pairs who struggle with synchronizing their interpretation of bids in challenging situations where the meanings of... Now, where's the dislike button? Because I dislike this comment. This comment seems to be arguing in favor of blatantly taking advantage of UI. Again, we've made this point clear earlier in the break that that you can't just allow people to post-mortem synchronize their beliefs of bidding, because that would open the door for people to just not have notes and then cheat, basically. The issue here isn't just about skill, but also about the fairness of the game. Controlled bluffing with a fit can be an effective tactic, but it skews the balance in favor of players who can exploit it without risk. I mean, there's never no risk. When you psych, there's always a risk. You know, like psyching 3 hearts and 3 no trump in this auction gives the opponents a bit more room to explore, as long as they figure out what to do. If you just bid 4 diamonds over 3 diamonds in the first place as a preempt, then the opponents wouldn't have the whole 3 level to make other calls. So in a sense, as Eric says, skill issue a little bit, you know? I mean, I'm not really in support of psychs. I think it's bad. I tend to not use psychs because, like, for me, it's not really how the game's supposed to be played. So in that sense, I'm on Martin's side here, that, like, I almost want to disallow psychs from the game. But using it every once in a while as a tactical bid, and, like, I've done this before as well. Like, I've psyched in situations where it's just, like, you just kind of know you psych. I don't know how to describe it. Like, your partner preempts and you have a 2 count. You know the opponents are on for game, possibly slam, so you psych something. Try and throw some extra chaos in there. Psychic controls are a problem, but as long as you don't have a psychic control, then it's okay. Okay, meanwhile, players who aim for consistency and transparency are at a disadvantage, left to decipher uncertain signals and ambiguous calls. And this is maybe a more relevant point to the discussion, which is that if Gru and Moss really are not doing a good job at disclosing, which my experience playing against them 10 years ago, that was not the case. I think they were doing an excellent job of disclosing then that's a problem. And then they should be reprimanded, possibly even penalized, for not doing a good job disclosing their methods, because their methods are highly unusual. But my experience playing against them is that they actually bend over backwards to disclose their methods because they are so unusual. So I would say my personal experience playing against them is that this sounds unlike them. But who knows? I mean, I wasn't there, right? To me, the integrity of Bridge relies on promoting an environment where skill rather than obscure tactics decides the outcome. Sure. I mean, obscure tactics is probably not the right word to describe a psych. BD says he played in Crew Moss in a regional just before the pandemic and agrees that they were excellent at disclosure. I mean, that's how I felt, you know. When I sat down to play against them, and I played against them a lot back in the day, was we would be in an auction, and before I even got to my opening lead and started asking about their bids, Brad would just like start pointing to every bid and describing every bid. That's what he did. He was like, this bid shows this, partner actually probably has this sort of hand because of this follow-up. So he was giving me more information than I deserved in terms of his explanations. And that's been my experience. You know, I'm only one person. I can't like defend them. I'm just, if I was called as a character witness to the stand, I would be like, I think they do a good job at this. Anyway, do we have any other people that we care to read? Peter Frieden. Good player from Sweden. Nabil Edgton as well. If the player who bid 5-0 alerted as pick a slam, then you can't bid 6 spades. Partner could have a stiff spade and 5 clubs. Exactly. If the partner thought the double of 4 diamonds was takeout, then 6 spades looked normal, but he should have bid 6 spades over 5 hard instead. Also agree. We don't have all the information that the director hopefully has. Looks like the director was right when he changed the result. Yep. Sounds right to me. Nabil Edgton. Morden, both yourself and the entire Danish team have always been a beacon of light for how the game should be played. I hope one day there is a bridge world where everyone conducts themselves at the table the way Denmark does. That being said, it's hard to argue with the director's ruling here. You just can't bid 6 spades after a slow 6 clubs. It's just really hard to believe this would happen over a fast 6 club bid. If this was the 5-0 bidders plan all along, IMO, they should have written it down to their screenmate when they bid 5-0. Aha! Actually, excellent point. Very excellent point. And this is a way that West should, I think this seals the deal for Denmark. West is a player that has played in enough of these top-level competitions. This is something I've done before, behind screens, where we're in a tenuous auction. We get to the 6th level, and I'm planning to make a bid that partner's going to think for a while trying to figure out what it is. It's definitely forcing, but partner doesn't know what it's forcing in. So I will write a note to my screenmate, and it will say something like, 5 no trump intended pick a slam, but over 6 clubs, I am bidding 6 spades, right? And so I disclose this ahead of time, which means I've thought about what to do over partner 6 clubs, whether or not they bid it quickly or slowly. That way, I'm kind of in jeopardy, because partner could bid a slow 6 clubs, now I know 6 spades is right. Partner could bid a fast 6 clubs, but I'm committed to following through with my decision that I've already made ahead of time. So this is something that West could and should have done in this scenario. And you understand this principle. So Nabil Edgton makes a very good point. Strong player for New Zealand that we saw earlier in the week. This is actually 100% clear. West could and should have done this if he wanted to protect himself in this situation. He gets absolutely no redress anymore. I understand this is not binding, but no one would ever call the director in practice. Yeah, exactly. Boom. Like. Okay. That brings us up to 3 minutes to go. Who did we say we were watching? The U.S. match. People want to see the comeback. So we'll do it. So currently the sets look like the... Oh my god! Last board of the set, that 5th segment, Korea-Argentina. Now that match is the closest one on the scoreboard. 3 imps determine currently who's going to advance to the semifinals. Alexander asked, what's a psychic control? Let me try and think of an example, because, I mean, I don't do something illegal. Yeah, are we sure we don't want to watch Korea? There was such a favor on YouTube and to watch the USA Switzerland match. I think we'll stick with it. But maybe if, man, I hate to say that if Switzerland gets a game swing early, maybe we should jump to the Korea match if it's on. I don't know if it will be. What are our options? Oh, we do have Korea, Argentina. Ooh. We'll stick with USA Switzerland. It'll be good bridge regardless. I mean, maybe the Korea Argentina match would be a little bit more exciting from a kibitzing perspective, but yeah. So shift being intimately familiar with psychic controls has a definition ready at hand. So let me think of a good example, right? Let's say in third seat, your partner opens a no trump. You're favorable, right? It goes pass, pass. Your partner opens a no trump in third seat. And you have a bid. And let's say partner either has their strong no trump, like 14 to 16, or partner has a long club suit that's preemptive. You could bid Stamen with a hand that's like, 3-4-3-3 and a weak hand as a psychic control. If partner could pass 2 clubs then, and now you get to play 2 clubs, or the opponents are kind of left in the dark about what happened. I don't know if that's the perfect example, but that's an example of a psychic control. That 2 clubs effectively reveals the psych to your side, and the opponents are left guessing as to what happened. Will says, over 2 of a major, some play that 2 no trump doesn't allow opener to bid past 3 of the major. Yeah, this is another example that if your partner preempts 2 of a major, you could bid 2 no trump to, as effectively a raise, and the opponents often are going to think that you're looking for a game. So a marginal hand that may otherwise have planned to make a takeout double or have planned to bid something would be forced out of acting, and then you just get to play 3 of a major down 3 undoubled or something like that with your side on for a game. Okay, we are back in. Craig is not back from his walk, but I will join the Discord call, waiting for him to show up. And we'll check out Herd Bathurst against Kalita Klukovsky, I think, because these are a couple of pairs that we haven't seen too much of today. So here we go. Club by Herd. They're playing like a 2/1 structure. Bathurst bids a heart. Natural. They're not playing transfers over their club. I'm going to pull up their convention cards just to... Oh. Thanks, BBO. I love that BBO Plus is now live. Really appreciate you popping this up in the middle of the broadcast. Okay, Switzerland, we got Kalita Klukovsky, who are playing the Polish club, and Bathurst and Herd, who are playing generally just a 2/1 standard system. But no transfers over their club, which is a little bit interesting at this level. I mean, it's not as popular in the US as it is in European countries. Regardless, this is still a little bit odd. So club a heart, spade overcall by Klukovsky. 2 hearts would have been natural here. So if he wanted to show spades in a minor, he would have had to come up with some alternative bid. North bids 3 hearts. Obviously he has a little bit extra, given the singleton spade. Good 4-card heart support. And Bathurst has to decide how high he's willing to take this one. They're off 2 aces and the queen of trumps. So Bathurst bids 3 spades, which looks like a non-serious slam try. And Hurd's hand, despite having extras in terms of, the distribution for game, his hand is not very slam suitable. He has the source of tricks and clubs, but he's really lacking the controls necessary, and the fact that he's already jumped to 3 hearts. I don't see any way that he's gonna push for slam. Now, with that said, coming in this segment down 30, they do know they need to start making some swings. And I guess it's possible that this is a board Hurd decides to push a little bit. So in that context, we could imagine that if Bathurst's king of spades is the ace of diamonds, now Hurd has a little bit more of a comfortable attempt at trying to swing this board, getting to 6 hearts. He would just need to pick up the trump suit, or his partner would need to pick up the trump suit. So I could definitely see that. But yeah, tough decision on board 1 for the US. Obviously, they would be a lot more comfortable if they can just stay at the 4 level, then a misguess in trumps would not be all that difficult. Yeah, Will says the 3 heart bid might have already been the push. I think 3 hearts is kind of normal with the stiff spade on this hand. I get that it's only 13 highs and it's aceless, but yeah, it's, this looks like a pretty normal auction on board 1 of a match. On board 81, coming in down 30, I can definitely understand the alternative. Club opening lead. I don't think Klukowski would have made this lead against the 6th level contract. He would just try and cash his 2 aces. But Declare technically can, at this point, pull some trumps. Run the club suit. I suspect he's just going to go ace of hearts, heart to the king, and then start running clubs. East-West are going to get 4 tricks, so it feels like a good start for the Americans. Although at the other table, they bid to 4 hearts and they made the over trick. Same type of auction there in that room. South just bid 4 hearts. Ace of diamonds lead. Diamond, king of hearts runs the... Nope, never mind. Oh, but now you can pitch a spade from dummy. I see, that's kind of cute and clever. King of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, pitch a spade, so the ace of spades goes away. Hey, Craig.
Hey, my apologies. Yeah, sorry. I wanted to get a little food for myself. Apologize for the delay. This is, of course, the one segment they start on time.
Yeah, so chat has voted on sticking with the Switzerland-USA match. They really want to see the comeback. Okay. So that's what we're going to watch.
As do I. So which table are you at?
Bathurst and Hurd against Kalita Klukowski.
Thank you.
And, I would say a good start for the U.S. They get a push board, but obviously not what they wanted. They did avoid bidding to the bad slam, though. So Kalita passes in first seat. Bathurst will open. He has 13. Gets to open a club. We'll see a heart from Hurd. And then probably a spade from South, although I could definitely understand a no-trump bid, especially if you're looking to swing.
Yeah, I think this is one where no-trump has, I don't know, to me, so many disadvantages that it might create a swing, but the odds that it creates an adverse swing are just way too high for my taste.
Yeah, so Bathurst does bid a spade, alerted, showing an unbalanced hand here.
And I would note that I don't know if you talked about last quarter strategy stuck 31 imps here. I would actually expect Hurd and Bathurst to play as down the middle as this pair is basically capable of, because their teammates create so many swings, both from their aggression and just a different system, meaning that a lot of stuff is going to be played from the other side.
Right, yeah, Gru and Moss, just opening 8 counts already are creating, large swings systemically, so that could easily generate 1 or 2 game swings already.
Right, and just they're playing precision in some seats. So just any hand where, because of precision luck, they play a normal contract differently sided, that could be a bunch of imps without any equity swinging. So Hurt and Bathurst have much less reason to do anything active here.
Yeah. Now, on this hand, Hurd is not going to do too well in this contract. Everything's offside, except for the Diamond Ace.
Which doesn't even help you that much. I mean, it's one spade pitch, but you're only going to lose 2 spades anyway if the defense attacks them, because that 10 guards the suit.
I mean, the defense can get this quite a few tricks if they take all of them. Win the Ace of Clubs. If West switches to a trump to knock out that Ace of Hearts entry, the King, Queen of Diamonds gets stranded, and the defense can eventually play 1 round of spades and then never touch the suit again and throw Declare in to lead away from the Spade King. I mean, this could be down quite a few tricks.
Yeah, the spade shift, he did it pretty quickly. North had like king and 1 spade, East can win and return 1, and we start tapping Declare's good, throwing him in his hand. Doesn't cost anything. Here, since Declare can run, it's going to work out less well than Klukowski hoped, I think.
No, it's still fine, right? If Kalita has the Queen of Spades, a spade switch is good. If Kalita has the Ace of Spades, it's not so clear that Declare is going to duck from a holding of King, Queen, third. And when Kalita has the King of Spades, Declare could duck this around to the 10, and it blows up a trick in the suit, but Klukowski probably just figured that most of the time Declare's not really going to know what's going on and might fly king.
Yeah, which I think, obviously we can see that Declare is thinking about it right now. And also, I guess king, maybe it blocks the suit on some layouts if West under led like Ace Jack 4th or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah,
maybe that'd be a weird hold to lead low from, but yeah, maybe it'd be a little weird looking at that dummy.
It's a tricky spot. I think the singleton Ace of Hearts obviously makes this a little bit more challenging for Declare, because it goes to show kind of the difficulty of block suits. Like, if the King of Spades held and the hearts weren't blocked, he might be able to pull trumps and then knock out the Diamond Ace for 8 tricks. But now, even if the King of Spades holds, he plays a heart to the ace, there's no quick hand re-entry. The opponents can probably get a trump promotion in clubs. He's in a world of hurt.
Yeah, still giving this a look here. I mean, I guess one advantage going up with the king is, if you have any chance to make this, you need the ace on side anyway.
Right. Yeah. And that's probably something he's thinking about. But, again, I'm pretty sure he's more concerned about this heart blockage. Okay, I win the King of Spades, I play a heart to the ace, and now what?
Right, but if you play low, if Kalita, actually, if Klukowski did have, Ace Queen 4th, Ace Jack 4th, you play low, Kalita wins his Queen or Jack, returns 1, gets a rough, maybe it was not a natural if hearts were 3-3, this is not going great for you at this point, Ace of Diamonds, club over, Ace of Diamonds to get it out of your hand, and then another spade to promote a trump trick. It's just the end of the world.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised that Kalita didn't cash the Spade Queen before playing the second club. Klukowski using the authorized information of Declare's long tank to continue the nine of spades. He knows his partner has the queen now. Yeah, so now a third spade, and then the queen of clubs through. And Declare really is in a lot of trouble. Defense still going to score 1, 2, 3 more tricks for down 2, minus 200. Looks like about the same that they started with. So not a good result for the Americans, given that in the other room their teammates were left uncontested. I mean, so we do see the swing generation. East was able to open the 10 count over there. Grew and Moss opens at a precision diamond. West bids a no trump. They get to play there. And with all the friendly splits and basically everything, Declare ends up making an over trick, but not quite as good as when the opponents are going down 2 vulnerable.
It's 2 imps. If he had held it down 1, he would have won 1 imp. Not a big deal. Although, once again, every board with no swing is sort of a swing against the Americans because time just starts running out.
Right. Yeah. But so this will be another 2 imps going the way of Switzerland here, and the lead gets up to 33. I think around the 24, board number 24 mark, I'm going to ask the chat again and see if we want to swap matches.
And if this one's a 50 imp match and Israel's still a 2 imp match, maybe the sentiment will shift.
Oh, we're not going to Israel. We're going to Korea, Sweden. That's where we're
Korea,
headed.
Sweden's on Viewgraph? Cool.
All of them are actually, well, everyone except Poland, China. Poland, China, no one cares about either of those countries, right. I'm sure. It's not like they're 2 of the largest countries in their respective geographic regions.
You want to watch Polish players, you can do it right here.
Yeah, that's true. They don't even play Polish club in Poland.
Right.
Oh boy.
Right, they're more Polish than the Poles themselves.
Kind of an exciting hand. I mean, I guess North-South are probably headed towards 4 spades. North is just going to force the contract there.
They probably are, but 3-no with a diamond splitting is playable also.
Yeah. Very important to note.
There, but somehow if they do, they'll survive it.
Yeah, because Hurd might make an exception to go looking for 3 now with his 8 cashers.
Right. I mean, by the way, it could happen on very normal lines, right? Bathurst, bids a heart, Hurt does something in spades, Bathurst is a club stopper and bids no trump, and Hurt just raises it. Like, you could see, just totally normal bidding ending up in 3 no trump on a hand like this.
Yeah, certainly. Bathurst considering passing out a club doubled. I think that's right up their alley for kind of their style, is that they like to go after some of these penalties, and it looks juicy at these colors. It's not exactly the club suit that Bathurst is hoping for, ace-king empty 5th, but he does have the singleton spade, so he might get spade roughs with his small trumps.
Well, there's also another consideration, which is the more West club becomes a 2+ club, the more likely it is that they just don't have clubs at all and pass becomes better. Whatever. If you're playing against a standard club, you might still do it, but it wouldn't be as appealing. I mean, here, against that, Klukowski's just going to run.
Yeah, so he'll run to a diamond, but this works out really well for Bathurst because now he's kind of showed his hand. When if he later bids hearts, which I don't know, I mean, Hurd might just blast 4 spades now. But if he bids hearts at some point, now partner will know he has
spades probably.
Long clubs and 4 hearts and some values.
I think Hurd is going to bid 2 spades now.
Yeah, he could.
1 spade would show that he had a double in bid hand, but his hand is probably a little bit better than that, at least in trick taking potential.
Well, that's kind of why I'm wondering, like, let's
But
just
like,
bid four spades now. Like, partner will know that I can play opposite of void. We expect that partner's club holding is
uh,
helpful.
well, I got one for you.
Yeah.
How about herd bids like three no trump or three diamonds transfer to three no trump to let Bathurst play it?
Okay. He could.
Like, I mean, and now it's weird with the small doubles and diamond, but given West bidding, he knows West doesn't have five diamonds unless somehow Kalita does and didn't bid them over the double. Like, probably three no is playable from his point of view, even though it's a little weird.
I would be nervous, I mean, like, partner could have king,
I
queen,
think he
10,
just
fifth of clubs,
yeah, like,
and now you just
yeah,
lose four diamonds in the club ace. Okay, he
yeah,
does
he
bid
does
two
bid my
spades.
suggested two spades.
Kind of down the middle.
All right, I'm gonna say we should always watch Americans, not Italians, because these guys know exactly where they're gonna do it every turn.
You're like two for two, yeah?
So Bathurst now, I think, is going to bid no trump and not hearts. There's just no point to mentioning a four card heart suit now. North could have bid two diamonds if he wanted to get both majors into play, and he didn't.
That's a good point, yeah. I mean, the issue with South is South doesn't have a diamond stopper. He does bid three
Yeah.
hearts.
Yeah, I thought he might try three clubs if he wasn't going to do that. Um, maybe like partner bids three diamonds showing a stopper, and now we bid three no trumps to side it on some hands. Um, which obviously we can see the siding doesn't matter, but like maybe that just, if South wants to steer it toward no trump, that would be a way to do it in a reassuring way for North. And in fact, if South had bid three clubs, North had bid three hearts, and South would know that there was a diamond problem, and he probably raised that, but North might still correct to four spades.
Yeah, I think I like the way that Bathurst bid the hand. I mean, again, it feels to me like his plan when he passed a club was just like, I'm going to pass a club, I show clubs, and then I'm going to bid hearts next, and that's going to show clubs and hearts with longer clubs. And he kind of followed through. Your partner does whatever they do over the three heart bid, but you've showed your hand. So four spades. I mean, not a bad result for the Americans. They do have four losers, two diamonds, and eventually a heart. But this is not really the board they wanted unless the Swiss pair over there gets into trouble. Or I suppose unless their teammates get into trouble. Because East-West apparently do go for some number and something. Even if left to play in one diamond, you can go club, club, club rough and then start pulling trumps. Alright, diamond lead, diamond to the king, ace of diamonds, third round of the suit. And we'll kind of see a quick 10 tricks being made. There is some potential that West has four clubs as well as four hearts, and then they would get squeezed.
Yeah, I guess I could have broken that up with a club opening lead, since we have to give up diamonds twice, and East can win one of them and continue the suit. Or after club opening lead, even if West wins a diamond, now he can play the queen of clubs safely because of the spots.
Right, yeah, like West could still play the queen of clubs to break up that squeeze if he had a fourth club, because setting up the jack of clubs just doesn't do anything for declarer, but that feels like a very impractical defense. Either way, that is not what's going on this hand. The seven of clubs is not quite good enough as a threat card, and there is no squeeze. Although declarer is likely to play for one anyway. Pitch two more clubs and a heart on the next three spades, and then see if either the long club or the two of hearts become good.
Yeah, queen of hearts drops sometimes too.
Oh, that's... yeah, but then we can't squeeze West.
Well, we can play the ace king of hearts if it doesn't drop, play him for any four hearts, and just pitch the jack of hearts. Keep the two as a squeeze card.
Yep, totally right. All good. You got me. You're on fire today. So yeah, Ace King of Hearts, spade pitching the Jack of Hearts looks like a relatively good play. But not today. Still only 10 tricks.
It's still a good play. It's just not a successful play.
Yeah. Alright, I will open the scoreboard to keep people apprised of ongoing results from the other matches, at least in the Open. Argentina have in fact taken the lead in their match over Korea for the first time, I think, in the entire history of the match.
Yeah, I mean, unless, like, I know Argentina fought back a lot today. Maybe at some point they took over a lead within a quarter that didn't hold. So, yep, we do see him taking that unsuccessful play of trying to use the Two of Hearts as a threat card.
Alright, Declare has been counting.
Okay.
There's no layout of the
Yeah.
cards that he can make 11 tricks. We do see the claim. 420. As did the other room, so 3 boards in, 3 umps to Switzerland, and the US is falling further behind. They're running out of time.
Yeah, so sort of like synthetically, it's 3 amps to Switzerland, but it's kind of like approximately -8 or something to the U.S. team, which now has to pick up 33 imps in 11 board or 12, 13 boards instead of 16. Now they need a full, almost a full 3 imps a board, which is a lot.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it's going to be a good result for the US either. I mean, if North-South overpush to 4 spades, which they very well might, that contract has very little play. There's just 3 cashers and the King of Spades off the top, and there might be a club rough outstanding. Oh.
Yeah, I do think they're going to get to 4 spades, right? Because, Hurd will pass here, Bathurst will bid 2 spades, just showing 4-4 in the majors, and North will probably just raise that to game. All right, so we double stakeout instead, but, now it'll go 2 spades, probably 3 spades, and Hurd has a pretty easy acceptance of that with his hand, even with the wasted Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, now I do wonder, I mean, Bathurst's hand isn't great. It is possible that he just lets 2 spades go. He has 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, North, unfortunately, Bathurst has to be a little worried about North having more than this, because North could make a card showing double, it would have been support, and probably he would need a pretty good hand to bid 2 spades. So if Hurd has, like, some intermediate good hand, he was going to be stuck over 2 diamonds, and Bathurst maybe wants to protect against that possibility.
Yeah, it's really interesting the way that the East-West auction has gone for now, because Klukowski, past hand, of course, bids 2 diamonds.
Yeah, Will says South 1 invite. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, and it's a 10 counting, you let it go.
I mean, we're about to find out, right? Like, now that East has bid 2 no trump,
Right.
South is like alarm bells going off. What is going on this hand? So Kalita judged that with just a flat 11, despite the 3-card diamond support, he didn't want to, bid any more on the hand, but now that the opponents have landed in 2 of a major, he's happy to compete to 3 diamonds and also show his partner that he has a good hand along the way.
Right. There was some chance 2 diamonds would just pass out, and then he's thrilled.
Right. And, I mean, surprisingly, Klukowski kind of pulls a rabbit out of a hat on this one. I think a lot of people would just be passing throughout with his hand, and now here he is.
No,
He's
I
caught a
mean-
fit. You say no?
Well, he has to have a diamond fair, right? What's the past hand?
Klukowski, not Kalita.
No, I'm saying, but like Klukowski knows Kalita has to have some diamond help because it'd be insane for Kalita to bid on a past hand. I think
Kalita didn't bid.
Kalita bid 2 no trump.
Yeah, not before Klukowski bid 2 diamonds. Did you just miss the 2 diamond overcall?
No, I'm saying when Klukowski overcalled 2 diamonds is a past hand. Kalita bid 2 no trump later. I think the later 2 no trump bid implies he has some diamond help combined with the passive 2 diamonds.
Oh, I'm sure it does, but 2 diamonds is insane on the West hand.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking about him pulling two no to three diamonds.
Yeah, no, like
I think pulling two no to three diamonds looks totally normal to me. Yes, two diamonds was aggressive.
yes, yeah. And confirming how aggressive it is, Kit says he would be afraid to not bid two diamonds. So now we know it is not the right decision.
Um, yeah, I mean, Kid, obviously, there are situations where he is among the most aggressive players in the world. Obviously, this is one of them, and Klukowski is the other.
yeah, I mean, he's caught really well. The diamonds split great, and the ace of spades is on side. So, after this heart lead, he can, of course, make 10 tricks, picking off the king jack of hearts and south sand, losing just a spade, a heart, and a club.
Yeah, I think Kalita might have just been trying to get to three of a minor, like figuring his partner was never going to pass this, and just in case he somehow had like 6-4 or like 5-4 in the minors, or even 5-5 in the minors, if they didn't want to show that because it was a little risky. I don't know. Oh no, North opened a club. Never mind. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, back to what's happening in real life here.
Yeah,
Well,
two
was
rounds of
correct.
diamonds,
North
diamonds
South just
split.
decided.
I mean, in a sense, the U.S. partnership here actually did quite well because four spades doesn't make. If they had got there, they would have been in jeopardy of minus 200. But either way, it's not going to be a huge swing for the U.S. pair, I don't think, unless four spades gets cracked in the other room. So 130. Oof. We need to see some distribution. Where are these 6-6 hands that we've had from the rest of the event?
Yeah, and once again, whatever happens on that board, I think it's going to be yet another fairly small
Shit.
swing.
Moss is about to play
Go
four
on.
diamonds doubled on that hand. Really?
Whoa! I was just saying, like, this kind of feels like yet another flattish board. Shows you what I know.
I mean, if he picks up the hearts, which there's no guarantee he will. Oh my god, no, please. We're going to have so many threads on Bridge Winners about how Brad Moss misguessed every single hand. He could take two heart hooks and go down. Oh no. This is going to be a disaster. Is there any way to end play south? I don't think so. We can't strip out the clubs. Oh no. What a nightmare. Okay, board 21 in front of us. I'm going to hold my breath until Brad finishes playing four diamonds doubled. North opens a spade, as does East. North-South do have a heart fit, although nothing is really splitting well for them. No double, lucky for the Americans. I mean, I would prefer to have Brad playing four diamonds doubled, because then we would have a chance for a big pickup. So Hurd opens a spade. Kalita's going to pass with his five spades. Bathurst has this kind of decision to make. I mean, I guess he could bid three hearts if that's available. I'm going to take a look. Yeah, natural invitational. I mean, the hand's a bit thin. It's only 9 two aces. 10, 9, 8 of hearts are nice. He does bid three hearts, natural invitational, so North is going to raise this. Queen third of hearts, excellent trick-taking power. And this is going to be a nightmare to play. I don't think Klukowski's finding the king of diamonds lead, not with that trump stack. So we might see a club, which will help out a lot for Declare. He can duck this around to the ace. And then I wonder what diamond Kalita switches to. Low or the queen? So ace of clubs, one diamond at least, and then a heart loser at least. Now, technically, Declare can pick up the hearts. There is a world in which he just starts the heart suit by running the 10. That would be great. But in reality, he's probably going to go ace of hearts, heart to the queen, and that's going to give two heart tricks to West. Matt asks, has anyone beat Team Switzerland over 6 segments? Of course. And the Europeans, right? Norway. Didn't Norway... Oh, that was actually just around Robin. Never mind. They didn't have a knockout stage. I mean, Switzerland has definitely faltered in the NABCs. They haven't won every spin gold Vanderbilt Solway. TomTom's giving us the score updates, so I don't have to. Argentina is pulling away from Korea, in fact. They're now up by 15. Italy, having a big start to the final segment, is up by 19, in fact. And China-Poland is even. I mean, Poland's still up by 17. NABC is only 4 segments. Okay, good point.
Commenting probably against my better judgment on the build a hand thread. I know I'm gonna regret that. I already do.
So the Queen of Diamonds comes through from Kalita. Oh, you know what? Declare also needs to ruff a club, so I guess even running the 10 of hearts is not quite good enough, is it?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So yeah, this does appear to be going down at
I
least one
mean,
trick.
I might want to consider a spade finesse given all of these considerations.
Well, I don't think Declare really is gonna ignore the possibility of just like club ruff, heart to the ace heart, which is a simple
Right.
way to make the contract.
Well, but though, actually, if it goes, let's see. So, yeah, I think if he, uh, I mean, it feels like he does want to like use the spades if at all possible. Like, obviously, with one diamond away, like club rough, heart to the ace. It doesn't work. Spade, spade, spade to pitch 2 diamonds, rough a diamond, rough a club, and now just lose 2 trump tricks.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if we discover the 4-0 trump split, then we will need to hook the jack of spades. But I think right now, well,
It's like, I mean, we could catch the ace of hearts now, and maybe we just catch a stiff honor, and now we can rough our club and not care because we'll just lose 1 heart and 1 diamond that way.
right, yeah, that's part of the point, but then the question is how do we get back to hand to rough the club? Okay, he leads a spade now. I think he's going to go ace king of spades pitching a diamond and rough a spade with the 8 of hearts.
Yeah, again, another possibility is just like spades come in, and you know, now we can even catch the ace of hearts and just like plan to lose 2 trump tricks or something.
Right, like if the queen of spades drops on this trick, then ace of hearts, club to the king, jack of spades pitch a diamond, and we don't care what goes on in the heart suit.
Right.
So yeah, he does rough a spade with the 8 of hearts, and now Klukowski obviously gets to think, but I believe he's just going to win the jack of hearts, cash the king of diamonds, sit back and wait for his king of hearts to take a trick.
Yeah.
So this will be down
Yeah,
one.
as long as the diamond is cashing, that's a guaranteed beat.
Well, Brad Moss appears to have misguessed the hearts in four diamonds on board 20, kind of unsurprisingly so, and that costs him. That costs his side 6 more amps. So, while I would have preferred for him to be in four diamonds doubled with the option to win a pretty large swing on the board, looks like that was not available. Matt asks, is it only the Bermuda Bowl in this event that has 6 segments? I think so, yes.
I don't. That's a good question. I'm not sure. The Rosenblum, I guess not. Those are full day matches. So yeah.
Yeah, and like the U.S. team trials has 120 board matches. So,
Right.
To kind of pick off which event is the strongest, I would say that in terms of, are we confident that we picked the best team to send to this international competition? Yeah, probably, because 120 board matches are better than 96 board matches for removing variants.
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. team trial, the format is really designed to sort the best teams. There's a long round robin that eliminates almost no one, followed by a series of knockout stages. And, for Bermuda Bowl years, some of the time, depending on the exact timing of the cycle, some Bermuda Bowl, USBFs qualify 2 teams via a second chance knockout that just about everybody gets to play in. So by the end of it, it may not be the best team that the U.S. could send on paper, but it is virtually always the team that played best during that event.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those aren't quite the same thing, but, I think the latter, the team that played best in the trials, is the higher priority.
Yeah, for sure. Because, you're playing under effectively the same conditions that you will when you get to the World Championship. Long, grueling 2-day matches against very strong opposition throughout. You need a lot of stamina. You need to be able to do the right thing on most of the boards.
Yeah, selections like the French have used a combination, I think, at times of pairs trials and selectors getting a vote. I think the English have done the same. And, there can be biases, even if they're not like, oh, we're going to put my friends on the team. Maybe someone who was a better player 10 years ago, but their partnership methods are obsolete or they're just older. Like, people are like, that's the best pair. It's like, well, it was the best pair.
All right, after much thought, Klukowski does overruff with the Jack of Hearts, and now has gone...
Takes a simple route.
Yeah, King of Diamonds. He'll exit a club, and... I mean, I guess it's possible that Declare really blows the play and loses an extra trick to, like, the 7 or 6 of hearts, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I see something like, club, rough a diamond, low or even middle and west pitches, and maybe something interesting happens later. I don't think anything of that nature is going to develop.
Yeah, like heart east shows out, and then we just have a claim.
Yeah. And remember, he doesn't know the heartbreak yet. Maybe he suspects it from Klukowski's pause, but I think just heart to the ace club is the only realistic option. And then just, the last heart from dummy will guarantee 9 tricks. Yeah.
Okay, down 1. So probably a result that's getting duplicated, although South's 3 heart bid, a little bit aggressive, of course, but maybe no alternative in their system to show that hand. On to 22. This looks like a hand that has the potential for some swings, because 6 clubs is making. North-south, the Queen of Diamonds on side. Wait, hold on. Yes, sorry. 6 clubs is making, of course.
Yeah, you're the 12 tricks with a diamond finesse, yep. I guess if someone plays the Queen of Diamonds, like if you lead the Jack and they cover it, you can actually beer.
Not quite. You do have to pitch the heart on the 4th round of diamonds.
Oh, right.
Oh, well, yeah.
Can you squeeze east? since he
I,
says five hearts and the king jack of spades.
I mean, okay, yes, you could squeeze east, but
I guess you still don't get the beer
you
in that
still don't get
case.
the beer in this case. Yeah,
But you would get to check the squeeze box on the bingo card, which could come into play later in the match.
that's true. That's very important. And if we do end up getting a beer, then we would get a bingo.
Yeah, we would cross that diagonal off.
Okay, looks like North South have not found the club slam, so they just settle into 3-0, which is a very comfortable place. 9 cashers, 6 clubs, 2 hearts, and a spade. And on the spade lead, Declare can even set up an extra trick in that suit. Now, Brink and Driver in the other room, they don't play a strong club, do they?
No, we went through that earlier. They play some kind of 2-over-1 method.
All right, what is Bathurst going to do with this one? Probably run 6 rounds of clubs first before doing anything else, although maybe we actually just knock out the Jack of Spades immediately. All right, club to the king, and I guess we could also try running the Jack of Diamonds. Or the 9 of Diamonds, it doesn't really matter. Lil says, wouldn't think anyone bid 6 clubs on this hand. I could definitely see you getting there if South opens a strong club and North responds 2 clubs, natural positive. Like, yes, North's hand is kind of a minimum, and North might try and sign off and sign off and sign off after that, but I think it is possible the South hand just decides to blast at some point. Okay, Jack of Diamonds. Runs around to Klukovsky with the ace, and they can cash a spade. If they do, that'll be the end of it. 460. If they don't, Declare does have the potential to repeat the diamond finesse after running some clubs, but it would be a little bit risky to do so.
I really need to just delete my Bridge Winners account because someone said I was like, the double didn't show anything in spades. He said, no, the double showed spade values. I'm like, okay. So I restricted myself to just responding, LOL, you mean the 10, after deleting a much saltier comment.
All right, Jack of Diamonds goes around to the ace.
Yeah, so this will basically end things. I think West will catch that Jack of spades in his partner's hand, and they'll all go home. Yeah, so I mean, probably a push, but if at worst, it's a decent position for the Swiss East West here once again. So I think without something good happening very soon, the U.S. is going to be either in the transnational or booking flights home.
Yeah, tough spot to be in, of course. I do believe that if Hurd and Bathurst saw the North-South hands, they would want to be in the slam because, I mean, a 50-50 slam is approximately break-even at imps. But if they know their opponents are not going to be in it at the other table, then it has to be worthwhile to try it as a swing.
Yeah. Even more worthwhile if they are in it at the other table.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the perfect spot to create a swing when there's a lot of imps floating around with 0 equity floating around.
Pass, and no trump by North. 16
yeah,
count.
I mean, I would treat it as a maximum for sure, but it's not going to matter since no one has anything to do.
Yeah, now a heart lead is going to make Declare's life the most challenging, but ace of diamonds on side I think makes it a little bit difficult for the defense to... Kalita does find the heart lead.
I think it's fine. Like, duck two hearts, win the third heart if they play it, cash as many spades as possible. Like, probably, maybe four ending in south or only three, and just lead a club to the jack and figure East is going to have to play a minor suit after he cashes the fourth heart.
I mean, that's real dangerous.
What?
So where are we at after that? We've had 6 tricks. Well, we've taken 5, but we have 6 tricks in. If we actually get to
only
cash the
4,
spade
right?
ace.
I'm assuming we're not going to cash the fourth round of spades because we need the transportation, but 3 rounds will strip East West spades.
Sure. And so then on the last heart, what are we pitching from both hands? We're throwing a club from south and a diamond from north. Then we just go down if the east has the queen of diamonds and west has the ace, but maybe we were down anyway.
I was thinking actually a diamond from south and a club from north. Maybe that doesn't. I mean, I guess we could play 2 spades if they're 2-2. That plan means we can pitch a spade from south and a club from north. Yeah, maybe that doesn't work. I was thinking like, oh, this is fine. Like whatever East does will be good for us, but I wasn't thinking about that problem.
I mean, if we misguess the clubs, the defense is going to be up to 6 tricks, right? So they'll be up to 3 hearts, 2 clubs, and the ace of diamonds, and then we just need to guess the diamond suit from there, I suppose, if he switches to diamonds. It doesn't seem like a bad line of play. I think it's actually perfectly fine to try this, so this does seem okay to me.
Yeah, we start 6, so as long as anything good happened, which could just include forcing out a third round of clubs, if the diamonds are, not attacked or frozen in some way that they have to give us a trick there. Like, he's having the ace queen where they can't do anything about it. It's fine.
Okay. 2 of hearts. Come on, Herd. You've made your plan. USA picks up 3 on board 21. In the other room, there was a 2-diamond overcall by Gruer Moss. Again, it's very possible that that's not a bid they would have made on board 1 of the set. But midway through this segment, they really needed a swing. So North-South got to 4 hearts. We get
the spade length is... Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we get the ill-fated ace of clubs lead, kind of similar to what happened at this table in a second round of clubs. And Declare finds out the bad heart split, so now they know they actually need the spade finesse, and they took it immediately. So this allowed the defenders to actually score some extra tricks here. 2 rounds of spades.
When you have spade length, that overcall's a little safer because South will often just have something to do, which is probably just as well. And if your partner does have a diamond fit, you're going to be roughing in front of South, so all your roughs are going to score.
Yeah.
Anyway, so as predicted, we've got probably 2 hearts ducked and then a third round of hearts that Declare will have to win, and then we'll see how he chooses to attack this hand to look for a 9th trick or a 7th trick.
Yeah, and Herd, I think, knows about the 4-3 heart fit at this point. It would be strange for Kalita to not lead a high heart honor from King Queen 10, and so Klukowski has the Queen of Hearts over there.
Yeah, and Kip points out, I kind of like this idea. Duck 2 hearts, win the third, and just put the King of Clubs on the table. If the ace is on your left in Kalita's hand, you might just get your 7th trick right then and there, and it might be very hard for the defense to play effectively after that, and we can always just play a second one to knock out the queen if we need to at some point. Yeah, or I guess we won't, because if we need to, it'll be because they played a diamond and that was their 7th trick.
Yeah, I mean, it's not crazy. With South's hand
It
face
probably
up,
works.
well, with
Yeah.
South's hand face up, I think East is going to get in at some point and then put a low diamond on the table. So it seems.
Oh, I see. And then if we lose two clubs and two diamonds and three hearts, we've just gone down in a really silly way by playing that king of clubs.
Right. So the way that you're suggesting playing it, which is obviously better, double dummy, is to at least try and guess the club suit. Right. You're playing a club to the jack, and if the queen is on side, you're just claiming on your line of play, which is good.
Right.
Um,
And if it isn't, then we may just get into a position where the defense has to help us.
yes. Which is also fine. But Kit's line of play is to try and, either steal a club trick or confuse the defenders, which has some merit. I'm all for trying to come up with tricky lines of play to make the opponents, not really know what's going on. Actually, I kind of like this as an alternative. This is going to, and some people will be like, oh, well, if you're trying to end play the opponents, why not cash two spades? Well, cashing two spades is very revealing.
Yeah.
Now, Kalita might not want to switch to the ten of spades because that gives something away. But
Yeah, so Claire will pitch a club now from hand, I'm sure. Which
Yep.
obviously he had planned before he made that play.
mhm.
It's true. Now, so Kalita's best defense is a spade, but that could be very difficult.
Right, and Declare is still going to be in this kind of limbo if Kalita switches to a low diamond here, which he might do. Because then if he ducks and Klukowski wins the queen and Klukowski then plays a low club, Declare does have to guess the clubs at that point, otherwise that's too many tricks. So there's diamond low to the queen. Now Klukowski's going to put a low... Never mind. Diamond to the ace, and this is enough. Declare.
Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah. I was saying maybe Bukowski thinks his partner has the queen of spades or something that he might win by a finesse to set up our diamond tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, this play seems fine to me from West.
Yeah. Yeah. 90. I'm going to write back to Ron, but he messaged me. I'm just going to say
Oh, cool.
hello.
Please say hello for me.
Yeah, well, maybe. I'm just going to tell him that I'm doing commentary for the event.
Alrighty, so we did get one imp on board 22, and board 20. So they did not bid the slam at the other table either. And board 23 doesn't look like it's going to swing a lot of imps, like four at most, assuming that was a normal one no-trump contract, which it felt like it was.
Very true. Boom. All right. Two passes around to a spade from East. South gets to make a takeout double, which seems pretty reasonable. US is running out of time. I mean, this is the halfway mark of this set, and currently Switzerland still holds the lead by 27.
Yeah, and of course, just like every board that goes by without a swing opportunity effectively is a loss for the Americans.
Alexander says Argentina overtaking Korea by 23 imps halfway through that segment. I know that feels like Korea is slipping away. Maybe playing four-handed the entire week has really caught up to them.
Yeah, I see Matthew saying that Italy has opened up a pretty good-sized lead over Israel. 28 imps on the segment and 31 total.
Bathurst really stretching here. He made the takeout double and then felt obligated to bid a second time. King, Queen, Jack 10, fifth of diamonds.
Yeah. And you got 7 tricks in your hand, so maybe it's a little light on classical high card values, but it's perfectly fine on playing strength. He really doesn't want to be defending, presumably a two spade contract that's about to come back to him. Like, of course he does this time because partner has five of them, but you know.
No. So,
Eh.
spade opening lead to the king. Kalida's going to switch to a stiff club. Partner showed the suit
Oh,
after
one no
all.
was a transfer. Never mind. Yeah.
And so, club to the
Yeah.
ace. And then I wonder what Klukowski is going to do from there, because he knows that giving partner a ruff is just going to blow up his club trick.
Right.
He does continue spades, forcing declare.
Yeah, I think it's true. Like, so when Bathurst bid, West could have been preparing to bid two spades with like three spades and five clubs or something like that, since one no was a transfer. So you've really got to mention your diamonds now rather than have this awkward decision when two spades comes around. Like it turned out Klukowski just had nothing, but Bathurst, from his point of view, has to play against all hand types.
It hasn't been the first hand that he's had nothing this set.
Right. Yeah, it's true.
All right, the queen of diamonds runs around to Kalida's ace. He might duck a trick just to get a bit more info about the diamond suit itself. Often that's right with like ace fourth of trumps.
And at some point, he's effectively going to be end played and have to return a diamond because a spade, I guess taps declare and sets up a trick, but it also sets up the jack. Yeah.
Well, this is good defense, right? Because now declare doesn't actually have a useful discard.
Right.
Bathurst pitches a club, Klukowski ruffs, club ruff, then another spade comes, and then that six of diamonds is actually in danger of getting promoted. So not going to be a success in two diamonds. No entry to dummy. I mean, if Declare was able to pull some trumps and take the heart finesse, then he would be okay.
Hang on. How about we just rough this, draw two trumps, leaving them with a long trump winner, and exit with a heart?
Well, that's going to be three tricks for the defense, obviously. They would still have the king of hearts, ace of spades, and long trump. But yeah, that's going to be a better...
Oh, right.
This will be a better plan than allowing the defensive cross ruff. And often that's the right play. If the opponents are planning a cross ruff, then you have to rough in high and start pulling trumps.
Yeah.
So, well spotted.
Yeah, that's true, even if it sets up a winner. Yep. Yeah, so that is what he's doing, but as you say, East now just has two cashers.
TomTom says Poland actually did bid six clubs on that board 22, the 6-3 club fit, where you need the queen of diamonds in the pocket. So Will has been disproven. His prediction that no one would bid six clubs on the hand. Alright, here we are. Kalita trying to decide if he should cash the ace of spades or not. And it just doesn't matter from this position. Maybe he'll try the six of diamonds to put a bit of pressure on the dummy, but dummy and declare can both afford club discards. Is Dutch Doubleton two-way natural clubs or strong? I actually don't know. You could look at Brink and Driver's card to find out.
Yeah, someone told us the answer to that question earlier in the week, but it's been a while since we gave it to them, and I don't recall.
So there's a club discard from both hands. Johan asks, is Klukowski not considered the best player nowadays? I don't know. I've heard that from a lot of people. There's a lot of really good players. It's hard to really just pick one to be the absolute best.
He's very good.
Oslogard says no. Brink and Driver just play short club. Gotcha. In that case, I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. I'm not really a system person. There's the ace of spades cashing. Declare faces his hand. Down one. So kind of disaster avoided north-south. They didn't get too high, didn't get doubled, but east-west were also slated for bad breaks if they played the contract. Board 25. So we're halfway through the match. It is looking like the US is a little bit behind. If people have really strong preferences to move to another match, I'm open to it, but I will say that Argentina now has a big lead over Korea, Italy has a big lead over Israel, Switzerland big lead over USA, and China, Poland is not on VuGraph as far as I know. Hurd opens a no trump. This
Not
is
a state of the match one. No Trump. He would do this any time of day.
Yeah, it's just a good 14 count. If you open a diamond, you're kind of stuck between a 2 and 3 diamond rebid. So he opens one no.
Start going double.
Double is... wait. I'll figure this out.
Am I wrong? I just assumed that they were playing double to show a good hand.
Yes. So it's 4-card major, longer minor, or a good hand. Never mind. Apparently it's just a good hand. Maybe they're treating North-South no trump as weak. You know, that's probably what it is. Okay, I take it all back. It's probably just a good hand because they're treating the range for North-South the no trump to be weak, especially at these colors. 14 to 16.
Yeah, so South, 2 clubs probably is 2 places to play. He might have been able to redouble to show 1 suit earlier.
You know, another bit of disappointment for the U.S. squad, because if a no trump doubled had passed out, I think that contract definitely would have made, and potentially could have made with overtricks, depending on how the defense went.
Yeah.
5 diamonds, a heart and a club on a heart lead, and, you know, a low heart lead, you can fly jack and dummy to collect an 8th trick. It does look like 1 no doubled can be defeated, but the defense might not be so easy.
Like a club lead is obviously a good start for the defense, but I don't think East was about to do that.
No. But 3 clubs, 3 spades, and the king of diamonds would be enough.
Yeah, so East at least has blocked South, if 2 clubs was 2 suited, from showing his 2nd suit.
Okay, so North has run to 2 diamonds, is what's going on. East is now showing hearts.
I mean,
Ooh.
if you're South, are you tempted to smack this?
I mean,
Harder
I
to
think
get
he's
open a
more
strong no
tempted
trump.
to bid 3 diamonds, but yeah.
Well, it depends on what 2 diamonds was, right? If 2 clubs was 2 places to play, 2 diamonds was just show me your 2nd suit.
But South never showed... Oh, I see. You think South was showing... Okay. I think
If-
North
if
showed a
South
single
could've
suited hand.
Yeah, so I was saying if South could have redoubled to show a 1 suitor, then pass and pull the redouble is how you bid 2 suitors. Like, we don't know what their methods are.
Oh,
So-
yeah, good point. Okay. I'm back on board with what's going on. So, yeah, then in that case, South doesn't know about the big diamond fit. South could go after this.
Let's be clear, if that's what their methods are, and we don't really know. South might have alerted passive and forced a redouble, which does kind of get us back into 2 diamonds natural space, but North alerted the redouble, so hard to know what's going on.
Wow, Klukowski just runs to 2 spades anyway and catches his partner.
Yeah.
This guy, like miracles, just
Yeah.
get showered upon him. He finds his partner's hand, every single time.
I mean, East possibly is thinking about raising here. Like, he does have a good hand to support his spades. Nope, just passes.
Wow. I don't know how he keeps doing this. I mean, we've definitely seen a bit of unusual
Yeah.
bidding decisions from Klukowski that all seem to catch partner with a big fit. I wonder if there are hands where he's gotten like punished for this in the past. I can't recall any. He does seem to get lucky an awful lot. Kev purposely
All right, well,
hesitating before
back on
doubling to
board
ensure
with-
partner can't pull. Yeah.
Back on board with two diamonds having been natural, whatever was going on here.
Okay, so Bathurst does believe that partner has a natural diamond suit, so club opening lead against this contract. There's a club, there's a heart, there's two spades, and there's a diamond to lose for north-south. Klukowski went for 1100 on some Bermuda hand. Nice. Deserved. I guess there's nothing exciting Declare can do. I mean, if maybe there was some way to cut communication to West's hand and throw East in with king and a diamond, like if we duck this trick and the nine of clubs holds and then East continues the club suit, we could go ace of clubs, club rough, ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds, and East is end played. Wait, is this good enough? No, not right. Not really, right? First, West could just overtake the nine of clubs with the queen. But West might have to. I don't know. Can we duck this trick and see what happens?
So let's just say we duck it and East, without really anything better to do, looking at that dummy, just plays another one. So
Well, then we're cold. Ace of clubs, club rough, ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds. East is in and is end played in both majors.
Oh, I see. I was thinking like win it and take a diamond finesse, but you're right. I missed that possibility of stripping the hand.
Now, I don't know if that's how Hurd would play it, because, that risks giving up a spade rough if diamonds are 3-1, but it does appear to be the only way to make it, is to play for 2-2 diamonds and an end play against East. Because if you get the spade rough, you can count. You just have a diamond, two spades, a club, and a heart to lose, and there's no way to deal with your heart loser. And fascinatingly enough, so this nine of clubs, I think, is Rusino. From East, if East happened to have one of the club honors, Declare would be cold, right? Because then West couldn't afford to overtake, otherwise Declare now has a club finesse.
Well, I think the 9 basically has to be this, right, in their lead methods?
Yeah. So...
Yeah, I mean, it could be 10-9 doubleton, but it, I don't think can be, like, it's not going to be 9 and something lower and not something higher.
No, but I mean, like, if it was strictly 10-9 with no higher honors, then obviously this wouldn't work, but East, of course, could have queen 10-9 or king 10-9 and lead the 9 from that holding.
Well, even I say you can't overtake if it's exactly 10-9 doubleton, because now the 6 of clubs might become a trick. Is that the idea?
No, if Kalita has queen 10-9 or king 10-9, and Hurd finds the play, but of course Klukowski wins the queen, and now he'll switch to the jack of spades. Yeah, they're just too good. They're just too good. He switches to a heart. So ace of clubs, club rough, heart. Sorry, ace of clubs, club rough, ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds. This isn't good enough. Kalita can set up a hardened dummy because one discard doesn't help.
Right.
Wow. Ah, good try by Herd, ducking the opening club, but Klukowski found the refutation. So maybe he goes down an extra by playing a club to the jack. All right. Switzerland picks up another 5 on board 24. Well, we found a way to get both pairs playing the same suit at different tables. 2 diamonds by south in the 5-1 fed, and 2 diamonds by east in the 4-3 fed in the other room. Not a success. Alurian asked, do I stream regularly on some schedule? I was streaming a bit more regularly the past 2 years, but now I am kind of busy with work stuff. So I still try and stream Saturdays and Sundays for some of the robot tournaments that I will play in, just to make some fun content. Every once in a while, I will do some other things now. Like I've been playing in the Platinum Star tournaments on BBO. I've played the Robot NABCs and a couple of other things.
Yeah, I think these high-level matches are more engaging content than, like, yet another tournament against robots.
I think a lot of people enjoy my robot stuff, but yeah, obviously we have 160 viewers today, and during my regular streams, which are only on Twitch, I only get about 20 viewers at a time.
I mean, I enjoy the robot stuff too, but there was a time that you were doing those every day, and at some point it's like, do you really need to do a robot tournament 7 days of the week?
No. But it was fun.
Yeah. It's a nice mix. Like, having, just a bunch of different stuff in the mix is always good. And they are fun. Like, just, putting one over on the robots is so much fun.
Looks like we don't have this on the bingo card today. I might have even taken the square off because I thought it was so rare that it would ever come up. Congrats on getting a job. Kind of. I'm a full-time YouTuber. So we're working on it. It's a slow process.
I mean, you do something that occupies your time and results in you getting money, like, that's a job.
Yeah.
It may not be the most lucrative job, but it's definitely a job.
Yeah, Alorian says, plays on Funbridge, but BBO has good things. The bots are entertaining. They are. And CC Kush, thanks so much. Glad that you're just starting to learn Bridge. Hopefully you enjoy the game. This is actually a pretty good stream, I think, to learn a couple of fun things about the game. I feel like I'm rather informative and instructive.
Yeah.
Mostly for higher levels of play, but I know that I've had a couple of people, especially on my Discord, tell me that, they got into the game from watching my stream and have kind of enjoyed it and are picking up things along the way. But yeah, I also played chess growing up, so hats off to you as a chess player. Which books do I suggest for people learning Bridge? I think 25 Conventions You Should Know is a good book. And in terms of card play...
I mean, and higher level, but any of the Kelsey books are great for that. For sort of like beginner intermediate card play, I don't really know what the, current best options are. Like just Watson book, which is so good, and it's good on like positions, but it was written almost a century ago. It was written in the 1930s.
There used to be this great piece of software that Fred Gittleman had put out called Learn to Play Bridge, which doesn't exist anymore, sadly, but that was an excellent resource for how you learn
Oh
like
yeah, I remember recommending that to a couple of friends. Yeah, it's a shame it's not available anymore.
yeah, that's basically how I um,
Yeah, I remember that.
got good at card play. Was I like learned the basic principles from that after I learned the game. In terms of like best ways to learn a couple of things, I would recommend the Bridgemaster deals on BBO because you should be able to find a level of card play that will teach you something new that you can grasp. Um, like the level 1 deals, even, there's a little bit of a trick to them. And learning how to, set up your side suits is important. Learning how to do some basic suit combinations is important. Those sorts of things. So that's what I would recommend for card play. But people in chat are mentioning a couple of other great tools as well. All right. How have we done here? Oh, did we get a spade switch and then a heart through? That makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah,
Oh, no, we
yeah,
didn't.
Klukowski.
Declare just exited a spade. Okay. Okay.
Right. Yeah, Klukowski overtook the club, put a heart through, and then declare a one and started going about his business.
Gotcha. So King of Spades is going to get roughed. Declare will, I suppose, try the diamond finesse, which is going to fail. And this will be a push. Unfortunate. Man, good play of ducking the club, but sadly Klukowski was up to the task. Certainly at a local club game, you would expect 3 diamonds to make on that line. Man, Switzerland is tough. 16-3 halfway through the set. They just don't budge on any of these boards, and it's 43 imps now in their favor. USA's in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, again, every one of these little boards would have been bad because the US needs big swings, but even all the little ones are going to Switzerland.
Yeah. Just
They
showing
picked
off
up-
their border match skills right on the
Yeah,
way
they picked
to
up,
the
the
NABC.
equivalent of picked up a vulnerable game swing, equivalent over, 9, part score deals. So
All right, 2 passes go around to Klukowski. He opens the Polish club. Spade from east. Klukowski going to raise to 2 spades. Herd's not too happy about the way this hand has gone. I mean, he has a flat 13. Can't really make a takeout double.
yeah, knowing like he's got, 3.5 tricks in his hand, but the other 1.5 look like they might not really be available, and he also has no safety in bidding. So yeah, it just feels like yet another like nothing hand that he's on very slightly the wrong side of.
Yeah, and I think Bathurst is going to get off to a diamond lead here. Again, he has so few values that his partner rates to have stuff in every suit, which means you tend to want to lead more aggressively from those types of holdings. If Bathurst had like a 10 or 12 count, he would be a bit more attracted to a heart passive because his partner, he does lead a heart anyway. But that would have been the rationale for a diamond.
Yeah, also like this may be a spot where this is one where maybe you can sort of subtly try to swing if you think the other player in your seat would lead a diamond and you think that the red suits have about equal trick expectancy, then a heart is really attractive.
Yeah, for sure. And the low heart actually a little bit more effective than the 10 here. I mean, both would have worked out fine, but Declare tries the jack immediately from dummy, figuring that the 8 spot is just not good enough to really be put to use, and he would have been incorrect. Herd would have blown a trick in the heart suit, whatever he did there. Yeah, so Kalita now going after heart roughs makes a lot of sense. He can't just pull trumps, otherwise the defense is going to cash a few spades and run the hearts against him. So heart to the ace, heart rough, probably diamond to the king and another heart. In the other room, East West actually got to stop in one spade. Pass. West opened a
Yeah,
heart. Nice.
I'm right. Once East is a passed hand, Klukowski might have considered passing here, but I think he just wanted to stop North South from introducing a red suit and possibly being able to bid out at the three level effectively.
All right, looks like Declare is actually taking probably a better line than I was suggesting. 3 rounds of diamonds rough before playing the heart. You want to get that diamond rough in before someone can pitch from a 3-card holding.
And now he's basically called, you lead a heart, whatever happens. You can rough 10 or 7, depending, And here, with he's showing out in front, it's totally cold. I'll just rough low and exit. Have a guaranteed trump trick at some point later in the hand.
Now, yeah, this Jack of Diamonds declares now probably going to go down.
You think? I think he's just going to pitch on it.
Okay, but North pitches a club, spade through, ace of clubs club, and then spade.
Oh, you're right.
So Hurd and Bathurst have an opportunity to beat this and pick up a much-needed swing for the U.S. This would be 5 imps in their column. Really important to get this defense right. So he does discard. Hurd will pitch a club. And the 8 of clubs, probably discouraging from Hurd. Really important. Bathurst knew exactly what to do. He just didn't hesitate. Probably didn't even look at his partner's club spot. Spade to the jack. Club to the king. Spade.
So, if he had roughed middle, he was actually going to make it.
The 9 of spades?
Yeah. Or roughed with anything, so North East with jack tight, I think. So North over roughs, and what do you want him to do if he breaks clubs? The defense have no non-black cards to play. He actually will get a club for his 8th trick.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so a little bit sloppy by Klukowski. Right, the 9 of spades would have been good enough. Now, to counter that...
Yeah, or a low spade, as it turns out.
Yeah, but to counter that, I mean, if South had any of the spade honors, Klukowski was going to be making with his line of play. So maybe it's not so clear. I do think you're right that roughing with the 9 of spades guarantees you make the contract, though, because there are no more red cards.
Right, we've roughed out all the hearts and diamonds.
Oh, Vikitsa, sorry. I do apologize. I don't want to besmirch Klukowski's name by putting him on the spot for that hand. Kalita does make quite a few mistakes, as I've seen.
Fewer than most, more than his partner.
Yeah. Yeah, but in comparison, he does appear to be one of the weak links of the team. And I mean, it could just be because he's new, that he's still adjusting to the team atmosphere. But Declare plays one of those things that you can't really, you either are a good declarer or you aren't, and if you've been playing bridge for 30 years, you're probably not suddenly going to become a world-class declarer out of nowhere. So...
Yeah. So Klukowski is quite young. I think he, in Sanya, he might have even been 18 when he was on that team that won the Rosenblum, which would make him 28 today. And if I'm wrong on that, if he's past 30, it's not by much. He was extremely young at that tournament. Kalita looks young, but I think he actually isn't. I think he's an age peer to Hurd and Bathurst, who are both around 40.
I think that's true. Yeah, so by bridge standards, young, but...
Right.
All right, Bathurst opens a no trump. He's got 14, a little bit off shape. Kalita balances 2 clubs, majors.
Wikipedia says he is 42.
2 diamonds by South.
Natural. Sure. I like it. The 3 diamonds by West, this worked out well for him, so he can show a good hand and let East decide what to do. East obviously has a bad hand, so to decide whether he wants to risk a game with on the strength of a singleton diamond.
I mean, Hurd might bid 4 diamonds here.
Oh, I wasn't even looking at his hand. Yeah, he got a huge hand that supported diamonds.
He
He might be
does,
five.
and he might also expect that quite often his partner is going to have a
Sorry,
six card
six.
diamond suit.
Yeah. I mean, if yeah, like five diamonds would basically be down one if that's the layout. He would lose two hearts and a club, and potentially would be a good save because now Bathurst would have one fewer spade, and four spades might just be completely ice cold.
Right. So, I mean, bidding five diamonds, I could definitely see that state of the match. It probably wouldn't be the right imp decision from, a even match standpoint because your partner could just have a rack of spades over there and four spades is going down.
So I actually kind of think the opposite. I think the more even the match is, the more likely South's bidding is honest and he really does have a six diamond instead of this hand that's kind of a weird looking strong no trump, with 5 4 2 2 and a doubleton king queen.
Yeah.
Like, what once South has a six diamond, I think North definitely wants to bid five diamonds. So
I mean, I'm still less convinced, Put that queen of clubs into the spade suit and we could easily have ace of diamonds, king, queen of spades, king of clubs cashers, and five diamonds is still going for quite a few.
I mean, it's true. Against that, the opponents will always have a 10 card spade fit. So the odds of, that has to be a fairly specific layout.
Yeah. Well,
I might be 6'4" when I play the robots, but I don't think Bathurst is 6'4" in the World Championships.
no, he's not going to be 6'4", but
Right. So, like, if he has six diamonds, the opponents have a guaranteed 10 card spade fit. They've shown that they want to play it. I think five diamonds is really attractive.
yeah, but like four diamonds, partner's going to bid five diamonds with six of them, right? So four diamonds invites a save.
Well, sure, but one thing about, I don't know, like, West kind of knows where he wants to go. East might not. Like, maybe just taking up the level is valuable before the opponents can sort out their suit at the four level.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, yeah.
Mostly like I look at my trumps, I look at my void, and I look at my willingness to save, and those three to me add up to a five diamond bid. Right.
Interesting. So Hurd bids three spades.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this is.
Probably
Probably
again,
too
just
confident.
like trying to get his partner in on the decision. And I wonder if this is going to backfire because Bathurst might crack four spades now. Well, backfire is a strong word. Um, I think four spades potentially can make, which would be bad news for the Americans. I take that back. I think there's no way four spades makes.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I don't see it, but please elaborate on the line of play that leads to a plus score.
Well, I mean, you can avoid the club rough, right? Like Bathurst. Okay, Bathurst just leads a diamond, but I was thinking if,
Yeah, but you just lose a club, a diamond, and two spades. Oh, I see. You might be able to avoid a second spade loser.
well, certainly you don't lose two spades. The issue is that Jack nine fourth of hearts and North Sand.
Right.
That's the real problem card.
Well, I mean, you're going to lose two spades if get to rough a heart, which might be hard to shut out. Or then you just lose Jack of Hearts. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, four spades is dangerous. Yeah, Vikitsa says we can try and play this as a dummy reversal. If we get to rough two diamonds in the east hand, we can just pull trumps and king queen doubleton of clubs. I mean, I think this might make.
I mean, if it does make, that's just the end of the match. It'll be, a minimum of, so it's what, 38 now? So it'll be minimum 43, even if somehow the other table is 420, and probably a 50 match. Yeah, four spades, he's down two at the other table. So if he does make this, then that's going to be, what, 12 imps to Switzerland?
It will be, yeah.
590 and 100 is 690, which I believe is 12.
That is 12. Ooh. I don't know, this whole three spade bid and then doubling four spades. So, Declare needs to be a little bit careful, but with the king-queen doubleton of clubs in the pocket, he doesn't need to be that careful.
Right.
He might duck a club right now.
Well, East knows, right? So East knows South's shape. So South, if he has, South has to have a club honor. So at worst, we play a club and South either hops, or if he has King, Queen low, he plays the low one. But we 100% know the honor is going to drop on the next round. Once North shows out his spades and South bid two diamonds, he has to be 4-2-5-2.
Yeah.
I think guess it's possible he's 4-3-5-1 with a singleton club honor. But like almost certainly this is the actual shape.
Yeah, and I mean, like, that's not even good enough, singleton club honor, but...
Right.
Oh,
well, then we
boy.
can just play 3 rounds of hearts. If it's singleton club honor, the hearts are all going to cash. We don't have to worry about the long one.
Yeah, oh boy. I don't know if I can watch. We got 5 boards to play after this, and there's going to be...
If you're a U.S. partisan...
What?
If you're a U.S. partisan, you've got the right to declare, at least. Kukovsky's a machine. At least Khalid is a little bit human on some boards.
That's true. It's just, there's no way with the king-queen doubleton of clubs. Like, he just can't go wrong.
Well, do you want to put up a 1-minute poll and see if people want to move on to a match with a little more drama?
Yes, and because Twitch never votes, I'm only going to poll YouTube. This is your punishment for never voting in my polls, Twitch.
Wow, rigged election. Yeah, this is really a lot of voter disenfranchisement you got going on here.
Hey, that's rude. You take that back. I voted in all of your polls.
No, well, I mean, I guess I could sign on to YouTube and vote because I do follow you there. You don't need to be a subscriber, right? You just need to be watching.
I actually don't know the answer to that, but probably. I assume you just need to be watching.
I mean, I'm a follower, but if there's a paying subscriber option on YouTube, I'm not.
Oh, no. You, definitely not that. The follower thing is what YouTube calls subscriber. Memberships are the subscription. It's very confusing, and I don't understand why there's no uniformity across sites on this. Like, why can't Twitch and YouTube just agree that, to call it subscribers for everything, or to call it memberships for everything? Anyway. Will says, never saw anywhere to vote for who we watch this segment. Well, that's your loss.
Yeah, well, it's Twitch channel sometimes operates like a dictatorship.
It does. I get to do whatever I want. And Kalita has been thinking for a while.
Does YouTube have a paid subscription option the way Twitch and some other sites do?
Yes. Yeah.
Like you can pay per channel if you want to.
Yep. It's actually a relatively new thing. YouTube only implemented this a couple years ago.
I assume there's some way to do it in tiers so that paying members can get access to exclusive content.
Now that you bring that up,
not so much.
I don't have exclusive content for members. So people who do get memberships, all I do for them is I put out the videos early so that they can watch them before the general public.
That counts as exclusive content.
Yeah, a little bit. Jakob says, no close matches, stay with the USA. I was going to leave the poll up until the end of the hand. I am now going to leave the poll up until Declare plays another card. because we could be here a while.
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously like a little annoying for Declare because I think he knows that this hand is makeable. Like whatever layout exists is one where he can make four spades. So it's going to be a huge deal if he fails to when he could have.
Warwickshire
Like,
says England women's team is only back by 2. I mean, yeah, to be expected. They came in down like 35 this segment,
Right.
which is not enough of a lead, as we saw in the round of 16. They had them just where they wanted them. Yeah, the women's is not on Vugraph. They heard me. In fact, the tournament organizers heard me that we should only watch the open matches on Vugraph because today, for whatever reason, they've decided to put up all of the open matches, which I think makes sense.
Yeah, and I think tomorrow we certainly will have both semifinal matches in the Open all day long. Whether we'll have all six semifinals, not sure.
All 8, you mean? There are 4. Yeah.
Oh, there's four
It's-
events. Yeah.
There's,
Right.
I mean, there's no way. We'll have both of the open matches, and then we'll have one of the other semifinals, and then Love Bridge will have one match of some kind, which is what they've been doing all week. Hey, Ignatius. Welcome. He still hasn't played a card.
And once again, not huge time trouble, but we're now an hour 40 into the segment, which is allegedly 2 hours 10 minutes. We have 30 minutes left to play the rest of this and 5 further boards.
Refresh. Sorry, I'll refresh. I've refreshed. He still hasn't played a card. I thought you knew something I didn't. I'm no longer trusting anything you say in chat again.
No. Oh, yeah, no. What I know is that if he doesn't play a card soon, he might win by 50 imps at the table and lose by 1 imp at the time penalty.
Honeybee says, this is like watching cricket. Yeah, I mean, those matches can go on for days, right?
It is the only sport, I believe, or at least the only physical sport played with tea breaks. Oh my god, just play a card, buddy.
I know. Okay, here's the deal. I'm going to set a 1-minute timer. If he has not played a card by the end of the 1-minute timer, we are leaving.
I am fully on board with that. It's 75 and sunny outside, and I was really hoping to take advantage of that at some point.
Oh, he played a card.
There it goes.
Okay. Club to the king, ducked. I think this makes sense. How is our poll done? 55% or 54% in favor of swapping to another match. So that's what we're going to do.
Excellent.
Yeah, King of Diamonds ruffed. Declare now leads the Queen of Spades, covered and ducked. Is there any problem for Declare from here? Hold on a second. I guess we play a club. South pops the
Yeah,
queen.
no.
We win the ace, and then we duck a spade to south. Then a diamond comes back, and then 2 rounds of hearts, and then the 10 of clubs, and there's a trump coup. Yeah, there's nothing, and it looks like there's really just nothing that the defense can do.
I'm not sure why he ducked that club, though, right? Couldn't that be bad if South had popped from King Small Doubleton?
Yeah, I think the club honors are kind of marked, but I guess it could have been stiff king as well, which would have been a problem.
Yeah, I guess it's true. Like, if you know about the Ace of Diamonds, then South basically has to have everything else.
The commentators for cricket have to talk about the weather, birds on the field, what they had for lunch, different. Granted, I also talk about basically all of those
Yeah,
things
like what
as
do you think
well.
we've been doing here all day long?
Yeah,
Have you watched this stream yet?
we've we have chatted about our lunch a couple of times. All right, so Bathurst can play back the Jack of Diamonds. Declare can pitch the. We'll stick with this hand because I think the end position is interesting and instructive. Um, if Bathurst gives the
Yeah.
rough sluff, and he does. So Declare has to pitch the Jack of
Yeah.
Clubs here. Otherwise, he goes down, and he does. Now he needs to unblock the club ace, and he does. Now 2 rounds of hearts ending in the east hand, and he has this kind of repeated trump coup. He leads the 10 of clubs, which is a winner, and if South roughs, Declare can overruff and pull trumps. And if South doesn't rough, Declare just wins the 10 of clubs and then pitches, and then plays a heart for the full-on trump coup, which is that on our bingo card?
Yeah,
No.
I believe so.
No.
Oh no, it was on it all week.
Well, that's the purpose of randomly generating cards every day.
Yeah, it's true. So I agree with you. Three-letter sandwiches are always a good topic of discussion. And I know Argentina does have some national sandwiches, and I don't recall which ones they are. Argentina national sandwich. The choripan. It's a sausage sandwich. Yes, that is a very good sandwich.
All right, let's watch Versace Cementa against Toledano Zamir.
Perfect. Yeah, it is a sausage sandwich with chimichurri. South America does have a lot of good sandwiches.
Jeffrey
All right,
says
and
there was a
they are-
10-day cricket match in 1939 and it was a draw. That's so disappointing.
Yeah, that's amazing. Now, was it a draw because, like, they had decided in advance it was going to take that long, or was it just like, you know what, this is pointless?
Yeah, it's one of those draws where you're just like, I don't want to play anymore.
Yeah, it's like, congratulations, we're evenly matched, shake hands and hit the bar.
Okay, East-West and 4 hearts, we come in the middle of play, and looks like Declare does need to guess this Heart Queen to make the contract. Still has that Ace of Diamonds to lose. I wonder if this will... The auction is revealing. It looks like it is. Diamond to the Jack and Ace? No, I think Cemento wants to show as many high cards as he has. Win the Queen. Okay, never mind. He wins the Ace.
Yeah, see, like now he's more likely to have room for the Queen of Hearts, which is bad for him.
Yeah, it was pointed out on board 27 in this room, 4 spades got doubled and it went down 2 tricks.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, see that?
Why couldn't the US be playing against one of these teams?
And Kalita played it well.
Yeah. 10 of diamonds to the king. Pitching a spade. Heart to the king. Nope, we're still fishing for more info. 9 of diamonds rough. Alright. What is Declare going to do now? Matt says the Swiss trick taking has been impressive all week. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, full credit to Zimmerman. He's been a very good judge of who the best players to have on his team have been.
Jakob thinks there might be a chance for the Guinness World Record for how much gin and tonic was consumed in that 10-day match.
Yeah, where was this 10-day match played? I assume either England or Australia.
Probably. Was Australia a big cricket?
Yeah, Australia has. Yeah, I mean, Australia historically was, uh, enormously enthusiastic about cricket. I think the biggest annual series is the England Australia Test matches.
I would have. I think
Like India.
India, right? India is a
Yeah,
big.
but that's kind of a post-independence phenomenon. Prior to Indian independence, there might have been cricket in India, but it wasn't Indian natives playing it, right? It was British colonists playing cricket,
Gotcha.
or
Okay,
some, but
well,
like India wasn't playing international cricket in 1930.
I I was quick
Yeah, the
to
Australian Ashes series.
I was very quick to almost say something improper about Zamir's play on this hand. He's picked up the hearts. Heart to the ace, heart to the king. Fascinating. So he makes it. Well done. I mean, this looks like a pretty important result for Israel because they're back by 16. They have 3 boards to play in this room, and then we'll head over to conclude the play in the other room. But man, board 27 is going to be a disaster for them. This looks like it has the potential for some swings. East has 8
Yeah, like
diamonds.
this. Unfortunately, 3 boards from the end, but maybe this is one that the U.S. was looking for. Although, just as likely that East West get into trouble with West having all these high cards and East having an 8 card suit, but hitting a void.
I mean, we could definitely see East open 4 diamonds. If East has a way to show a good 3 of a minor
I take it
preempt,
back.
he might do that.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. Foreign British colonies definitely like beating on the English when they can. I didn't realize that India had international cricket as early as 1932. I would have assumed it was a post-war phenomenon. Anyway,
I mean, I hate to say that these guys are all good and they all do the same thing on every board, but man, look at the auction at board 27 in the other room. It was the exact same that we witnessed from Hurd and Bathurst playing up against Kalita Klukovsky. Same 4 spades doubled and same and 4 spades doubled made over there. Very similar line of play as well.
so 3-0, showing a 4-level miter suit preempt. West goes through the motions of hitting 4 clubs, even though he knows what his partner's suit is. Presumably 4 diamonds would be artificial.
Yeah, and this convention is kind of nice. So this was what I was alluding to when I said if East has a good way to show 4 of a minor preempt, because now 3-no trump can be passed if West has a suitable hand.
Right. Right here, of course, with 0 diamonds. He doesn't want to play 3-no trump, but he's fine playing in partner suit.
Yeah, and this is going to be down 1, I think. There are 2 spades, a club, and that king of diamonds is going to take a trick. Declare doesn't need the heart hook because the 9 of spades will set up. And South is definitely going to cash the club ace here before that goes away. Whoa! Okay. Well, this is an important board for Israel then again. Wait, what?
Yeah, and no, that was for the over trick, right?
No, because they would have had 2 spades, a club, and the king of diamonds.
I was looking at the 2-1 trick count the wrong way around. Yeah, that's
Okay,
that's a big deal.
That's a big deal, and also this is a lot scarier from Versace, who has the king of hearts. If he wasn't looking at that card, he might expect, oh, it's fine. I play a low club, even if Declare guesses it, then we might still get a heart trick later. But no, minus 130. I do want to draw attention, though. Board 29. I thought Zamir picked up the hearts. I guess the Vugraph operator mistakenly believed that Zamir had gone heart to the ace, heart to the king, which would be a really weird play in the trump suit. And he did not. He took the heart finesse the wrong way and ends up going down 2. So
So I'm going to, between this pause and Versace's play, I'm going to preemptively have you hover over the director please box because Versace's play does make sense if he thought he showed solid diamonds.
Yeah. Yeah. There is a pause. I mean, hopefully we get some info.
You know, right, like it was sort of just a more normal gambling three no trump, where it's a minimum of ace king queen seven. Versace can see there's no trump loser, and then looking at the king of hearts, he does know he needs to look around for another trick, and a club is the only possible place.
That is a good point. If we do get a director call, check off the box.
Yeah, in fact, Hollander just made the same point in the text chat.
Okay, well, a heart, pass, pass. Toledano balances 2 no trump, which is a little better than balancing 1 no trump.
Yeah, and kind of old fashioned. I feel like this, classically is what you do on these hands, but some people just like to start with a double and, use this as an unusual bid. The danger, of course, is that sometimes partner passes your reopening double with an unsuitable hand because he has trumps. Against that, though, if you have like 90 points in high cards, it can't be that bad.
Mm-hmm.
But I have seen when I grew up, like this was just what you did with balanced 19-point hands and pass out seed after one level opening. And I feel like now I see a lot of people, even good experts, doing other things. Anyway,
yeah, Ignatius says, is 3-0 a cyclable bid? I mean, anything is a cyclable bid at this sort of an event. You just have to live with the consequences.
That's even barely a psych, right? Like, if you're supposed to have ace king queen seventh, and you actually have ace queen jack 10 eighth, it's a mild distortion, or maybe even a moderate distortion. It's not a psych. A psych is when it shows ace queen seventh, and you have a 4-4-3-2-5 count.
Right. Yeah. And especially state of the match, right? Like, Israel knows they need some swings down the stretch. They're not happy about the result on 27. They're not happy about the result on 29. So if you can get to play 3 no trump on this hand, then if all you need is the diamond finesse on side, partner has a singleton diamond, and you're like,
yeah, exactly.
Well, the other table preempts 4 diamonds. It goes all pass. For us, we have this cool convention. Let's try and generate a swing. I like it.
Yeah. I think, psychs and, distortions are not unrelated, but they're extremely different. People you're playing 15, 17 no trump and you open on a 14 count. It's a distortion. Like, no one would say you psyched.
Yeah. Matthew
the
calling
club
me,
say you psyched. But...
Yeah, Matthew calling me out on the technicality that you're not allowed to psych your strong opening bid.
Yes.
But...
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, though, you couldn't use 7 no trump in ACBL land because the ACBL was specifically you cannot psych a strong forcing opening. And 7 no cannot be forcing.
Okay, well, this hand, last hand of the set, and it does look like down the stretch, Italy is triumphant. They had a big last segment. Probably the favorites coming into this match, but it was very close.
Will, I don't know if you're on the CNC committee or ever were, but so ACBL does not like conventional openings, though. Would you consider, let's say you did play gambling through no trump, quote unquote, showing a solid suit, and he's did bid 3-0 on that hand. That's the approximate right length. It's, a minor suit, but it's not, it's only semi-solid. Do you think the ACBL would adjust that result? I don't know the answer to that question. It might just depend on what director takes the call.
Yeah, interesting question, for sure. But yeah, so going back to Ignatius's question, why would you call the director if the opponent's psych something and it's allowable? You kind of want to draw attention to the fact that a psych has happened because maybe there is a pattern, right? If it becomes a pattern so that now your opponents should be disclosing that this could be a psychable bid, that's really important, and that's information you're entitled to, because your opponents are the ones that are playing together all the time. You're not playing against them on every board, so you don't notice the pattern, and they get extra information from it. So if you can just report the hand, and then the WBF gets like 10 or 12 or 15 reports of the same type of psych happening, this is why you report psychs, and should probably report almost every psych that comes up.
Yeah. And to be clear, like, even psyching often in similar positions is basically legal. Fielding it isn't legal, but also, like, if I know Rob is going to psych 20% of the time in some situation, and, my opponents don't, you know what, like, even if I play it as straight as possible, that's still information that they're entitled to, even if I do nothing to field it. They're still entitled to know that, like, some of the time there's going to be a psych and I'm going to play it straight and respond as if it's real, but the opponent still needs to know that.
Well, yeah, and it goes beyond that, because in the defense, right, like if I've psyched and you make a bid and the opponents start declaring 4 hearts and dummy hits, and you're just like, oh,
Well, that's
yep,
exactly what I mean. Yeah.
yep, now I know what's going on. Like, you can't then,
Right.
like, close the screen and call the opponents and be like, hey, it's possible my partner's psyched. Like, you just have to disclose that immediately.
Right. Right. I mean, honestly, the real answer is, like, most of the time, psyching is negative expectancy, and players who never psyched would probably do better than players who sometimes psyched, and they would do better than players who often psyched. So,
Yeah.
like, psyching should be rare just because most of the time a psych is a losing proposition.
Mm-hmm.
I do it once in a while, but, like, the conditions have to be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, this is another question. I can get really deep into whether or not certain things should or should not be allowable under rules, or like when do we start announcing stuff. But like, for example, a player like Zach Grossack, I bring him up a lot, but Matt brings up the point of psyching exclusion, and I think he does this
Yeah, like
somewhat
Zia
regularly.
you can check the Zia box because Zia used to do that all the time. He would psych splinters with doubletons, he would psych exclusion, yeah.
Yeah, so those sorts of players, like, they will have written on their convention card frequent psychs, and I think to a large extent,
it's not adequate.
yeah, it's like that's all that you get, so you don't really get as much info as you otherwise maybe should be entitled to.
Well, that's it.
But
Like, I often psych exclusion, and I never psych a one-level opening bid. Frequent psychs might cover that on the average across all decisions I have to make in bridge. It doesn't really get to the point of my psyching tendencies.
no, because of course, like, if all you're doing is psyching exclusion, then checking frequent psychs on the scorecard is not helpful. Your opponents
Right.
should
Even if I psych
know.
exclusion frequently, like, the situations matter, and if I do it always in some situations, never in others, and on balance it's 3 times a session. Sure, 3 times a session is frequent, but checking the box doesn't, answer the opponent's relevant question, which is like, when do you like to psych?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He would psych. Yes, he would psych exclusion to get certain leads. That's correct. Same reason he would psych splinters. That he would psych some suit and actually have a void in some other suit. And if you splinter in the wrong suit, they lead the thing that you're actually short, and it's really good for you. All right, so Italy seems to have put that out of reach with kind of a bizarre result on board 29.
Yeah. Well, it could have been a win because 4 hearts could have made, but yes, I mean, Tino Trump down 4.
This is the one where he misguessed the heart. Yeah, got it. But nonetheless, Tino down 4 wasn't a triumph.
Yeah, Alex asked about board 25. I mean, I think we got here to this room before board 25 happened, so I wasn't paying that close attention. I just clicked through the play in the other room. Why did Zamir misdefend as West? I mean, I would probably have to think a little more deeply about the hand, but my short, explanation, my quick explanation is that he must have thought that his partner had a doubleton club, and so cashing the king of clubs would give him more info. His partner would either be able to signal for spades or ask him to play a fourth round to potentially promote a trump trick. But
Yeah, I'm looking through the play, and I don't quite understand it either. But um, I mean, it's possible that East's club plays were out of sequence because they played nine, then 10, and maybe he was justified in thinking that his partner no longer had any.
yeah, certainly.
I mean, obviously, like he had a false picture of the hand, so that's the most likely place for that have been, for that to have been planted in his head.
Hmm.
Well, we can go watch the last three boards of the other table. Although I may bounce, given that this match is now basically over.
Sounds good. Yeah, I will carry us home. So Italy up by 40 with 2 boards to go. Israel
Yeah,
does pick
so
up 5 there on board 30.
Yeah, so we'll check in a few minutes before game time tomorrow. We will also be on BBO itself, but please come here because I at least certainly appreciate all of the written chat, even though we won't be quite as able to respond to it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll do
So,
my best. If someone really asks a question and I can take a minute to respond in chat, I will try and do so, or I'll just bring it up on stream. But yes, 9 a.m. tomorrow,
And-
Craig and I will be on
and
the official broadcast, and obviously Twitch and YouTube will both still be up streaming, so you guys can hang out here. I will be joining you all during the breaks while I have some lunch, and also we can look at more drama. There might be some. I hope so. But
I mean, by this time tomorrow, I might be banned from Bridge Winners, so I was probably just going to go sit outside and have a couple of drinks and then possibly respond to some of these people who are making really insipid comments on the Build-A-Thread. So.
sounds
All right,
good.
I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right. Thanks, Craig. All right, chat. We're almost done. So I'll stick out for the remainder of this match, and then we'll take a final look at the scoreboard and see who our semifinal matches are going to be. It looks like at the end of the day, none of these matches ended up being all that close. Switzerland is just a machine, isn't it? Hey, Jeffrey, thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate you. It's super easy to donate if you do feel obligated. I know that I've had a bunch of people reach out to me and be like, hey, how do I support the stream? People have reached out via email or Bridgebase or Bridge Winners or everything. And there's plenty of ways that Twitch and YouTube allow you to do this pretty simply. I do have a donation link below my Twitch stream, which I think I've like fumbled around with like which service to use for that. Eventually I've settled now on Streamlabs. Where did Zimmerman get his money? I actually don't know. I hear that he's not like super rich. He's not like a billionaire, but he is a relatively wealthy businessman. Last board, 4 spades been made in the other room. West did open 3 diamonds over there. Here, Precario decides to go low. Unfavorable. Maybe looking for a swing. Or maybe just trying to avoid going for a large number on the last board. You know, if 3 diamonds works out, then you're probably not gaining much at these colors. And if 3 diamonds doesn't work out, it's going to go very poorly for your side. So Drury bid from south after this. Oh, not a Drury bid, sorry. Not a past hand. I'm focused. It's the end of the day. I get a little bit loopy after, what is this? 8 hours of straight commentary. So spade, 2 clubs, game force, 2 diamonds by West. I mean, Tarnowski might be somewhat interested in going after a penalty at these colors, and it looks like he does. Carolyn asks how to support. Well, through YouTube, there should be like a little money thing in the text box. It should be next to the little emote icon by the chat. And if you click that, it'll open a bunch of ways that you can support the channel. You could either purchase a membership, which gives you access to emotes and a little bit early viewing on my content on YouTube. You can, the little $. You can do super chats or gift memberships or all of that sort of thing. Not required, just I do appreciate if people do donate, obviously. South doubles, North, for one reason or another, doesn't sit for the double. I do wonder if the double is strictly penalty or just cards. And South does decide to plop it into 3 no trump. This looks okay. The diamonds are cut off. Hearts are also kind of cut off. So 10 of diamonds lead. I guess we'll see Declare take the opening lead and then just knock out the ace of clubs. You get up to 9 cashers at that point. And if a diamond comes back, then you can probably duck if you want to be ultra safe. So it's all going to be about how many overtricks. How to support on Twitch. There are subscriptions, and if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to any Twitch stream for free once a month. You should be able to link your Amazon Prime and your Twitch account to do so. Otherwise, you can, of course, purchase the subscriptions, which is for a variable amount based on country. I think it all tends to come out to approximately 5 of your local dollars, whatever that is. So for some countries, it's a lot cheaper. For the US, it's about $5. And then there's also a donation link below the stream. There's a little piggy bank icon. And if you click on that, it'll take you to a donation page for my stream on Twitch. Thanks for asking. Jeffrey says England got 3 on the last board and ended up 2 imps short in the match. Wow, that's got to be disappointing. They've done so well at making these last segment comebacks. Okay, bunch of clubs. Declare will cash the Diamond King probably, and then lead a spade up, but it looks like this is going to be one more imp going the way of Italy on the final board. 9 tricks in. No real reason to risk this for over tricks, I don't think. So congrats to Italy for making it through. How do you pay for the things? I don't know. If you click on the thing, it'll probably redirect you to some secure server that you can take a look at it. You can use a credit card. You probably can also use whatever other forms of payment are convenient. That would be my guess. In the Italy-Argentina match, 2 of them used to play for Italy. Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look at the final results, and then we'll actually take a look at the bingo cards, see if I missed anything. Oh, I don't need these in anymore. Craig's not here. He's gone. So we do have a couple boards left to play, but it looks like USA is out. Poland against China, there is some potential for a comeback because it's only 18 imps with 2 boards to go, or 3 boards to go. But USA is gone, so Switzerland triumphs over them once again. Italy up against Argentina tomorrow is one of our semifinals, and if things remain the way they are in the Poland-China match, Switzerland will take on Poland. Vikitsa says, are we going to see Poland versus Italy in the final form? Well, either Poland will win or fake Poland will win. So that's in the open. In the women's, it was claimed, and that's accurate. China defeats England by 2. England picks up 30 in the last segment, but just not quite enough to make the comeback. Turkey beats Italy by a whopping margin, 66, it seems. Sweden over Norway, the Battle of the Nords. And USA got that concession earlier, even before the final set of play, so they didn't have to play either of the last 2 segments. They're on to the semifinals. We'll see USA-Sweden in the women's. Oh man, wait, the grudge match, because Sweden, USA with the Rimstead sisters are going to be playing up against their home country of Sweden. Oh boy, oh boy. We might hear some Swedish at the table if allowed by the tournament organizers. Seniors. USA, a couple boards to play, but USA has a 14 imp lead over Turkey over there. France already got the concession after 5 sets. India got the concession France got the concession before 5 sets. India got the concession. And Sweden over Germany, it looks like. So we're going to see India against Sweden in the seniors, USA against France, assuming USA doesn't falter on the last couple of boards. And then finally, over in the mixed. Nope, no data available yet. Hold, please. There we go. Poland, cruising to victory. They look to be the team to beat. Italy and Israel, very close. Italy triumphs in the mixed and in the opens. Germany over France. They did play the final segment, but Germany wins by over 100 imps. They look tough. And unfortunately for the USA, they weren't able to make the comeback. So they do fall to China in this last set. China wins by 32, picking up 35 in the final. So we'll see China against Germany, Italy against Poland in the mixed. That's how everything stands. And the last couple of hands are trickling in. Switzerland up by over 50 over the US in the open. So Poland versus fake Poland sounds fun. That'll be a fun match to watch. I think we might actually start out with that one. I will post a... I might not have control over this. I was told earlier, let me take a look. Yeah, so if I go to this table, I'm not even given the option to do commentary on this table. I'll probably write to BBO and see if there is a specific table that I'm going to be forced into doing commentary for. But otherwise, I would like to have you guys vote, so I'll probably put up a poll on my community tab on YouTube. You can vote which match you want to see, and I hope that I can accommodate. Otherwise, I'll just be doing the match that BBO forces me to. But that's going to wrap up coverage for today. So we're on to the semifinals. USA falling, a couple of the other strong teams there. Israel falling, Korea, they flame out just towards the end. They were doing so well, and then Argentina overtakes them. Might be a little bit of fatigue, but all of those teams will have a second chance in the transnationals. And we'll be back tomorrow 9 a.m. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. Have a great day, and I'll see you all next time.